rate of about 4%, which is the consensus view. That should keep equities moving higher. Obviously, earnings starting end of next week with the large cap banks, so that's going to be sort of the next test for markets, is how higher expectations going into the earnings season. But yeah, I think if you're printing 190K jobs, equities will do just fine in that environment.
Well, in earnings, I mean, I was talking earlier about
Fed's Williams says, I am confident the Fed is on the path to getting inflation back to 2%.
Are worth 35% of the market cap and only 23% of the earnings. And if you take out the Mag 7, right, we don't see the earnings expansion that everybody's been raving about the last few quarters. The 493 are still contracting, or at least they were.
Yeah, I think on a forecast basis, the 493 will probably be up mid-single digits from an EPS growth perspective. So it's not horrible on that end, but it's not the double-digit earnings growth that's propelling the market. You know, agree with the concentration both in returns and market cap.
Check 1 2, check 1 2.
US S&P manufacturing.
Check 1 2, baby.
51.
Okay, just a quick heads up for you guys out there. Listen to me closely. I'm on vacation today. You guys can all hear me out there? All right, cool. So they can hear you too talking, Joe. So this is a 15-minute chart that I'm going to leave up. It's not going to be a 1-minute chart for you guys, okay? I can't be over here messing with it all day long. I gotta get some time away from the screens, time away from the market and stuff like that. What I'm gonna tell you though is this: if I were trading today and the rest of the week, I would be looking to clear the low on Friday. Right? Back test that low or possibly the overnight low, wherever that was. Putting on a call spread for Friday and close it Wednesday close. My intent would be to close it on Wednesday close. So like maybe like a 545 to 550 call spread and then just close it out. Now, if it doesn't print until Friday, fine. But more than likely, we're going to go up here into Wednesday close, okay? So just a nice, easy call spread. Come back on Wednesday to close. Worst case scenario, you're holding it for Friday. Should be nice and easy. Don't overstress this, please. Make your life easy this week. Don't overtrade this. Don't overcomplicate it. Don't overthink it. Yeah, Tesla's all your Q3 stuff that's been neglected, like Tesla, should all moon for the next couple weeks. I want you guys to have a wonderful week. If anything crazy happens, I will come back to readjust, but take it easy this week. Buy a dip and set it and forget it. Come back on Wednesday close. Now there should be some kind of a low sweep down here. Today at the start, you might catch this nice 544. I doubt you get all the way down here to 537 and 540. I think just the call spread, come back and check it on Wednesday is going to be the best. Today in particular, the last 34 out of 36 trading days, today specifically, have been an up day with a close at about 0.5%, like 34 out of 36 times. So it's fairly easy. This is like amateur hour. Taking a trade, setting and forget it, come back to it and close it out on the eve of New Year's, of 4th of July. July 3rd at like 3:45 p.m., 4 p.m. I know it's bear time already. I'll miss all of you too. Just take a nice quick, put on a nice easy spread. Look for a low, a dip to buy. Make life easy on yourself. It's the summer trade. I trust me, it is. It's the summer trade. Billy Joel is doing cocaine and doing lots of drugs and drinking right now. You guys all have a great morning. Look for a dip to buy and set it and forget it into Wednesday or Friday. I'll talk to you guys soon. If I put a trade on, I will come back on the show and let you guys know what I put on. Later.
Epic journeys transformed by Amadeus Citric Easy.
You didn't have to wait till your trip was over to share all your routes, camp bases, and amazing discoveries with your colleagues. Maybe you could have developed the evolution theory a few years earlier, because it kind of took you long enough. Could have been famous before then. Statues, streets with your name on it, merchandising.
Merchant what?
Citric Easy, changing business travel from epic to collaborative and worth it.
There's a place where global markets are always open, where you can explore and discover innovative new offerings and hundreds of trading products right at your fingertips. That's SIBO, the exchange for the world stage.
They say seeing is believing, but with Stearns & Foster, that's only part of the story. We handcraft every Stearns & Foster using the finest materials like indulgent memory foam and ultra-conforming IntelliCoils for a beautiful mattress and indescribable comfort every single night. Shop now and bring home incredible comfort during our July 4th sale and save $400 on select mattresses. Stearns & Foster, what comfort should be. Learn more at stearnsandfoster.com.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear a rhythm in the markets. The markets compose their own tunes, and once you learn to listen for them, you'll catch yourself humming along.
Shortly expecting the Bank of England gilt sale results for the week. We've also posted out the S&P Manufacturing PMI June final reports on the feed for anybody interested. Other key findings note that there's solid expansion in staffing levels, and new orders rising while production growth softens, and the weakest increase in selling prices seen this year so far. Chris Williamson, who's the chief economist at S&P, says the PMI shows the US manufacturers struggling to achieve strong production growth for the month of June, hamstrung by weak demand from domestic and export markets alike.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
What I can say is that we've been making significant investments across the franchise, across regulatory reporting, across data, and across resolution and recovery planning. These are areas we've been investing in because we know they're areas that, frankly, the industry likely needs to further enhance, and we certainly want to enhance them for ourselves.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Today, the U.S. Supreme Court will rule on former President Trump's claim that he's immune from criminal charges over attempts to overturn the 2020 election. Joining us now is the host of Wall Street Week, David Weston, who is also a lawyer, who also clerked for a Supreme Court justice, so you know of what you speak. What's the likely ruling that we're going to get from the Supreme Court?
Well, it's always tricky to judge based on the arguments, but if you looked at the arguments, you'd say basically they're going to remand it and say sometimes the president's immune, sometimes he's not. It depends on whether what he did was private or public, and the trial court can decide that. Based on the discussion and oral argument and some concessions actually from Donald Trump's lawyers, you'd guess that that's most likely outcome.
So anything that he did while he was president in his official capacity as commander-in-chief, you can't prosecute him for that criminally.
Yeah, but the tricky part is what is official capacity? Because at the oral argument, his own lawyer conceded that things like actually knowingly, fraudulently certifying an election or putting up a fake set of electors, that would be private, because that would not be his actions as a president, but as a candidate, and that's a private result. So it's not just anything he does as president. He actually might be held liable.
All right, so if they remand it, which I assume means kick it back down to a lower court, what does that mean for the cases that the DOJ has against Trump right now, especially ahead of the election in November?
Well, again, just judging from what the concessions were in oral argument and the questions from the bench, you'd say, well, they're just going to go back to the district court. They said that that's where it probably should go. And then they'll have to have a hearing.
In 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US ISM manufacturing PMI for the month of June. Forecast 49.1 on the prior 48.7. The range is 50 to 48.2. For the prices paid, forecast is 55.8 on the prior 57. The employment index, forecast 50 on the prior 51.1. And new orders, forecast 49 on the prior 45.4. With this, we also see the US construction spending month over month from May, forecast 0.2% from the prior minus 0.1%.
And yet I hear
We've also seen the results of the Bank of England gilt sale results. Bank of England sells £650 million of bonds in auction after receiving £1.07 billion in bids, with an APF gilt sale operation cover ratio of 1.64.
Through the judiciary, as well as under Donald Trump and his prior administration, to really attack the Chevron doctrine. What it says basically is, when it comes to a regulatory agency, the courts will defer to their interpretation of the statute that gives them authority. Unless they're really off the rails, they'll really go along with the regulatory agency. The Supreme Court now, this term, has said no longer. The courts get to decide it from the start, decide whether that makes sense under the statute or not, which is overall thought to be a curtailment of the regulatory authority that's imposed on business. It really is a big decision.
And it's been, as you say, something that's brewing, not just this decision, but a number of other decisions. Does Congress have to do something about this if they want to turn around? Could Congress say, hey, listen, when
oil futures extend gains with Brent up by $1 a barrel.
We want the EPA to make those decisions.
Well, as we used to say, ought implies can. When you say, does it have to? The question is, can it? I mean, Congress can't do much of anything, it seems like, these days. But there was another decision, actually, out of the Supreme Court about the SEC and use of administrative law judges and imposing fines, saying, no, you can't do that. You got to go to court. So there have been a series of decisions here that really have said, we're not going to have as much regulatory authority over corporations as we have in the past. That's where it's tending.
All right. David Weston, thanks very much. He is, of course, the host of Wall Street Week. You can catch that Fridays at 6, but you can see him all throughout the day on Bloomberg Television. Breaking news here, the Washington Post reports that the FTC has opened an investigation into Teva Pharmaceuticals. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle has the details on that. Abby?
On those headlines, Matt, we do have the stock down about 1%. At the lows, down about 2%. This after having climbed right after the open nearly 2%. So basically a 4% intraday move on these headlines, and the FTC, as you mentioned, has opened an investigation, according to the Washington Post, into Teva Pharmaceuticals, the Israeli generics company, citing the company's refusal to take down about 24 patents for some of its asthma and other inhalers. The company has until July 24th to cooperate with the FTC's demand. More on this story, but right now investors down, taking the shares down 1.5% on the uncertainty of what's ahead. If we take a look at what's happening for the S&P 500, a little more certainty there. Not much. We have the S&P 500 up fractionally, but it's a broad-based gain, Matt. We have energy up 1%. We also have utilities, healthcare, and financials all up 1%. A few of those sectors, as you know, though, defensive, so maybe that's not quite as bullish as it looks. To the downside, tech and communication services down both more than 0.5%. Those are those heavyweight mega cap tech sectors. So in some ways, it's going to be interesting to watch this day to see whether or not those big tech names, including NVIDIA, bring the markets down. Again, the S&P 500 right now up just fractionally.
All right, Abigail, thanks very much. Abigail Doolittle talking to us about the breaking news on Teva, and we are seeing the S&P pretty much unchanged. I mean, there's a green arrow. It's up 7/100ths, 8/100ths of 1%, but the NASDAQ is down 1/3%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, if you care, up 300 and change. Coming up, the market-moving events you need to be watching. That's next in our trading diary. This is Bloomberg.
Tempur-Pedic designed the Ergo Pro Smart Base to help you fall asleep more easily. Its gentle massage and relaxing sounds help calm your mind every night. Tempur-Pedic ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased online by J.D. Power.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US ISM manufacturing PMI for the month of June. Forecast 49.1 on the prior 48.7. Just seeing comments from Williams now, says amid uncertainty, the Fed should be clear on its goals.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched.
So as we get the US ISM manufacturing prices paid at the top of the hour, forecast 55.8 on the prior 57. The employment index forecast at 50 on the prior 51.1. New orders index forecast 49 on the prior 45.4. And with this data, we get the US construction spending month over month for May, forecast 0.2% on the prior minus 0.1%.
Players. Live Golf CEO Greg Norman is shaking up the game.
The best players in the world on the best golf courses in the world in the best cities in the world. It's very easy to get that multiplying factor to move out.
Latitude, encore presentation this weekend, only on Bloomberg.
Time now for the Trading Diary, what you need to be watching today and the rest of this week. We get May construction spending at the top of the hour. We also get June ISM manufacturing numbers. On Thursday, U.S. markets are closed for Independence Day, and the UK will be holding its first national election in 5 years. We close out the week on Friday with the U.S. jobs report, even though most people probably will be taking that as a bridge day for the long weekend. This was the Countdown to the Open. I'm Matt Miller. This is Bloomberg.
Liquidity is the lifeblood of an airline. We make very conservative decision making about when we raise funding and how we raise funding. We try to diversify our sources, and we're always very focused on the actual rates. And we like to build in flexibility in these financing structures so that we have an opportunity to prepay debt when appropriate, so that we can continue to optimize the overarching rates that we're paying.
What have you learned with the dynamic move of the interest rates that we've seen from Chairman Powell? I mean, do you go fixed structure or floating structure, much more like what they do in Europe?
Yes and yes. We have a mix currently. It's a little bit of a different model than what I was used to in the public company space. Say in some ways we provide ourselves with a natural hedge, leaving some of our debt floating and some fixed.
You have to have the short-term discipline to sort of circle the wagons around cash. I mean, cash is oxygen. I know where every ounce of cash is going, but we also have to be nimble around that as well, because things change by the day.
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with the US ISM manufacturing PMI.
May have large pockets of investment in the future. So I want to be in front of them. They may not be a buyer at this point, but I do want to spend a lot of time in front of that other set that is a buyer at this point. They're interested. They want to be an early adopter of the stock. They're interested in the story.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
You need to have an AI game plan. We used to say that every
Do you want to
company
stay up
needs
to
to
date
think
with the
about
latest
becoming
and
a software
beyond
company. Now we say that every company
payrolls?
needs to become
Then
an
sign up
intelligent
today and
software
get our
company.
special offer
Context
of Financial
changes
News Pro
everything.
for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month. Let's say 92%.
10 seconds.
30 minutes into the U.S. trading day on this Monday, July 1st. Here are the top stories we're following. The second half starts with equity markets higher by double digits so far this year. Can corporate earnings
48 spot 5, 48 spot 5, lower than forecast, 49 at spot 1. Prices paid, 52 spot 1, 52 spot 1, lower than forecast, 55 spot 8. We're also seeing new orders at 49 spot 3, 49 spot 3, that is higher than forecast, 49. And the employment index at 49 spot 3, 49 spot 3, lower than forecast, 50. Construction spending at minus 0.1%, minus 0.1%, lower than forecast, 0.2%. We're seeing some upside in the S&P 500, but a weakness in the dollar here. As you have seen the ISM manufacturing PMI cool off, including in the prices paid and employment indexes as well.
I'm Katie Greifeld in New York. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. You take a look at markets so far this morning, and so far the second half is off to a good start. At least if you're looking at the S&P 500, currently higher by about 0.2%. You take a look at big tech, a little bit of a different story. The Nasdaq 100, a little bit lower. I'm going to go ahead and call that unchanged at the moment. Meanwhile, you take a look at the bond market. That 10-year Treasury yield has really backed up over the past couple days, up 10 basis points on Friday, now up another 3 basis points or so. We are back above 440, of course, as we continue to watch the economic data roll out. We actually have some crossing the terminal right now. Let's get to Bloomberg's Mike McKee for the latest.
Well, Katie, the narrative has been that the economy is slowing, and the ISM manufacturing index suggests that narrative is still in place. We get a reading of 48.5, which is down from 48.7 in May. And we have to, other than a brief peak above 50 in March of this year, you have to go back to September of 2022 before you get a extended period of
So the dollar pairs gains against the yen after the US manufacturing data. The last up 0.2% at 161.23 yen. We have also posted out the ISM manufacturing June report on the feed for anybody interested.
48.5. Employment slips to 49.3. Inventories are lower, and also prices. Now, that's the one bit of good news here. 52.1 down from 57.0, and that would suggest some perhaps more room for the Fed in terms of when it might want to lower interest rates, and suggest that perhaps we'll see some lower price numbers in the CPI when we get it next week.
And before we get to CPI next week, we actually do have a jobs report on Friday, of course. A little bit of a weird week, the way that the schedule worked out with the July 4th holiday. But what are we expecting to see there, Mike McKee?
Well, we're expecting to see a lot of traders on the beach, but the junior traders they leave behind are expecting 188,000 jobs. Now, that may change during the week as we get more labor market data, and an unchanged 4% unemployment rate. Now, this will fall into the same category as I was talking about with ISM. Does it keep the narrative going of a slowing economy, but not one falling off a cliff? If we get a big jump in unemployment, that's going to worry the Fed. If we get a big drop in unemployment, then everybody's got to refigure their Fed cut scenarios. So Friday's going to be an important day, whether you're in the office or looking in from the Hamptons or the Jersey Shore or something like that.
Well, I will not be in the office, but I will be following those job report figures. Mike McKee, thank you so much. Meanwhile, we are awaiting that Trump immunity ruling from the Supreme Court. But in the meantime, we do have a decision coming from the top court, and that is that they will allow swipe fee challenge to go ahead. And that is in a blow to the regulators. So in that decision, that swipe card decision, it lets the old rules be challenged. Of course, that is the first of several decisions that we are expecting from the Supreme Court this morning. We'll bring you, of course, those as soon as we have them. But let's turn back to the markets now, because we're joined now by Megan Horniman. She is Verdant's Chief Investment Officer, joining me now. And Megan, I want to bring you a very boring stat. This comes from my producer, Dan Curtis. Basically, that if you take a look at the S&P 500, it's on average 0.3% move each day in June. That is the quietest month by that measure since the pandemic started. And when you think of that lack of volatility, is that basically just a summer slump, or does that seem like basically a coiled spring to you?
I think it has more to do with the fact that markets don't really know what to expect from the Federal Reserve. So it's been a very quiet month. There's not big trades being put on, and that's because there still is so much uncertainty on when the Fed's going to be able to come in and cut interest rates. And the other side, if you look at the fixed income market, that's also, aside from the past couple days, that's been really stuck in a range as well. So I think you're just looking at investors and market participants that aren't really sure of what direction the Fed's going to be able to do and what the economy's doing.
And so where do you stand on all of that? Of course, a lot of cross currents and the fact that we are in the middle of summer and liquidity is maybe a little bit wanting there. How are you positioned right now?
So we're a little bit cautious about the economy. That's been our bigger concern because we do think that you are seeing the economy slow pretty quickly. The consumer's been our biggest concern all year because eventually the consumer would have to start to slow spending. It just wasn't sustainable with credit card debt at a record high and rates near over 20% for credit cards. Then on the other side, we are concerned about that inflation's just going to be a bit stickier than the Fed wants or anybody investors want and how they're pricing this market. That gives the Fed less flexibility than I think these hefty valuations are showing. So with that being said, we're looking at our positions, making sure that rebalancing where necessary with some of these growth areas that have run up so much, and then sitting with extra cash on the sidelines. We do think that volatility will pick up in the second half of this year as the economy continues to slow and we start to look at what the Fed's going to be able to do. And that will present some opportunities, I think, for the long run.
Well, you touched on it a little bit, but I want to talk a little bit more about what cautious positioning looks like. It sounds like cash is your friend here. Maybe you're rebalancing out of those growth areas of the equity market. How does fixed income fit in? And when you think about quality in this market and defensiveness, for a lot of people, that means tech.
Yeah, but from a fixed income perspective, though, here's the one thing that we have concerned about fixed income, and specifically the Treasury side. In the Treasuries, there's so much supply. You know, last week, the Congressional Budget Office came out with new projections for issuance. This supply is getting scary, and this is eventually going to weigh on interest rates, which, as you mentioned, people are looking at tech as a defensive. It's not so defensive when you see volatility in the Treasury market. You're seeing that today. Tech's off today because yields are higher today. So I think that there's a risk there from not just in the fixed income market, in the long end of the Treasury curve. So we're more defensive there, hugging in that intermediate part of the curve. And from the equity side, we don't like tech right now. We think that the valuations are too elevated. It's priced in way too much of this momentum for AI. When we say defensive in equity markets, think about some of the value sectors over those cyclical growth type of sectors.
So when you say you don't like tech, does that mean you're neutral? Does that mean you're underweight? It feels like tech, I mean, to your point, valuations are quite elevated, but even still, it feels almost too big to ignore.
We have, if you look at our positioning, we're overweight value over growth. So naturally, we'll be slightly underweight the S&P 500 on a technology basis. It's kind of, when you have a value over growth tilt, you're going to be underweight technology. The valuations, I think that some of this, the frenzy around AI, eventually is going to top out. And we've seen that happen right now. I think that you're going to see, unless we get this, earnings to continue to validate this AI boom, you're going to see some volatility in these tech names. They've just run up way too far, too fast.
What would make you reassess your thinking on tech? Do you need some sort of correction there, or do you need something more substantial on sort of the narrative fundamental side?
I think it's a valuation correction. I don't think that technology, you should completely abandon it forever. I just think there's going to be opportunities where valuations will just get a little bit, I think, more realistic. And then don't forget that earnings estimates for this year and next year really haven't been downgraded. But you are talking about the economy that's slowing more than some had anticipated, but you haven't seen that in the earnings revision. So if we get earnings revisions downward, we get valuations a bit more realistic, that's when we'll look to enter into tech.
All right, Megan, sit tight for just a couple minutes. We're going to come back with you after the break. But before we get there, let's take a look at what's moving underneath these markets right now. We're going to do that with Bloomberg's Simone Foxman, and kicking off with some M&A news.
Yeah, that's right. This is Boeing's deal for Spirit AeroSystems. Of course, all of this is to address some of these manufacturing defects, especially after that piece of the fuselage blew off a plane in early January. We understand this deal is going to be worth $4.7 billion. All all-cash transaction, 30% premium to that February 29th price. That was when the two companies confirmed a merger talks. But we're also watching shares of Boeing here, in part because Bloomberg News reporting late yesterday that the DOJ is going to charge the company with criminal fraud for violating a 2021 deferred prosecution agreement. Now, the company still has to decide whether or not they want to plead guilty or whether they want to go to trial, but none of this particularly great for Boeing. That said, shares are up about 2.6% this morning.
Yeah, it's an interesting contrast there, of course. Boeing shares having actually a great Monday. Talk to me about Chewy, though, because Roaring Kitty, he appears.
Yeah, and what's interesting here, we saw shares spiking as much as close to 30% in pre-market, but now down about 4%. I mean, it all started with a tweet from Keith Gill, or a post, I suppose I should say these days, on X, of a cartoon of a dog that raised potential interest that Roaring Kitty may be taking a stake either in Chewy or in Petco. Turns out it's in Chewy. We got that filing this morning. 9 million shares. That's roughly $250 million, or 6.6% of the outstanding. You know, one interesting comment that Steve Sosnick at Interactive Brokers made is that, you know, this is a filing. This isn't just tweets and cryptic memes. But you know the best part about this story?
Tell me.
Filing boxes in this disclosure filing included I am a cat or I am not a cat.
Oh my gosh.
Of course, I am not a cat was interestingly checked.
That is interesting. A little bit more details on Keith Gill there, but even still, you see the volatility making its way through Chewy shares. And bring it home. Tell me about Birkenstock.
Yeah, this has been one of the most highly traded, high volume shares this morning, though we're seeing some of those gains come off. Last week, the shares fell 11.5%, in part because insiders, especially the private equity owner L. Catterton, filed to sell shares. But now UBS's Jay Sol upgrading this name to buy. He says the expansion of the direct-to-consumer strategy is actually going better than he anticipated. You know, the market sees some of these overhangs, especially around this growth that, you know, the Barbie movie generated. He thinks there's more important things to focus on. He says a price
So just noting the S&P 500 is making a leg down now. It's down 0.3%.
$55 a share. Citi also has actually a buy rating on this one, $65 a share. That was reinstated. So less excitement, but still a little bit of positivity for a name that's really been on a pretty good run lately. Looking at this year to date, 13.3% gains.
Yeah, and of course, another 1.5 gain today. Not too bad on a Monday. Bloomberg's Simone Foxman, thank you so much. Now, coming up, the Supreme Court is set to release the final opinions of this term. We'll preview the Trump immunity decision next. This is Bloomberg.
DOJ or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges next.
It was going to keep reading World Cup. This is a three.
As the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. From breakfast cereals to pet foods, General Mills has an iconic array of brands. But future success depends on efficiency, innovation, and insight. CFO Kofi Bruce does much more than crunch numbers.
Our first job is to intimately understand and anticipate the consumer's needs.
Watch Chief Future Officer. New season starts July 10th on Bloomberg Television.
This is Bloomberg.
Well, we're awaiting the Supreme Court ruling on former President Donald Trump's claim that he is immune from charges over attempts to overturn the 2020 election. Now, just a few minutes ago, we got the Supreme Court's decision on swipe fees, with the High Court dealing a blow to the authority of federal agencies. Joining us now from Washington is Bloomberg Balance of Power co-anchor Kayleigh Lyons. And when it comes to the immunity decision, it seems like really the heart of the matter is whether Donald Trump was acting as the president or as a private citizen.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Katie. It all comes down to what qualifies as an official act versus a private act. Donald Trump and his defense team, of course, argue that he should be immune from prosecution entirely for everything that took place while he was president. And the justices in argument did seem a bit skeptical of that argument, the idea that it would give the president essentially blanket authority to do whatever he or she would like. However, they also expressed skepticism around the idea that they should just entirely throw away Donald Trump's argument, essentially teasing the idea that they may send it back to a lower court to divvy up what is an official versus private act and potentially, therefore, drawing this process out even further. I would just remind you, Katie, that, of course, an appeals court much earlier this year rejected Donald Trump's claim. The Supreme Court then decided to take it up. They heard arguments in this case in April, and here they are on the very last day of the term, still awaiting the opinion from the court. So they have made this process quite lengthy. And, of course, whether or not Donald Trump goes to trial in the case brought against him here in Washington related to his efforts to overturn the 2020 election, it may not actually be able to do so by November, depending on how the justices ruled today. So the timing here is everything.
Yeah, that window, of course, is very, very narrow. But let's talk a little bit about the fact that we're having this conversation on July 1st. Of course, the term being extended. How rare is it to see actually the term go into July?
It's quite rare, Katie. We haven't seen this in a number of years since the COVID era, where we also saw the court take the term into July. Of course, it's only one day past the last day of June, which is the traditional deadline, but still it is a bit unusual. And I would point out it's not just the immunity case that we had to wait on until this first day of July. We're still awaiting an opinion on social media rules in Texas and Florida, whether or not they can censor or monitor content on their platform based on those state laws, or whether there is some kind of violation of free speech there. And of course, they also ruled in this swipe fees case, essentially throwing into question the statute of limitations on when government regulation could be challenged. So it's three opinions that the court has waited until the last second here on. But of course, the one with the greatest political ramification and potentially precedent setting for not just Donald Trump, but for the presidency going well into the future is this immunity case, which is why it's highly, highly consequential.
Looking now to the Fear and Greed Index, 48 out of 100, which indicates neutral, while the Crypto Fear and Greed Index is 53 out of 100, indicating a neutral as well. And so keeping an eye on the VIX at the moment as well, just seeing a spike up as volatility has increased, up around 5% at 13 points.
And when you think about political risk, not just election risk that we're dealing with, but also to all of this drama heading up to the election as well. I mean, how are you thinking about that through the lens of putting together a portfolio?
So political risk is just one of the many risks that we see in portfolios right now. The political risk goes into the election, but then also what is each candidate going to focus on in 2025? That's where things can have an impact on portfolios. Are we talking about tariffs, which may cause the Federal Reserve to have a little bit more of a thorn in their side with inflation? These are the things that we think you have to take a look at. But at the end of the day, politics is just one thing. It can be a source of volatility in the markets for many different reasons, as you mentioned, but really we're focusing on fundamentals, valuations, because whether you look at your portfolio in a very short period of time or long periods of time, like you should, these political pendulums tend to swing in all economic cycles. So we would rather look at what are the underlying fundamentals of the economy, underlying fundamentals within the sectors, the companies, and then what is the valuation? Is the downside and upside risk being balanced?
Well, it's interesting. You take a look at what the sell side is saying so far. There was a really interesting note out from the likes of Morgan Stanley, for example, saying that if we get another Trump presidency, maybe we could see a steeper yield curve. You see rate cuts getting pulled forward, and then you think about sort of the long end of the yield curve maybe being pressured higher from some of those tariff policies. Is it time to be thinking in that way? Do you think that that's a fruitful exercise to go through, thinking of the Trump trade or the Biden trade, for example?
I think it doesn't hurt to look at that. I mean, clients do have those questions a lot. What is my portfolio going to look like? But at the end of the day, it's not just necessarily who sits in the presidential seat. It's what does Congress look like too? Because there's a lot of things that we have to tackle over the next year or so, and including from the debt side. There's whether it's tax cuts, tax increases. This is all way too early to even discuss. But at the end of the day, the one thing that's on the table that needs to be addressed is what we think is the budget deficit. That can put pressure on the long end of the yield curve. So whether that's Donald Trump in office or President Biden, it doesn't matter, because when you're looking at the long end of the Treasury curve, there's just so much supply that we could see those yields rise higher.
Well, when you look down the ticket, I mean, one of the narratives out there is that markets like gridlock. Does that logic still apply in this situation?
I think so. The markets typically do like gridlock. You're not going to get there's no chance for some major surprises to go through when you have gridlock. So I do think that's good for the markets over the long run.
And let's, of course, look outside just the U.S., because we do have elections happening elsewhere in the world. Indeed, you take a look at what's going on in France right now. I mean, when you think about volatility in elections outside the U.S., how much of that matters for when you're thinking about the U.S. versus the rest of the world, and where do you fall?
I think when you look at what's going on in France, obviously that's having a much bigger impact on their markets, their local equity markets, their bond markets. You're seeing that spread between German bonds. You've seen that widen out over the recent weeks since this has been a development. It is something you can't ignore it, because in an overall diversified portfolio, you should have some international equities in there. It just is, when you look and you're well diversified, that over the long run, these things should smooth themselves out, and we'll get back to how you should value companies. And it's not necessarily just the political environment.
And Megan, before I let you go, I mean, when you look across everything that we've been talking about over the past 20 minutes, of course, the economy, the Federal Reserve, the global picture as well, what is the biggest risk out there?
I think it's inflation. I think that inflation is a bit stickier than the Fed would like it to be. And it's one thing also that's very easy to reaccelerate if the Fed or even the global central banks get too dovish. That's the biggest risk that we see.
All right, Megan, really enjoyed this conversation. Have a great week. Our thanks to Megan Hornerman. She is Verdant's Chief Investment Officer. And as promised, we do have more news from the Supreme Court, that decision that Kaylee was talking about on state social media laws, particularly when it comes to Texas and Florida. This is the Supreme Court issuing really a mixed decision on those state social media laws. It's going to send that back to the lower courts. Of course, when it comes to those state social media laws, we'll continue to follow that one, of course, as we await for the big decision, and that is the ruling on Trump's immunity. So we'll continue to follow that, but still ahead on this program, we're going to take a look at the companies making the most social buzz today in our Social Climber segment up next. This is Bloomberg.
Fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? And I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors in the world, the people that I would like to have managing my money.
The private markets in general have exploded at the expense of the public markets. Part of that's regulatory, part of that's just structural in the market. Private credit particularly exploded when the banks took a step back.
Good morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Menace Credit.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday at 5 a.m. Eastern. Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
All right, it's time now for Social Climbers. A look at the stocks making waves on social media this morning. And first up, Nike hoping cheaper kicks will give it a leg up. The sports apparel retailer is said to be rolling out a new line of sneakers that cost $100 or less. Nike, of course, got trampled last week after a dismal sales forecast. Next up, Air France is warning that the Summer Olympics will hurt its bottom line. The airline says passengers are avoiding Paris in the summer to avoid possible disruptions and high prices during the games. The French themselves are also said to be postponing their own holidays to avoid any travel chaos. And finally, here's a collab you never knew you needed. Kate Spade is teaming up with Heinz Ketchup on a limited edition collection of clothing and accessories. Now, the partnership will include tote bags made to look like ketchup package, t-shirts, keychains, and phone cases. It's condiment couture at its finest. And of course, you can follow all the latest company buzz on TREN Go on your Bloomberg terminal. Meanwhile, you take a look at markets on this first day of the second half, and it is a green day, but it's pretty quiet, just like June was. You can see the S&P 500 pretty much unchanged. Same thing if you take a look at the NASDAQ 100, and that sell-off in treasuries is continuing. The 10-year yield up about 6 basis points. Now, coming up, the Supreme Court is set to rule on Trump immunity. We'll speak to Chara Torres-Spelizzi. She is Stetson University law professor next. This is Bloomberg.
I decided to acquire Indeed 12 years ago when I was 36. I couldn't speak English, but I decided to move to the US with my family. Okay, let's study English. Let's, manage this big American company. But I could do it. Ages are just numbers. If you stay being very curious to run new things, you can keep doing that. So what we're trying to adjust is our company should be the place to maximize people's ability, people's talent, and people's passion, right? Our employees' passion. So we believe that if we can have the work.
And we do have some breaking news right now. This coming from the Supreme Court, the decision that we've been waiting for. The Supreme Court partially backs Trump on immunity. Of course, the heart of this case was whether Donald Trump is immune from criminal charges over attempts to overturn the 2020 election. We are awaiting details, but we have learned that the Supreme Court partially backs Trump on immunity. Of course, this is a case with big consequences. It's historic in nature. And what we know right now is that the Supreme Court is partially backing Trump's claims when it comes to immunity, that as president, that he is immune from criminal charges that stem from the attempts to overturn the 2020 election. Of course, the big question in this case was whether he was acting as a president or as a private decision in those events that stemmed from the 2020 election. Let's get more insight into this historic Supreme Court ruling. We're going to do that with Bloomberg Balance of Power co-host Kayleigh Lines joining us from Washington. And Kayleigh, what do we know so far?
Well, Katie, the opinion has just come down, and you're exactly right. This is a partial victory for former President Donald Trump, though not one in its entirety. The court ruling that under the constitutional a presidential candidate. This was what justices were questioning in these arguments back in April, and could, of course, have great consequence for the prosecution of Donald Trump in the case brought against him here in Washington by special counsel Jack Smith. He, of course, in that case is charged with 4 separate counts, 2 of which potentially complicated by a Supreme Court decision from last week around what constitutes obstruction, because he has been charged with obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding. But essentially what the court is doing here is ruling that Donald Trump is at least partially immune for official actions. It's going to be up to courts to actually sort through what is official and unofficial. What this all means, though, is that this is going to delay likely this case going to trial as we get closer and closer to the election in November. Joining me now with more is Bloomberg Wall Street Week host David Weston. David, of course, you also clerked at the Supreme Court. This is obviously a highly consequential ruling with not implications only for former President Trump, but all the presidents after him.
Yeah, I think, Kayleigh, you summarized it exactly right. I mean, on the one hand, the former president, Donald Trump, wanted just absolute immunity, the case to be over. That did not happen. The case will continue. At the same time, as you say, he does have immunity for official acts. The question is, what did he do that maybe was unofficial? That's going to have to be decided as a matter of fact as well as law. And at least from the oral argument, as you know, Kayleigh, President Trump's own lawyer said that probably should go back down to the district court. We have to determine that. So I think we've got some more litigation to go on. As you know, it's a heyday for the lawyers once again, Kayleigh.
Well, and the question is going to be, David, to what extent this can actually be sorted out in the process of a trial. If this is handed back down to Judge Tanya Chutkan, who is overseeing that trial in the Washington case, can actually the delineation of what is an official act versus a private act be worked out within the context of it? Or does all of that have to be sorted before the trial can formally begin?
Well, I'm speculating here, but normally the way this would work is you go down, you have pretrial motions, and there's motion practice before the district court. There may well be fact-finding. There may be some discovery about exactly what was going on behind the scenes, and then there'll be arguments, and then the court will make a ruling as to what in fact was official, what was not official, of what was alleged in the indictment, and they'll go forward, presumably.
The US dollar hits a fresh 38-year high of 161.57 versus the yen, last up 0.4% at 161.56.
And it would just extend this process even longer. That is what is also so influential about this decision, David, not only the precedent that it sets for the highest office in the country, but the idea that it's coming within the context of a presidential election cycle in which the defendant in question is running for president of the United States to take the Oval Office once more. We know that the court heard arguments in this case back in April, months ago. That was several months after it agreed to take up the case after the appeals court had rejected Donald Trump's claim of immunity. The court here has not only decided to hand it back down to courts, prolonging the process, but did so whether or not it is supposed to take politics into question, knowing that this likely would mean this does not go to trial before November.
Yeah, the Supreme Court in general, in my experience at least, tries to pride itself in not being political, sort of like the Federal Reserve Board says we really don't pay attention to that. We just take them as they come, make the decisions. But it's not just, of course, that he's running for president, but it's entirely possible he will become president again. And if that were to happen, he would presumably have the authority to stop the prosecution from going forward. I think that's a key element here, given how much delay is likely to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking through the opinion here, David, to get to the dissent, one of which is authored with Justice Sonia Sotomayor, who says, today's decision to grant former presidents criminal immunity reshapes the institution of the presidency. They say it makes a mockery of the principle foundational to our Constitution and system of government that no man is above the law. That's ultimately really what the court was deciding here, whether, in fact, at least in some cases, when acting in an official capacity, the president is above the law.
Well, that's one way to characterize it, and obviously the dissent would put it that way. If I can present the argument on the other side that was presented to the Supreme Court, it was that if you allow former presidents to be indicted for anything they did in office, it will really curtail the ability of the current president to exercise their discretion, that you have to be very careful. And this is why we have immunity of all sorts. I mean, immunity for police officers, for example, so that they're not too limited in how they exercise their discretion. So that would be the countervailing value. Certainly, we want no person to be above the law, including the President of the United States. That was decided in the United States versus Nixon, actually, with the Nixon tapes. That's been a bedrock principle. But on the other hand, you have to consider, on the other hand, could you be curtailing the ability of a president to exercise his discretion and do what he should be doing in his job?
Well, David, I'm so glad you brought up the Nixon tapes. That was, of course, the Watergate case in which I believe it took the Supreme Court only a matter of weeks to actually come down with an opinion, not months, as we have seen in this case. And I'm pleased to say a former Watergate prosecutor is joining us now. Nick Ackerman is with us. Nick, welcome to Bloomberg. Thank you so much for being with us on what is a historic day. I know you've probably only had a matter of minutes to read this opinion, but your initial reaction, please, to the court granting Donald Trump at least partial immunity for his official acts.
I think the bottom line is this decision is really meaningless in a lot of ways. None of the acts that are alleged in that indictment are official acts of the President of the United States. He's alleged essentially to get involved in the presidential election, to try and overturn it, trying to do things that have nothing to do with his powers under the U.S. Constitution. Coming up with fake electors to put before Congress, trying to get his vice president to throw the election to him by using phony electors, trying to put the attorney general in a position to send out a fraudulent letter to battleground states, telling them that there was fraud in the election when there wasn't, that he was spreading the big lie that there was a fraud in the election. None of this is an official act of the President of the United States. Filing false statements with a federal court about there being election fraud is not an official act of the President of the United States. What really irks me about this opinion is that you could just look at the indictment and understand that everything that alleged here has nothing to do with his official acts. This is no different than what President Nixon did in Watergate when he directed his aides to call the FBI, to call the CIA, to call the FBI to tell them to stop the Watergate investigation. Sure, that was official that he was having his aides do this, but this was not something that is under his authority as president to undermine the justice system. It's not Donald Trump's authority as president to try and undermine a presidential election and the peaceful transfer of power.
Well, Nick, as we consider the peaceful transfer of power question, of course, keeping in mind that all of this goes back to actions taken around efforts to overturn the 2020 election and the events of January 6, 2021, it's also worth keeping in mind that while we got this opinion from the court today, we got another consequential opinion from the court last week on January 6 defendants, at least limiting the use of the Enron doctrine, what could eventually be obstruction of an official proceeding. They've sided with that defendant, which has potential consequence, not just for him, but for Donald Trump himself in this case. How should we consider that opinion together with the opinion we have got today and what it will mean for this case moving forward?
Well, like a couple things. First of all, the obstruction count that the Supreme Court dealt with last week would not in any way undermine the allegations against Donald Trump. What the court found was, and I totally think this was off base, was that because it was passed after the Enron scandal and in response to the Enron scandal, it has to do with falsifying evidence. Well, in this particular indictment against Donald Trump with respect to the January 6th matter, it does allege that he came up with phony documents, namely the documentation underpinning the phony electors. So in a sense, the decision last week really is not going to have any impact on this case against Donald Trump. Secondly, it just seems to me that what the court did for a Supreme Court that has been so emphasizing history and what has gone on in the past, what they completely overlooked, and which Justice Barrett basically decided in her dissent, was that there was a history here with the initial obstruction statute, Section 1503, that was the only statute that was out there during Watergate. And there were holes in that statute, one of which was an obstruction on Congress. And that was what this statute was intended to cover. So, in a way, it was a bad decision, but it's not going to affect the indictment against Donald Trump.
So, Nick, I want to come back to what you said and agree with part of it and also question part of it. On the one hand, you're right that there are certain allegations made in the indictment that even Trump's counsel in the Supreme Court conceded would be, at that point, they were talking about private acts, that is, putting up fake electors, for example, or knowingly certifying improperly the election. At the same time, I've only gotten a chance to read the head notes. As you know, as a lawyer, that's not the way to do this. But I read the head notes. The Supreme Court really specifically went through some that said those things are official acts that are alleged in the indictments. There are others that I think they said were more troublesome. So in fairness to the Supreme Court, they did go through the indictment and they drew a difference between those two, and they found some things that are official. Do you just think Chief Justice Roberts was wrong?
I don't see how he could possibly be right based on the allegations in that indictment. Everything that Donald Trump did was getting himself involved in trying to undermine the election. He was, for example, in Georgia. He has no constitutional authority to do anything in Georgia with respect to their election in terms of coming up with who their electors will be. That is not the job of the president. Being involved in his own election is a very personal matter. None of this did he have the right to do except to file various court actions, all of which he lost, some 60 some odd court actions that he lost. I don't see how just based on this indictment, somebody can't go through and say each one of these was a personal matter, all intended to benefit Donald Trump, to undermine the election knowingly and willfully, and he knew that what he was saying was all a big lie straight through. I don't see that this is going to be a very difficult matter for Judge Chutkan to look at and decide that all of these matters that are alleged in that indictment are not official acts.
Do you expect, Nick, that Judge Chutkan can do that within the context of a trial already underway? Is this something that can be sorted out within those proceedings, or will everything need to be complete before she can actually set a trial date, keeping in mind she's told the parties they will have 3 months to prepare for trial?
Well, first of all, I haven't read the opinion, so I don't know what the Supreme Court has directed her to do. But certainly the only way to do this is to actually take in the evidence, get proffers on the evidence from the government, and then to make a determination on the actual evidence. An indictment is just allegations. So what you really need here is some kind of indication of what that evidence is, and to have that evidence before the court. So I think you're right. In some ways, you can't really make a decision on this until you put that evidence out there, or at least get a proffer from the government as to what is backing up that evidence. So, yes, I think this gets a little complicated. On the other hand, I have not read that opinion, so I'm not exactly sure what the Supreme Court expects under these circumstances, whereas in any case with an indictment, you only have allegations.
So Nick, this has been very helpful to me, actually, listening to you about this, but correct me if I'm wrong, I think what you're saying is you don't disagree with what the principles the Supreme Court laid out, that is to official versus unofficial. You just think it's a really easy case, and when it goes back to the district court, it won't take them very long to resolve it.
Yeah, it's a really easy case, but what really bothers me here is that what they've done is they've played into Donald Trump's ploy of delay, delay, delay. There was no reason for the Supreme Court to have listened and decided this case in the first instance. They could have done this on an actual evidentiary record that would have taken place before Judge Chutkan. Then you would have had real facts to rule on. And here, like I said before, an indictment is not evidence. It's simply a listing of allegations. And so the idea that somehow you have to get that evidence out before you even put it before a jury, or even put it out so that the defense gets a second crack at the evidence when it actually goes to the jury, is contrary to how our system works.
Is there anything in the way of Judge Chutkan getting this resolved pretty quickly?
I don't see it. I mean, I know she said 3 months, but this is a pretty simple case. It's one defendant. I know judges in the Southern District of New York that would have put this to trial in 30 days. So I think it's ready to go to trial. It's a question of how quickly this whole issue about official acts can be decided. To me, it's a no-brainer. Just read the indictment. And certainly the government can back up those allegations with very specific evidence, much of which has already been presented to the public in the January 6th committee hearings.
Well, fair point. And Nick, of course, we're viewing this through the lens of what the implications are for Donald Trump, who has weighed in on this now, posting on Truth Social that this is a, quote, big win for our Constitution and democracy, proud to be an American. But obviously, Nick, this goes well beyond just Donald Trump. The court is finding here that under the system of separated powers, and I'm reading from the opinion drafted by Chief Justice Roberts, the president may not be prosecuted for exercising his core constitutional powers. What does this mean about how those powers of the president may look different going forward?
I don't think it makes any difference at all. Look, we've only had this problem arise twice in our history. It was with Richard Nixon and now with Donald Trump. I mean, even the other scandals that we had in the past, like the Teapot Dome scandal, the president wasn't involved in that. It was one of his cabinet members. This is such a rare instance for any kind of president to be accused of actually committing a crime. This is extremely rare. Every single president we've had has been above board, has never been involved in criminal activity like these two presidents. There was no reason to have this opinion and delay this case till after the election. I mean, that is effectively what may have happened here. Again, I haven't read the opinion, and it may be that Judge Chutkan can cut through this pretty quickly. But it's outrageous that so much time has gone by simply to state a principle that a president who's exercising his normal constitutional powers cannot be prosecuted for a crime. There is nothing extraordinary about that principle or about that rule.
Nick, I wonder, as somebody with prosecutorial experience, is there anything that the special counsel could have done to bring this case more narrowly to avoid this problem?
I don't see it. I mean, everything they had in here essentially alleged a overall plan, starting with the big lie that Trump lost the election, that there was fraud in the election, that there were dead people that voted, et cetera, et cetera. All of that surrounded all of the different acts that Donald Trump took. They're all alleged in the indictment. What the special counsel did do was to try and get this to the Supreme Court immediately, bypassing the circuit court, just like we did in the Watergate case with the tapes argument, which the Supreme Court then did accept. I mean, the whole thing just to me feels a lot more political than it did back in 1974, when you had members of the Supreme Court who were appointed by Richard Nixon, who basically came down on the side of the special counsel and against Richard Nixon, whereas here the feel is that these Supreme Court justices that were appointed by Donald Trump did everything they could to buy into his delay strategy.
Well, and of course, it was the 6 conservative justices that ruled this way. It was the 3 liberal justices who dissented. I read earlier, Nick, from the dissent drafted by Sotomayor, who reads in part at the very end, never in the history of our republic has a president had reason to believe he would be immune from criminal prosecution if he used the trappings of his office to violate the criminal law. She ends her words with fear for our democracy, I dissent. In our final minute here, Nick, how does this make you feel about the state of American democracy in these 3 branches of government?
Not great. I'm not feeling good about the Supreme Court. Between what we know about 2 of those members who should have recused themselves on this decision, and how this came out and how this was dragged out, I'm really not feeling good about the state of our democracy. Compared to what happened back in 1974 with a Supreme Court that was appointed mainly by Republican presidents.
All right, Nick Ackerman, former Watergate prosecutor. It is great to get your perspective on this historic day, a day in which, of course, the Supreme Court has said that Donald Trump does have partial immunity for official acts, effectively delaying his trial here in Washington. And David Weston, host of Wall Street Week, joining me as we break this historic news. It is quite a day in American history with a precedent set for many presidents to come. And with that, Katie Greifeld, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Kaylee Lyons, thank you so much for that coverage. And of course, Kaylee Lyons is Bloomberg Balance of Power co-host in Washington, and there's much more coverage ahead with Balance of Power today at noon Eastern Time. This is Bloomberg.
By 2030, over half of passenger cars sold in the U.S. will be electric. But for EV adoption to increase further, costs need to come down a lot. Today's connected factories can play a similar role in making EVs more affordable. With the Next Level network from AT&T Business, manufacturing leaders are using reliable and secure connectivity to create the assembly line of tomorrow, so we can all drive toward a sustainable future.
We used to say that every company needs to think about becoming a software company. Now we say that every company needs to become an intelligent software company.
Context changes everything. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With the surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
And the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays, only on Bloomberg.
DOJ or other authorities
could face bigger challenges next.
It was going to keep Green World Cup.
This is a 3 as the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
And of course, we are digesting that decision from the High Court, the U.S. Supreme Court ruling that Donald Trump has some immunity from criminal charges for trying to reverse the 2020 election results. Of course, we are keeping an eye on these markets as well. On the first trading day of the second half, let's get some context with Abigail Doolittle.
We're starting off with just a little bit of a bearish tone, Katie, or maybe a mixed tone. We'll be taking a look at some of the other indexes in a moment, but you can see the NASDAQ 100 here. The futures overnight had been primarily higher, a nice gain up 0.4%, and then right around the time of the eco data, the ISM that came out that was just a little bit below expectations, manufacturing, we've seen a bit of a plunge, which was ironic. I guess it had to do with yields going higher, but it's ironic that yields went higher as that eco data came in a little bit light. Net right now, we're looking at a 0.3% decline at the lows, down more than that, so some intraday volatility. As for the S&P 500, the last time I looked, it was still higher, but now down 0.2%. And the big culprit here, one of them, I should say, is NVIDIA. NVIDIA down 1.6%, firmly in correction territory, but off of its lows. At the lows, down more than 2%. A lot of this having to do with the perception that maybe too far, too fast, take some chips off the table. Ahead of this correction, the stock had been up 180% year to date based on some of the phenomenal quarters and guides that they've put up around AI. Also very interesting, and this is the true culprit in terms of stocks being pressured, I would guess. We have yields going higher, the 10-year yield up 8 basis points, close to a 450, and that is helping out the Bloomberg Dollar Index, also pressing on stocks. As for NVIDIA, because it is the third biggest weighting to the S&P 500, and from a sentiment standpoint, here's a 3-month chart, and it's really interesting. So this is the 100-day moving average. On the last quarter, you can see, as often happens when they put up a good quarter, gapped higher. Sometimes these are breakaway gaps that don't fill, but now we're looking at a possible topping pattern here. If below 108, we are very likely to see that gap fill to take NVIDIA closer to that 100-day moving average, or let's just call it, this is below that level, but let's call it 90 or so. If that happens as the third biggest weighting to the S&P 500, again, sentiment, that could be an interesting move potentially during this month of July, earnings, and of course, the Fed. As for some other movers on the day, Tesla up 5% ahead of its EV delivery for the second quarter announcement tomorrow. Coinbase higher with Bitcoin up 3%. Meta, on the other hand, there are some EU concerns, down 1.7%. And then Chewy, this is a really interesting one, Katie, in the pre-market up more than 30% on the disclosure of a 6.6% stake, passive stake by Keith Gill, also known as Roaring Kitty. But now shares have actually reversed and are down about 3.9%.
All right, Abigail Doolittle, thank you so much. Of course, a lot of movement under the surface, even though it seems like the indexes are a little bit boring right now. That's really been the story of the past several months as well. Now, coming up, the CEO of Turo joins Bloomberg TV at 11:30 a.m. New York time. But that does it for Bloomberg Markets. I'm Katie Greifeld, and this is Bloomberg.
The all-new Tempur-Pedic Adapt mattress was designed to help make aches and pains a thing of the past, because only Tempur material eases your pressure points in a way no other mattress can. Tempur-Pedic, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased online by J.D. Power.
CEO right after a vacation than I am before vacation.
Where innovation, money, and power collide in Silicon Valley and beyond. This is Bloomberg Technology with Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow.
I'm Caroline Hyde at Bloomberg's World Headquarters in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Coming up, we bring you the latest in markets as NVIDIA struggles. We're going to talk macro and micro with Nancy Curtin from LT Tiedemann Global.
Plus, we have the latest from Washington as the Supreme Court sends social media laws back to lower courts.
And Qualcomm has become the new front-of-shirt sponsor for Manchester United. Are chips the new crypto? We discuss that and so much more throughout the hour, but first we check in on these markets. And we're struggling for direction, I think, can be what's really the read across. We start the new half of the year, and we're up about 0.1% on the Nasdaq more broadly, but it seems to be the bond market that's dictating some of that caution in the equity market. Yields push higher, some 8 basis points. Read that what you will. Is that caution as to what's happening over in Europe? Is it worries about what's happening in the United States in terms of ultimately fiscal spending coming with whoever runs the country post-November? And I think also what's happening, though, is the political risk, actually a bit of a relief over in France. The CAC 40 rising more than a percentage point, as we do see perhaps a push to curtail what might be the most right-winger policies that could be enacted over in France as many rush to see what happens in the second round of voting. We look at the economic effect, not the political. Let's have a look at what's happening in terms of crypto, though, because the risk asset of choice here on the Technology Show, we're up 1.4%, 62,755. A bit of a risk-on attitude when it comes to Bitcoin, Ed, but way off our highs of previous. What are you watching on the micro?
There's a lot going on throughout the hour. Let's start with NVIDIA. A headline hit just before we came on air from Reuters, citing anonymous sources that French antitrust regulators are getting ready to charge NVIDIA over anti-competitive practices. You'll remember in September, those dawn raids in NVIDIA's French offices or facilities. We'll continue to track it. I'd point out the stock is off session lows, and broadly speaking, chip stocks are lower anyway. There's been some selling across the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, but we'll continue to monitor that one. Tesla's going to give us second quarter delivery numbers at some point in the next 24 to 48 hours. We'll go to Craig Trudell and preview those. And then there's the Qualcomm Manchester United front-of-shirt sponsorship tie-up. It says Snapdragon, and we'll show it to you later on. By the way, it's July 1st, so happy third quarter to you, Caroline. Happy second half of the year. We got a data guy at Bloomberg Technology, Terrell Holt, and he's put together this fantastic chart. This is the S&P 500, and at the start of the year, the first half of 24, the S&P 500 is up about 14%, right? So he went back and crunched the numbers. Where the S&P 500 has risen by double digits in the first half of the year, more often than not, it's gone on to have some pretty big gains in the second half of the year. So that's kind of the question, right? What happens next as we enter this second half of 2024? This chart, based on history, would indicate we continue to climb higher. Do we? Who knows?
Well, there's someone who might well know, or at least can align our bets a little bit clearer. Nancy Curtin, Global CIO for LT Tiedemann Global, which manages $70 billion in assets. And Nancy, you're such a voice for us when it comes to artificial intelligence, whether it's hype or reality. And I'm interested as to whether you think the second half will bode well if you're long some of these names like NVIDIA and the chip stocks.
Well, look, trees don't grow to the sky, so we need to recognize that these stocks have run a lot already. Having said that, you know, NVIDIA's got a lot of its sleeve in terms of new product development, right? We've got Blackwell coming on in 2025. We've got Rubin thereafter. And so there's quite a lot of product development. NVIDIA does enjoy a competitive moat in both software and hardware. And I think we're just beginning of the purchase of these GPU chips from governments and other sectors sectors like healthcare, the automotive sector. So look, at the end of the day, when a stock has risen 150%, there can always be a pullback. But I would say we're still pretty early innings here on the NVIDIA story.
Nancy, we've done a lot on the show of late about how difficult it is, particularly for the sell side, to forecast top-line growth. You talked about Blackwell coming online. But you're in the camp of people that says Gen AI is going to change everything, but it's not yet priced in. Which sectors is it not yet priced in for? Where is that not yet being reflected?
Well, I think given what we've seen in the first quarter and the second quarter, in particular the United States, the second quarter all led by the Magnificent Five, so to speak. You know, Apple and Tesla obviously lagged a bit, but it was tech, and tech. And so I would say that Gen AI has been priced in to a certain extent to those stocks. They certainly are recognized as Gen AI beneficiaries. But I think the interesting thing is, Gen AI is value added across every sector of the economy, or at least that's what we think. And therefore, looking ahead, we think Gen AI and its implications for innovation, cost savings, productivity improvements in other parts of the economy is not yet priced in. And in any event, our view is that earnings growth will broaden and deepen as the year progresses. It's still about tech in the second quarter, by the way, but as the year progresses, and we think that will lead to a broadening in market participation. So actually, many of our managers, remember, we're open architecture at Alti Tiedemann, have been reducing technology to the benefit to other sectors of the economy that will over time benefit from Gen AI, but also we think we'll see an acceleration in earnings growth as the year progresses, and frankly, trade on a more attractive valuation.
Really important when it comes to publicly traded equities, Nancy. But what's so great about you is we can go cross-asset as well, and to private assets and to non-public companies. It's interesting, we recently had Yama Crossing Capital Advisors head on recently, who've done a partnership with Alti Tiedemann to look at, well, private companies from an equity perspective, but you're looking at it from a debt perspective as well. Where should one be allocating into technology or more broadly?
So in technology and more broadly, let's just take private credit by way of example. We think private credit is super interesting because there's a retrenchment happening on the part of the banks. Now, you all saw the stress test last week. Banks need more capital. Basel III will be punitive in terms of ongoing capital requirements. There's mark-to-market pressures on bank balance sheets. And of course, small to medium-sized banks, commercial banks that have very high exposure to the commercial real estate sector have been withdrawing from lending, not to mention funding costs going up. Okay, so what's happening here? Banks are retrenching from lending, but marquee credit names are coming in and filling the void. We initially invested in what I'll call private lending, direct lending strategies. More recently, we're evolving and moving into what I call asset-backed lending strategies. Again, these are kind of almost investment grade, or in another name, investment grade, senior secured, high up in the capital structure, and direct lending is about a 2% premium to high yield, whereas asset-backed lending is about a 4% premium to high yield. And by the way, these are being offered to wealth channels in sort of semi-liquid form, so it's not hugely illiquid, and that's important as well.
Nancy, how is a presidential election in the United States going to impact the technology sector?
Wow. Well, the presidential election in the United States got rather entertaining last Thursday in a sort of cringe way, dare I say. We've got a long way to go here.
US Treasury yields extend rise. 10-year yield hits fresh 1-month high, last up 13.8 basis points at 4.481%.
Remain strong. Neither candidate is anti-tech. They both recognize this is a significant competitive advantage to the United States. I don't see IRA or the CHIPS Act being rolled back under either candidate, clearly not if President Biden wins. And these are all important supports for the tech sector. That, in addition to the fact that these technology companies, are spending huge amounts on Gen AI, $200 billion, the 4 largest tech companies. Of course, their CapEx is NVIDIA's revenue. And so we think that continues irrespective of who wins the election. This is a sector that's not really impacted by the election. This is a real secular trend here.
Nancy Curtin of LTT Global. Just incredible breadth of conversation. Thank you. Let's turn back to some of the breaking news that happened out of Washington in the last hour. The Supreme Court out with multiple decisions this morning, but let's start with the ruling on immunity for former President Trump. Joining us from D.C., Bloomberg's Kaylee Lines. Wow, you had to process a lot of information in a very short period of time. The immunity decision, please.
Well, the immunity decision is a partial win for Donald Trump and a partial loss. Essentially, what the Supreme Court has ruled is that Donald Trump is immune from prosecution for official acts that he took while in office, not, though, for unofficial acts. And this court, in a 6-3 ruling, the conservatives ruling in the majority, the liberal justices dissenting, has essentially set this now down to lower court, specifically Judge Tanya Chutkan, who is overseeing this case brought against him here in Washington related to 2020 election subversion. It will be up to that lower court to decide what is an official and unofficial act within these 4 counts that Donald Trump has been indicted with. Effectively, what this accomplishes is not only setting a precedent for all future presidents of the United States, as this is not just about Donald Trump, but about presidential authority broadly. It also, though, effectively makes sure that this case will not go to trial for Donald Trump before the election in November. Judge Chutkan has said that the parties will have at least 3 months to prepare for a trial. And of course, all of this official versus unofficial matter will have to be sorted out as well. So effectively, this does provide a win to Donald Trump in delaying that trial to the point where it likely will not happen before voters make their choice between Donald Trump and Joe Biden in November. Donald Trump, of course, has spoken on this today. He calls it a big win for our Constitution and democracy. And said on True Social, he is proud to be an American.
Kaylee, you're busy. The lower courts are busy. The lower courts are going to be busy thinking about social media as well. New laws that wanted to be put in place in Texas and Florida go back there too.
Yeah, this is an interesting and complicated opinion that the court also handed down today related to these laws that both Texas and Florida as states have put into place, restricting social media companies' ability to restrict content on their platform. Essentially, what the court has ruled for is that those courts need to have their cases thrown out and relook at the First Amendment question here, which, of course, is really the crux of this case. What does and does not violate the First Amendment rights given by the U.S. Constitution? So they're effectively kicking the can back down, not making a decisive ruling, just as they did similarly in a separate social media case ruling earlier this term, in which they essentially handed a win to the Biden administration, not restricting its ability to communicate with social media platforms about content that should be taken down. But in that decision, while it was a win for the administration, they just said that the defendants who brought the case lacked the legal standing to do so. So both in this case today and that other social media related case, they aren't actually ruling on the merits, on that key First Amendment question and what crosses the line as you're trying to combat misinformation but also don't want to restrict the right to free speech. The court hasn't ruled on those things. It's just telling other courts they need to do so again.
Kaylee Lines, you always break it down so eloquently. Thank you. A lot to digest there. We appreciate it. Meanwhile, coming up, we're going to be turning our attention to the sharing of your cars. Andre Haddad's been at it for a while, CEO of Turo. He's got an outlook on the travel industry and his company's latest product updates. Ed, what have you got?
Some quick breaking news. CDK, which is the software platform that supports car or auto dealers, has issued a statement saying it sees its systems being restored by early July 4th. This is the platform that is front and back office for car dealers that was subject to a hack. Really important. July 4th is a key sales period in the United States for cars, alongside with Memorial Day, Labor Day. So that's the update. The systems will be restored by July 4th, and that's what we're watching. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Get up to $10,000 in cash bonuses when you start trading Forex with TastyFX.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear a rhythm in the markets. The markets compose their own tunes, and once you learn to listen for them, you'll catch yourself humming along.
our principles, our policies in support of the Palestinian people will never change. Our policy in having a two-state solution will never change, and nothing will compromise it. And as long as we are, having the capability to be helpful, we will do it. We did that between Afghanistan, between Taliban and the US. We did that between different parties in Lebanon, in Sudan, and others. And that's basically the core of our foreign policy. It's been built based on mediation, on trying to help in resolving conflicts between the party. There are countries or people might not like it, but we don't ask everyone to like it, just to understand it.
Fed bids for 6-month bills total $4.3 billion, and Fed bids for 3-month bills total $4.5 billion.
This is Bloomberg.
Let's talk about technology, travel, and the transportation industry and how Turo is trying to disrupt it. The company recently shared over 70 product updates, aiming to make the rental car experience smoother for consumers. Here with more, Turo CEO Andre Haddad. So, normally, you would say, I'm going to go to a certain place, and I know the date I'm going, and then I'm going to try and book a rental car. You've decided one of the things you want to change is that process. You want to pick the car and then work out the location and date later. Just explain how that's going to work in practice.
First of all, thanks for having me on the show. We're very excited about what we're calling our limitless search capabilities. Just to give you a bit of context, the business has grown quite a bit over the last few years, and now we have over 370,000 active listings across 1,600 makes and models. And many of our customers have been asking us, well, it's great that we can search by destination and date as if I am already keen on going on a trip and I know what my dates are, I know my destination. But I'd like you to show me all the great cars that you've got.
So it's more experiential. It's
more
this idea you might want to take a luxury car,
exactly,
or try an EV for the first time,
exactly,
something like that.
Exactly. So, now we've reached a critical mass in all of our markets that we thought this is the moment in time when we can launch this capability. So now if you're looking to, experience that Cybertruck, or if you want to, maybe test drive a Rivian before you buy it, you can actually find all of these Cybertrucks and Rivians across the country, and then you can decide where to go in order to do that.
It's interesting that you bring up Cybertruck, and it's interesting that at this moment you're also putting out a note.
Oil futures extend gains, US crude up by $1 a barrel.
Looks like. And you've really articulated how Turo has been through the highs and the lows of the macro headwinds of COVID, of then everyone wanting to get back into revenge spending. We're also now looking at, ultimately, robo-taxis. How will Turo still survive that pivot in the future?
You're right, Carolyn. It's been quite the roller coaster the last few years for travel and transportation. COVID hit in 2020. Then, of course, there was the collapse of big rental in 2020-21, the return of travel, the revenge travel. But also, the automotive industry has been changing quite a bit over the last few years. Yeah. And as you know, there's been tremendous inflation and the costs of car ownership and car insurance recently. So within that roller coaster of a ride over the last 3 years, we're very pleased with our performance as a company. We've increased our revenue by over 400%, from $150 million in 2020 to $880 million in 2023. We've increased the reach of our community of hosts and guests, so we're very pleased with our performance. But it's not the end of the disruption. The disruption continues in the space, and we're very excited to be part of this new class of companies that are helping evolve the transportation and travel industries. We think actually autonomy is a great thing for the industry. We see the future where we have a lot of these, ride-hailing short trips being delivered by autonomous services. Our business is much more related to much longer trips, Our users tend to book a car for 4.5 days on average, and they drive almost 200 miles a day. So this is a segment that is, I think, independent of the evolution of robo-taxis.
If you look at third-party data, are the bigger player of 2, maybe 3, get around. There are some others out there. You've just talked about how much your business has ramped up. So as is tradition on Bloomberg Technology, when a founder CEO comes in, how's going public going, and when's it going to happen?
I thought we were going to talk more about the 70 product releases today.
We talked about one of the 70 in quite a lot of detail, but
yeah,
it all points to the idea you've got momentum, and there's a lot of interest in you guys for that reason as well.
Yes, we're ready to go public. Our S1 is ready. We've updated it a few times already, as you know, over the last few years. But as you know, the financial markets have not been very keen on IPOs over the last couple of years. So as soon as that changes, I think we're going to be ready.
Andre Haddad, Turo CEO. As you know, I've been a user of Turo, not just in the United States, elsewhere as
well. At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
Maybe we'll try out next. Thank you for coming on the program. Now, coming up, we're going to bring you
the US sells $73 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield 5.235%, and a prior bid cover of 2.85. And the US also sells $70 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 5.14%, and a prior bid cover of 3.16.
Has offered to buy out the other shareholders of Millicom International in a deal valuing the LATAM carrier at about $4.1 billion. $24 a share. We're currently at 24.5. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Krennic.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday at 5 a.m. Eastern. Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Hong Kong time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's time for Talking Tech, and first up, Bridgewater turns to machine learning. The hedge fund giant is set to debut a new fund that will use AI as the primary basis of its decision-making. According to sources, the fund will debut with $2 billion of capital starting today and will utilize models developed by OpenAI, Anthropic, and Perplexity, among others. Plus, Japan's H3 rocket takes flight again. The Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency saw a successful launch which carried a satellite toward low Earth orbit. It's the second launch for the H3 this year with no crew on board. The flight comes after numerous blunders and delays for the agency, including an explosion of its smaller Epsilon rocket in 2022. And Amazon calls from an AI startup. The online retailer has hired top executives and employees from Adept AI Labs in a move that bolsters the development of an advanced version of AI that can think like a human. According to a memo provided to Bloomberg, Amazon will use Adept's tech to develop products that help automate software workflows. Caroline.
Well, these acqui-hires are interesting. Meanwhile, look, let's go to France, because following months-long battle over the future of the French IT firm Atos, it is once hailed as the rising star of the country's tech industry. Well, now creditors are set to take control of the company. Joining us is Bloomberg's Irene Garcia Perez. And you really look at the company from a distressed debt perspective.
That's correct.
Boy, was it distressed. And now creditors are the ones that are going to be the savior.
That's right. It's been a months-long negotiation. The company started to discuss the situation with creditors in February. And we're nearing, it's July already, and we finally have an agreement in principle. And now it's about other creditors joining this deal.
You know, Rene, later in the show, we're going to talk about UEFA Euro 2024, of which Atos is the official IT partner and one of its main sponsors. We were reflecting off air that, this has been a wild battle. It's been a really difficult and ongoing situation. Even our producer, John Hyland, was like, when does this end? You know, we've been covering
At
this for a
11:30
while.
a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $73 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield 5.235%, and a prior bid cover of 2.85. And the US sells $70 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 5.14%, and a prior bid cover of 3.16.
An accelerated safeguard, which allows the company to cram down dissenting creditors, if there were any, and get the deal approved. And that should happen by the end of the year.
Looking at the deal, equity, zilch, zero, goes to nothing. 2.9 billion euros of loans and bonds are turned into equity, 1.68 billion euros of new debt, injecting 233 million in new equity, we understand, and perhaps looking at the deal to sell part of Atos to the French government.
Yes, exactly. So here the main argument is that creditors like the company a lot, and they argue that, well, they will sell it to the French government if it makes sense. Otherwise, they're happy to keep it. They don't have any intention to move the headquarters from France. It will still be a French company, even if the revenue, actually 90% of it, is outside of France. But they plan to, stick to it being a French company. And that's one of the things of the Kretinsky offer they didn't like. They didn't want to split the company. So, the plan for them is we will send operations if it makes sense. Otherwise, we're happy to keep it together.
That was Irene Garcia Perez walking us through what has been a long fought-out battle. Still some T's to cross, I's to dot. Coming up, Tesla expected to report another quarter of weak sales. More on that next. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Well, I think what's happening is we're starting to bring realism into the discussion. I mean, I think understanding the global energy system, the scale of that system, the important role that it plays in everybody's life around the world, and then thinking something that's been built over 150 years, trillions and trillions of dollars of investments that's playing such a critical role in the economies around the world, how you transition out of that system. And I would say transition from a higher carbon emission system to a lower carbon emission system. We started out with a very narrow solution set focused on wind and solar and EVs, and assumed or aspired that that would address the total set of the issues, and it doesn't. We need to be more realistic around, to Patrick's point, there are a lot of solutions that are going to be required. We should stay focused on the problem statement, which is emissions, and reducing those emissions, and less focused on exactly how to achieve that, and let every company, every sector, all technologies compete.
Shortly expecting results of the 3- and 6-month bill auctions.
To reduce those emissions, and we will make progress much faster, which will mean making today's
So according to a
system
state news
more,
agency, Saudi's energy
emissions
minister
while
announces
we
the
introduce
discoveries
new
of multiple
systems that
oil
have
and gas
lower
fields.
emissions, and then with time, you will transition and we'll make progress.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Technology. Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Caroline Hyde in New York. Let's get a quick check on these markets because we're being whipsawed by, well, political angst, whether it's in France, whether it's in the United States, and yields have been pushing higher. But notably, actually, the Nasdaq has found some resilience today in the face of yields pushing up some 8 basis points in the 10-year. Nasdaq 100 up about 1/10% to start off the beginning of the new second half of the year, and we're up just 1/10%. But remember, we're selling off on Friday. We've got the CAC 40 up 1.3% as we close trade in Europe. We are seeing some signs of, well, relief post the first round of voting that happened in France and trying to understand whether or not we'll see some of the more significant right policies come into act. We're currently up 1.3%. The euro also just a little bit stronger versus the US dollar. The dollar picked up steam, though, perhaps on some of the political anxiety here in the United States. Move on and look at some of the individual movers that we're looking at on the day, Ed. I want to shine a light on NVIDIA. I mean, what a topsy-turvy day for the chip maker. We were down some 2%. We were dragging on the big benchmarks. Now we're currently up about 0.3%, even as we get a Reuters report saying that maybe we're getting near an antitrust charge coming from France. We're currently, though, still managing to be resilient on this particular chip name. I'm looking at Chewy now off by 5.9%. Again, a roller coaster ride for this particular name. Online, if you're going to be getting into your food for your pets, but this is all about Keith Gill. This is about Roaring Kitty. This is about Ryan Cohen not only being the leader of GameStop, but is the co-founder of Chewy. And now it looks as though we've got a big open interest, a big long coming from Keith Gill. But it's not enough to stabilize the stock on the longer term. I'm looking at BYD. I'm looking at the American depository receipts for this Chinese car maker. Bloomberg News getting the data that basically we've seen once again some record sales coming from this particular company, hybrid and indeed EVs doing very well. Why? Price cuts were up some 0.8%. But you're looking at EVs a little bit more, Ed.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at Tesla. It's up 6% in the session, which kind of came out of nowhere. That's its 5th straight day of gains, which unbelievably is its best winning streak in almost a year. The company is expected to post a drop in quarterly deliveries, its 2nd consecutive quarterly decline. Bloomberg's Craig Trudell, our global cars editor, joins us out of London. And I'm looking at the markets like
3-month bill high yield 5.24%, 5.24%. Bid to cover ratio 2.76, 2.76. The US sells $78 billion in 3-month bills and awards 47.45% of bids at high. And a 6-month bill high yield 5.115%, 5.115%. Bid to cover ratio 2.99, 2.99. The US sells $74 billion in 6-month bills and awards 24.73% of bids at high.
Just one analyst after another has come out with a report, dialing back their expectations for this quarter's deliveries. We do see, monthly wholesales data out of China that has not been strong for Tesla in the first couple months of this quarter. So I think, the likelihood of a surprise, last month that sort of rescues the quarter for the company seems fairly remote. So, it really is a head scratcher. I think, beyond just the the sort of presence of ebullience among retail investors, maybe just also looking ahead to the robo-taxi that's coming out and that unveiling in August.
It does feel like investors are wanting to go more long-term viewpoint on this stock because the medium to short term is looking pretty ugly, Craig, and we're running out of excuses. You've got a great story out from the team really talking about 441,000 EVs being sold for the second quarter. Look, I mean, we can't blame Middle Eastern supply chain disruptions anymore.
Right. I mean, the company has, it did point to things in the first quarter that really affected, more so the production side. And it was sort of reluctant to really speak to demand issues. And that's been, sort of Musk's MO. And to his credit, for years, he was proven right that he had, plenty of demand to work with, and that was not the company's problem. I think, we see more and more evidence, by the day that this is a company that does have demand issues, that, does have a bit of a tired lineup at this point and has a lot more competition to contend with. It is still the case that the Model Y does incredible volume, but it's really tough to build on a year when that was the best-selling vehicle in the world, and it's only gotten another year older. This was a vehicle, after all, that debuted in the year 2020, and so generally around this time you see a refresh, which Musk has sort of ruled out. So what exactly this company does to sort of touch off that next era of growth really still kind of remains to be seen, because I think the expectation is that the robotaxi is more of an idea and a concept as opposed to something that for the here and now and really the fundamentals of the business.
We get those fundamentals tomorrow. Craig Trudell, thank you so much. Meanwhile, coming up, we're going to dig into the private side of the market. We're joined by IVP General Partner Tom Lavero to discuss current investing trends and basically, are we out of the woods? Are we back to all risk on for CEOs right now? We're talking the state of the software economy. Ed, what are you watching?
Oh, I've got some drama. I've got some activist drama. Take a look at Massimo, health tech, wearables. There's a regulatory filing out where basically the CEO of the company is saying that if an activist, which is Politan Capital Management, takes control and tries to remove CEO Joe Kiani, the COO says, I'll resign. And as the headline of that chart shows, a lot of the staff seem to agree with that position. A drop of 7.6% is its biggest decline in 8 weeks. But interesting, we have another activist situation on our hands, and on this program, we like to track those. Stick with us. We'll be right back. Bloomberg Technology.
Join TastyFX for award-winning service from a broker who gets why you trade.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, 2 times a day at 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Joe Matthew and Keely Lyons deliver news, insight, and analysis from and about politics' biggest power players.
The president has been clear that is non-negotiable.
I mean, this is going to be an ugly, ugly year.
Balance of Power, live around the world twice a day at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg TV and radio. Context changes everything.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. I'm a former New York Yankee and played professional baseball for over 20 years. Almost that entire time, I was thinking about business.
And I'm Jason Kelly. I've been a business journalist at Bloomberg for more than 2 decades. And across my career, I've covered everything from the Olympics to Wall Street.
From Bloomberg, this is The Deal. Each week, you'll hear us in conversation with business icons.
This show will explore deal-making across sports, media, and entertainment.
This is very fancy for a podcast.
If I knew what it was going to be, I'd have put everything I had into it.
I get asked more about our relationship than I do my wife and I. You know what I'm saying?
This is a show where we talk with big-time athletes and executives about the wins, the losses, and lessons learned along the way.
This show is called The Deal.
The Deal?
The Deal. The Deal. That deal. The Deal.
Huge deal.
Who dug this up? What are y'all in trouble?
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
What I can say is that we've been making significant investments across the franchise, across regulatory reporting, across data, and across resolution and recovery planning. These are areas we've been investing in because we know they're areas that, frankly, the industry likely needs to further enhance, and we certainly want to enhance them for ourselves.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Let's talk artificial intelligence. K-Health has just raised $50 million in a funding round led by Claro Group. Now, the startup provides patients with a chatbot to make primary care basically more accessible. And the recent funding round has set the company's valuation at about $900 million. K-Health co-founder, CEO, Alain Bloch, joins us now. And Alain, I love the piece that we have from Marcelo Clary, basically saying, I'm so done with the hype around AI. I want to see companies using it, fixing a world problem. He says you're doing it. How are you doing it?
Well, we decided to focus on a big problem called primary care. That's the access to healthcare. There's about 1 billion primary care visits a year in America. People have chronic conditions, they have preventative needs, and they have acute care. And we built software that allows you to engage with patients and with your electronic medical records and with doctors, and it allows doctors to focus on making the decisions and engaging with patients. That's really, really tough to do. You need to build a lot of intelligence into the system. But that allows health systems to now integrate AI and clinical AI in their day-to-day, in their primary care. For example, we're integrated into Cedars-Sinai, so we can manage you remotely with primary care, but we can also integrate you into specialist test labs in a world-class health system.
Now, people will recognize you because you're a co-CEO of Wix. You're also co-founder, CEO of Vroom. You've been there, done that, taken companies public. I'm interested as to this particular problem that you're trying to solve. How are you seeing the efficiency gains? How are you measuring your success at this earlier stage, other than being able to raise funds?
I think that's a great question. I think the main focus always needs to be on quality. It needs to be better quality. And everybody always complains about healthcare. It's so expensive, it's so tough to be in front of doctors. So the 3 things we look at. First is quality. B, can we make the doctor's life easier? Do they need to spend much less time collecting information, organizing it? Imagine having this really smart resident there who prepared everything there. Now the doctor can come in, can focus on the judgment, can focus on the patient. So you're saving a lot of time, so productivity improvements are large. And then there's also access. We provide it 24/7. Just like you'd want to get from your health system, and it needs to be grounded in your electronic medical record. We need to be able to provide you personalized medicine. So you need to bring all those pieces together, and they need to go hand in hand.
Alain, critically, the point with K-Health is that the diagnosis, treatment, or onward referral to a specialist is still determined by a human being. But are you able to share any data about the sort of success rates of treatment by using the platform and then having a means for a doctor to say, okay, this is the patient before me, this is the information I have available, this is what we're going to do?
Well, we can see everything anonymously that the doctor does, and we can learn from it. Bear in mind, the doctor, new things could happen, new symptoms can appear down the road. Sometimes doctors change their diagnosis. So yes, you're right, the doctors are making the diagnosis and treatment decisions. But we're letting doctors essentially have a co-pilot that does a lot of the basic work, but also some of the nuanced insights that can help doctors make decisions. And then we have this look back, the ability to look at outcome data and see the patients regularly. When you work, for example, in Cedars-Sinai, where we're integrated, you are getting an aside primary care just like anywhere else. It's just 24/7, and you can manage this directly, and you can get, again, the prescription, the referral, anything else you'd expect and need, but now you have just much more convenience, and all you need is your insurance.
Alain Bloch, K-Health CEO. It's an interesting case study. We are hearing it more often, this kind of service in the healthcare industry in the United States. Thank you for your time. Let's keep a conversation going and discuss trends in the world of venture capital and VC-backed startups, the macro environment's impact on startups, and a lot more with returnee to the show, IVP General Partner Tom Lavero. You know, it seems a strange place to start, but quite a lot's changed since you were last on the program, a lot of it driven by AI. The economy has changed, and we are bracing for a presidential election. This country in Europe, something similar is happening. How's things going?
It's been a rough couple years for startups.
That's a nice way to start the conversation, Tom. Thank you.
It's the truth. That's my job. Get out there in front of founders and tell them how it is. It's been a rough couple years. There's been a lot of startup shutdowns, layoffs, but things are changing.
You have been, as you do regularly, penning your thoughts, posting kind of thought pieces to social media. We've taken one from LinkedIn, for example. And
Israel's PM Netanyahu says Israel is nearing the end of the phase of eliminating Hamas military capabilities.
That it's time to fight back if you're a startup or a founder.
The US 2-year, 10-year yield curve narrows inversion to minus 30.8 basis points, the least inverted since early May.
Founders can't wait for the economic data from 12 months ago to decide to try and beat their competition, grow a little faster, hire more people. I think right now is the perfect time.
Tom, you like putting your thoughts, as we said, to social media, and previously you were calling for a mass extinction event. And so we kind of got to rate
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest
and
be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls?
How it turned out
then
in
sign up today and get our special offer of Financial News Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month.
Succeed and muddle through more than you anticipated?
Yeah, I think that piece really resonated with the founders in the startup ecosystem because we were able to express something out loud a lot of them were thinking privately. And if you objectively look at the data from the past couple of years, startup shutdowns are up between 3 and 10x. Layoffs are a huge multiple of what they were before the zero interest rate environment. By every measure, it's been a startup extinction event out there.
But some companies have done well. Notably, some have actually managed to sell themselves. One of your own portfolio companies, HashiCorp, being bought by IBM. What's interesting is we're hearing more and more in the AI sphere, the companies are looking for mergers. They can't always sustain themselves. Are you seeing that among your portfolio companies, that they're either able to buy others, or we're seeing more M&A within the private markets?
Yeah, I think M&A feels like it's beginning to warm up. The big acquirers, the major public companies seem to be putting out feelers, starting conversations for the first time in a while. I think that's because startup expectations are more reasonable than they were during that zero interest rate environment. But their stock prices, frankly, are back up. So they're feeling a little bit more confident about acquiring smaller startups that are probably not profitable. And then now they have a real reason to go and make acquisitions, which is AI. There's this platform shift they know they need to be part of, and the startups tend to move faster in that realm.
Reading your work, I am going to channel my inner Tom Keene, long-time story Bloomberg anchor. And it's like Darwin and Wallace, natural selection. You're basically saying between 2020 and 2023, things were very bad. But actually what happened was good startups survived, the others were all killed. So that's a nice market to have. You only have good things in front of you, basically. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you can have money and a good business during a downturn, it's the best time to build. But I think founders sometimes lose track of where we are with the economy, a little bit of like Stockholm syndrome, where you get so used to being in a down economy, you forget to go on offense. And that's what the latest piece is about. It's, hey, founders, the economy really is better. It's okay to start thinking aggressively again. Don't go to the extremes of burning way too much money and being efficient. But let's think about offense again, because startups naturally need to be on offense. If you're not, somebody else is.
Tom Lavero, we thank you so much for coming back on, IVP General Partner and all things offense. Meanwhile, coming up, we'll talk about how tech companies are trying to become household names, perhaps by going on the offense when it comes to European football. Yep, we're calling it football. We'll have all the details next. Meanwhile, look, I'm watching shares of Meta at the moment, Ed. It's interesting, isn't it? Once again, the EU saying not good enough. Basically, Thierry Breton is saying that The Digital Markets Act, once again, is sort of being pushed against by Meta. They're saying they're forcing millions of users across the EU to a binary choice to pay or consent. They're giving a warning over the subscription model for ad-free services on Instagram and Facebook. Keeping a keen eye on what the EU is saying to the likes of Meta and Apple. This is Bloomberg Technology.
What about artificial intelligence? Is artificial intelligence going to enable you and others to say, we have enough information to know exactly what something is going to be worth in terms of insuring it or not?
Artificial intelligence is finding its way into our business in a variety of different factors. I think the first piece is getting much better insight into data, which allows us to make better decisions on underwriting. It's also a great opportunity to service business better in terms of like call centers and different ways of what's using robotics and other AI will be very helpful. But it is an emerging practice within the industry and one that is evolving very quickly. So it's also going to present risks that other companies, how they use it and how they use large language models and making sure the decision making is very sound. So it's complicated, but it definitely is benefiting the business today.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
You need to have an AI game plan. We used to say that every company needs to think about becoming a software company. Now we say that every company needs to become an intelligent software company.
Context changes everything. Power, money, culture. Haslinda Aman tells the story of Asia's rise through the people who are helping to shape it. This week, with the drive of winning over a new generation of fans and players, Live Golf CEO Greg Norman is shaking up the game.
The best players in the world, on the best golf courses in the world, in the best cities in the world, it's very easy to get that multiplying factor to move out.
Latitude, encore presentation this weekend, only on Bloomberg.
Let's talk chips because SK Hynix, it's the semiconductor arm of the SK Group, is planning to invest close to $75 billion through 2028, underscoring the conglomerate's bet on a sector that it considers crucial for future-proofing its businesses. Now, the group says about 80% of this sum will be allocated to investing in, you guessed it, your favorite, Ed, high-bandwidth memory chips. What are you looking at?
Qualcomm has become the new front-of-shirt sponsor for Manchester United Football Club. This, the company's latest attempt to boost awareness of its Snapdragon brand among consumers amid a broader push into personal computing. And here to not only discuss this massive commercial deal, but also illustrate, demonstrate it, is Bloomberg's own Ian King, who leads our semiconductor coverage and just so happens to be a Manchester United fan. But there it is. It's something that you just didn't think you'd ever see, but for Qualcomm, this is a big, big deal.
Right, so this is not even just the company name, this is their brand, this is them trying to do something that they've really been trying to do for 10 years and not making a lot of progress in, and now they're saying, look, this is how committed we are, this is what we're prepared to put money behind, and obviously this is a very big brand.
How much money are we talking, Ian?
They won't, neither side will tell us, but we have a report saying about $75 million a year, and it's going to probably stretch over 5 years.
Director Alice, I'll just try and get this. I hold up for me. There you go. Yeah. I mean, the point is that it's a chip. It's a semiconductor, historically, that Qualcomm's put into smartphones. There's an AI story with it now. there's a cult following around it.
Right.
Just explain its next iteration.
Yeah, I mean, the most important thing here is they've been trying to get their chips into laptops for a long time. Hasn't really happened. Now they're saying new AI software will help them to do that. But what's happening behind the scenes, the kind of giant elephant in the room here, like Manchester United in the 90s, a very successful team, is Intel. Intel have dominated this market, not only with their products, but with their brand, right? That anybody who's trying to get into laptops has to take on the Intel Inside brand, and this is what Qualcomm is trying to do with this and other efforts.
Just that word takes me back to the Beckham documentary, and when all the feel-good factors around, whether it's England, whether it's Man U, I mean, I think Eric Cantona's had something to do with the marketing of all of this, Ian. And just how many of these tech names or US tech names are going into sports like this to big up their name? How much do you see chips more broadly get into the world of football or soccer?
Yeah, I mean, it's an ingredient brand, so it's always been sort of a one step back. Intel were the ones that really broke that with the Intel Inside campaign and really pushed the idea that, hey, you don't buy something for the company that makes it, you buy something because of what's inside it. And Qualcomm are trying to make that next step. They're the first. We've seen other companies sort of flirt with this, but this is probably the biggest effort we've seen so far to really get a content brand, a content sort of product in front of real consumers who ultimately be the ones that buy it.
Qualcomm's saying that one Premier League home game will have the same value to them as spending on a Super Bowl ad. That's what we're talking about. Bloomberg's Ian King, incredible reporting. Thank you. I just got back from vacation, and when I was in Europe a couple of weeks ago, I noticed that in the midst of celebrations around the UEFA European Football Tournament, something else is part of the landscape, Karen. That is Chinese technology companies being sponsors. EV maker BYD, AliExpress, Alipay, and it's in this era of increasing tech competition between the US and China. I just was so surprised to see these names so present on the football broadcasts from the BBC, ITV in Europe. I was in mainland Europe looking at continental Europe. What do you make of that?
So what? Previously it was crypto names all sponsoring shirts. Now it's chips, and it's also Chinese e-commerce. But just the amount that they're spending, Ed, here, how much do they need to build on the app downloads to be able to vindicate the sort of marketing spend on a UEFA game?
So this is definitely about going after the European market, but the interesting comparison is Temu. Remember Temu did a lot of ads around the Super Bowl in 2023. They saw a massive surge in downloads of their app and then activity in that market. So you look at AliExpress as an example, they're clearly hoping for the same. BYD, the door's closed for them here in the United States, but in Europe, 1% of the EV market, there's a lot for them to play for.
So who have they been sponsoring, Ed? Which games were you shouting at the TV in a bar or a pub or at home?
That's what's so astonishing. All the games, they're in the live broadcasts of all the games, irrespective of which German, Italian, French, UK broadcasts you watch. But when I got back, Fox Sports has the rights to the Euros here, and you can still see them through that as well. So it is everywhere.
Oh, they want to be omniscient, omnipotent. We do it all here on Bloomberg Technology, particularly sports and tech. We thank you. That's it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology, though, Ed. We didn't get to talk about Chelsea.
Incredible amount of breaking news as well, so there's a lot to recap. Do so on the podcast. You know exactly where to find it: Apple, Spotify, iHeart, and the Bloomberg platforms. From New York and San Francisco, this is Bloomberg Technology.
At AbbVie, your best life is our life's work. That's why we create medicines and solutions that put impact first, relentlessly helping millions just like you. People, passion, possibilities. AbbVie.
Experience the freedom of hands-free highway driving with Lincoln Blue Cruise in the new 2024 Lincoln Corsair.
Epic journeys transformed by Amadeus Citric Easy.
You didn't have to wait till your trip was over to share all your routes, camp bases, and amazing discoveries with your colleagues. Maybe you could have developed the evolution theory a few years earlier, because it kind of took you long enough. Could have been famous before then. Statues, streets with your name on it, merchandising.
Merchant what? Citric Easy. Changing business travel from epic to collaborative and worth it.
They say seeing is believing, but with Stearns & Foster, that's only part of the story. We handcraft every Stearns & Foster using the finest materials like indulgent memory foam and ultra-conforming IntelliCoils for a beautiful mattress and indescribable comfort every single night. Stearns & Foster, what comfort should be.
Save $400 on select mattresses, plus get a $300 gift with purchase during the 4th of July event at Mattress Firm. Hurry in or shop online today.
Feeling cramped and cluttered? Looking for storage solutions? Mini U Storage has you covered. With over 45 locations, free truck rentals, a variety of unit sizes, and moving and storage supplies, Mini U Storage tailors solutions to fit your unique needs. Mini U Storage is now offering free rent for your first month. That's right, your first month with Mini U Storage is free. Find a location near you at miniustorage.com or scan the QR code to unlock your free month now. miniustorage.com.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? And I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors in the world, the people that I would like to have managing my money.
The private markets in general have exploded at the expense of the public markets. Part of that's regulatory, part of that's just structural in the market. Private credit particularly exploded when the banks took a step back.
Welcome to Bloomberg ETF IQ. I'm Scarlett Fu.
And I'm Katie Greifeld. And Scarlett, happy first day of the second half.
Happy third quarter, too.
It's amazing. Let's get to the biggest stories right now in the more than $12 trillion global ETF industry. And as the second half of the year officially begins, we'll discuss the flows, bonds, and any potential for risks ahead for the next 6 months and beyond.
Plus, we'll be diving into Australia's ETF market, which has become one of the fastest growing in the world, with the CEO of BetaShares.
And we celebrate the upcoming 4th of July holiday with a look at a Patriotic ETF. But as always, before we get there, Eric Balchunas from Bloomberg Intelligence here with us now, looking at the flows. Eric, what do you got?
Katie, Scarlett, the flows are pretty powerful. A lot of fireworks in the flows as well, namely in SPY. $16 billion, that is a ton of money. If you go back like 3 or 4 years in SPY, this would be the second biggest week ever. Then the Qs, not to be left behind, is $4.7 billion, also a massive week. And IVV, right? You've got $3.5 billion. So you've got traders, retail, all buying in. TLT is the most interesting to me here. Again, this sort of siren call trade of betting on the Fed to lower rates, drawing in yet more money. We'll go over that in a minute. Let's look at the outflows, and you can see some of the tickers on here are weird, right? It's Vanguard and CALS. These are the tickers that had some rebalancing going on, so these are sort of artificial outflows, so I won't really address them here, but sometimes that happens where if a rebalance happens, you'll see outflows that are the opposite of the inflows last week. Let's focus in on that bond situation, though, with TLT. This is really interesting. This is a look at the flows monthly of all the duration buckets in bonds, so ultra short, short-term, intermediate, and long-term. And you notice that intermediate, long, and ultra short taking in money. Short term is not taking in money, which is interesting. So people are sort of saying, hey, look, on the ultra short side, I can go get 5% yield. That's great. That's T-bill and chill. On the TLT side, I can make a bet that rates are going to fall, presumably by the Fed cutting rates. And so you have sort of this barbell approach in bonds. But Katie, in the middle is short term, sort of in a no man's land.
All right, Eric, thank you so much. And joining our conversation now, I'm pleased to say we have Valerie Grimba. She is Director of Global ETF Sales and Strategy over at RBC Capital Markets. Great to see you in person again.
Thank you so much for having me back, Katie.
Let's start with what Eric left off on. And I think it's pretty interesting, as he highlighted, that it's just the short term, not the ultra short, not the long, short-term bonds that don't seem to be getting any love so far. Is that the case from what you're seeing from clients and broadly in Canada?
Yep, absolutely. I very much agree with all of Eric's points there. We're seeing movement into the ultra short
a region, of course, that makes sense right now. Yields have kind of hung in there longer than expected this year. And then we're seeing Canadian investors move to more of an intermediate duration. Maybe that's in the Canadians' DNA. We're a little bit more risk adverse. And so they're seeing kind of the value opportunity in this kind of 3 to 7 year duration period.
Let's talk a little bit about equity flows, because as Katie was mentioning, it is the first day of the second half. It's also a brand new quarter as well. There is this narrative that there's going to be a wall of money that's moving into passive equity allocations, and it'll really lift equity markets in July. Do you buy into that idea?
Yes, well, I mean, we're certainly kind of waiting with bated breath to see. In Canada, we saw a ton of a lot of money move into kind of cash-like ETFs. And so I think we'll see that kind of start to come out here. And as far as equity allocations go, we've seen that certainly ramp up here. The first half of 2024 was synonymous with NVDA. And so we saw Canadian investors come play as well, because I think there's a lot that captures investors' attention there. Earnings have kept up and performance has backed it up. So we've seen a lot of Canadian investors continue to add money to their U.S. equity allocations.
And one thing you have in here, which is obviously a global phenomenon, is covered call ETFs. This is a trend we've seen go hot and heavy here in the U.S. as the aggregate bond index has sort of failed investors. It doesn't keep up with inflation. It doesn't hedge you in a downturn. So these older investors are looking for something else, and they're willing to give up upside. And it sounds like that's the case in Canada, too, with the covered call.
Absolutely. And I've actually had to eat a little bit of humble pie here because we've talked about this kind of for the past 2 years. Canadians have been piling money into covered call ETFs. And it's really been incredible in this insatiable demand for yield products. And kind of to the surprise, because you think in a bull market, there might be some questions here if they are giving up upside through the covered call strategy. But what we've seen is that investors are looking at covered call strategies kind of as a specific sleeve, a specific allocation where yield is really the focus, and any kind of capital gain appreciation is just upside.
What's fascinating to me, you highlight that another area of interest, in Canada at least, is fixed income covered call ETFs. Yes. You just talked about how yield is really the thing that people are looking at in these covered call ETFs. Makes sense to put that on top of stocks, but putting it on top of fixed income, it feels like I can't really wrap my mind around it.
Okay, so 100% I had the similar sentiment as you, and these funds launched about 9 months ago. And again, I've been kind of proven wrong. Investors are here and they are buying these funds. We have about a dozen or so launched in Canada, and they are overwriting on the liquid U.S. fixed income ETF, so primarily is the TLT and IEF, where there is a liquid enough options market that you can have someone out there selling calls on the fixed income ETFs. And time will tell. These are relatively new funds, and of course we have ETF issuers kind of looking for white space as investors continue to clamor for more and more covered call products. So I think it makes sense from that perspective, and we're certainly seeing investor demand come in as well.
So covered call products get a lot of love because everyone loves the income. They're willing to sacrifice some upside for that protection. But when you talk about the risks with clients, what do you say in terms of the kinds of broader or macro conditions that might cause these products to lose some performance, lose some popularity?
Yes, and I think this is really like the devil's in the details, and you need to look under the hood, because there's also a variety of mechanisms that can be used in the underlying portfolio. You need to know, is the portfolio manager writing calls on an index, or can they go in and select specific companies? Like, can they overwrite on NVIDIA and Tesla because they see opportunity? That's going to provide a very wide set of return outcomes. And so I think we always remind investors kind of do their due diligence here, look under the hood, because there is a wide variety of outcomes for ETFs that could have very similar titles.
You also want to talk about AI ETFs. It's interesting, there's AI theme. Those are okay. They take in a couple $100 million, no big deal. I'd argue you get a lot of AI already in your S&P because NVIDIA is like dominating. But AI in the active.
Yes.
This has failed in the US. Nobody can get this working. I just think because they're more expensive and they trade more, and so they have the same problems a human does. Do you have the same thing in Canada?
Yes, definitely similar kind of issues that people are trying to solve for. We have seen institutional adoption of AI thematic ETFs in Canada, which again, also I found kind of surprising until we kind of saw this money start to flow into these funds. Now, when we talk about thematic AI, this is kind of the AI enablers. So again, it is NVIDIA show, it is Microsoft, it is Google, it is these companies that are going to make artificial intelligence happen. What I think is a far more interesting view is kind of the AI beneficiaries. So if I'm an investor and I want to hold a portfolio of stocks that are going to benefit from rolling out AI in my business, so I can start some cost-cutting initiatives, I can really kind of drive profitability through AI, I'd love to be able to own that through an ETF.
And we're working our way through the buzzwords. We got through covered call. We got through, of course,
Bingo.
AI.
Yes.
Let's go to Ethereum, of course.
Okay.
Canada does have spot Ether ETFs. Of course, we're awaiting approval over here in the U.S. and the eventual launch. What lessons can U.S. investors and U.S. issuers take away from the Canadian spot Ether experiment?
Yeah, so I would say it was pretty smooth sailing here in Canada. I mean, not to brag, but we were only 2 months between spot Bitcoin and spot Ether listing. So it was pretty back-to-back. This is the start of 2021. And to a lot of fanfare, so I'm sure you'll have that here as well. But you know, current AUM stands at 1.5 billion in Ether ETFs, which might sound a bit small fry, but there is about 4.5 billion in Bitcoin ETFs. So the ratio is about 3 to 1 on assets from Bitcoin to Ether. So I'd argue that's not an insignificant amount, and that's probably something here to stay. And then looking forward, in Canada, we have a one-ticker solution for multiple cryptocurrencies within an ETF. And I think that gets really exciting when we talk about the advancement of digital assets within ETF wrappers.
And just real quick, Bitcoin pitched to the boomers as digital gold. Okay, got it.
Sure.
How do you pitch Ether? How is it getting to those older investors?
You know what? Again, that's a little bit out of my wheelhouse, but I think it is adding that diversity mix, right? I'm not all in on Bitcoin. You know, obviously there's the whole staking thing, which we're not going to get into here, but again, if you can kind of layer in broad cryptocurrency exposure, and then it's not just I'm on the whims of Bitcoin and Mt. Gox, you know, that's the news of this week. I can have kind of a diversified book of cryptocurrency instead. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Diversification, you have to say it in
it's
every
the
good
one
pitch.
free lunch and add that to the bingo card too.
There you go. Valerie, it's always great to see you. Really appreciate you taking the time. Our thanks to Valerie Grimba of RBC Capital Markets. Now coming up, the power of NVIDIA is undeniable, but we're going to take a look at the funds that are able to beat the market without the chip maker. This is ETF IQ on Bloomberg.
Get up to $10,000 in cash bonuses when you start trading Forex with TastyFX.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Bloomberg ETF IQ. I'm Katie Greifeld. It's time now for the ETF brief, where I walk you through the trends and the stories that caught my eye in the ETF industry. And we start with BlackRock's active dreams. We were talking with Jay Jacobs last week about their ambitions to be the biggest active ETF manager, and this chart shows they have a long way to go there. That small orange slice is BlackRock's current active ETF AUM at about $25 billion. The overall pie, of course, is close to $700 billion, so a lot of wood to chop there. But as we keep mentioning, it is the second half, so let's take a look at equity ETF inflows in the first half of 2024, and they were robust, to say the least. $262 billion coming into equity ETFs so far in 2024. That should have us on track to be 2023, 2022. 2021 might be a little bit difficult, but of course, anything can happen. And of course, let's end with tech ETFs. This market has really been driven by one name, and that name is NVIDIA, and the tech sector broadly. And as this chart shows, it's really difficult for ETFs to beat the overall market without that tech exposure. As you can see, less than double digits of a beat rate when it comes to outperforming here.
Yeah, so many questions. This just raises so many questions. So let's talk about this with Athanasios Sarafagis of Bloomberg Intelligence. So I think this is fascinating that you guys took a deep dive into the kinds of ETFs that outperform the broader market without NVIDIA. What kind of funds do that? Thematically, what do they look like?
Yeah, for sure. So there's three categories that really stuck out. Crypto being number one. That was definitely probably the best performing sector. They have some NVIDIA exposure, but very little. The second one was just a splattering of random countries. Japan, India all done really well. And the last one, it's actually like a U.S. story. A lot of home builders, anything kind of U.S. reshoring has been doing really well with almost no exposure to NVIDIA. So it was hard to do, but there are a few names that were able to outpace the market without that exposure.
So it's not impossible. It's, of course, extremely difficult in this environment. How does that compare to past cycles, past markets? The degree of concentration, of course, in tech ETFs and just tech in general right now is so high, but how does this compare historically?
This has to be one of the most concentrated markets. I think everyone's sort of seen that chart of like what the top 10 mean and sort of market returns and index returns, but also ETFs were not as big, let's say, in the past when the market was really concentrated. So I think that first chart you showed was spot on, that it's been really hard to perform without tech. But if you're a contrarian, you can look at other there are ETFs that are able to do it, but I think it's just not an ETF problem, it's a market problem. Everything tends to be market cap weighted. Tech is going to eat up a lot of your allocations, but I think smart beta is a way to combat that. They tend to
Seeing comments from ECB Simca says 2 more 2024 cuts are possible if the data is as expected. Don't see disorderly moves in French bonds. The case for July interest rate cut has gone, says ECB Simcas, and says we shouldn't limit rate moves to projection meetings.
What kinds of ETFs are able to hold less than tech's weighting in their fund?
Sure. So you can look at sectors that obviously just completely avoid it. Equal weight is another interesting way. So you're still getting tech. It's a little bit more watered down if you think that maybe NVIDIA and Apple are a little bit too frothy.
From
That's
macro
another way to
headline
do it.
risk with
Or
Financial
weighting
Juice
it on
Pro.
some other way. Value,
Now only
quality,
$99 a year for our real-time
any
service.
kind of a smart beta factor tends to also be underweight tech compared to some of the market cap weighted ones.
All right, Athanasios Sarafagis of Bloomberg Intelligence, thank you so much. And of course, you can check out his research on the terminal. Still ahead, we're going to drill down into the Australian market with the CEO of BetaShares next. This is ETF IQ on Bloomberg.
Get up to $10,000 in cash bonuses when you start trading Forex with TastyFX.
Epic journeys transformed by Amadeus Citric Easy.
You didn't have to wait till your trip was over to share all your routes, camp bases, and amazing discoveries with your colleagues. Maybe you could have developed the evolution theory a few years earlier, because it kind of took you long enough. Could have been famous before then. Statues, streets with your name on it, merchandising.
Merchant what?
Citric Easy, changing business travel from epic to collaborative and worth it.
The Ergo Smart Base from Tempur-Pedic automatically responds to snoring, so no more hiding under your pillow, because this system actually detects snoring, then adjusts to help reduce it. Tempur-Pedic, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased online by J.D. Power.
You win on the court, you win off the court. And as you do that, you bring people along.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With the surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Manus Krennic.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday at 5 a.m. Eastern. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg ETF IQ. I'm Scarlett Fu along with Katie Greifeld.
And Eric Balchunas from Bloomberg Intelligence back with us now for today's drill down, where we focus on one ETF. Eric, hit it.
Katie, today we are looking at the Beta Shares NASDAQ 100. So you go halfway across the world down to Australia, and they're interested in buying the NASDAQ 100 as well. And who wouldn't be? Some of the stocks in there obviously leading returns globally. So we've seen an ETF like this grow a lot, even based in Australia. You can see this thing is about 10 years old, 48 basis points, so a little more expensive down there than here. 4.8 billion Australian dollars is the market cap. Let's look at the holdings. These are stocks you love and know, right? So NVIDIA, obviously Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, the Mag 7. These stocks are just so powerful, right? It's a global story. If you look at all the money going into NASDAQ 100 ETFs, 20% of it is coming from ETFs offshore or outside of the US. And so let's look at the return of this ETF versus the Beta Shares Local Australia Stocks ETF, and you can see why. Just total crushing here, right? Obviously the NASDAQ 100 just destroying, and 42% isn't bad, right? That's 7% annual return. It's just the NASDAQ is just so powerful. And so, Katie, this Q's story, obviously not just a US one.
All right, Eric, thank you so much. And joining us to talk about this ETF, I'm thrilled to say, is Beta Shares CEO Alex Vineker. And Alex, great to have you with us. And let's start with sort of what Eric was saying, that, okay, you're halfway around the world, but you're investing in the NASDAQ 100. How did you land on that index?
Well, look, NASDAQ 100 obviously doesn't need much introduction. It's one of the global headline indices. And interestingly, a fantastic complement for Australian investors to the exposure in the local economy. Australian economy is dominated by the financials industry and the resources, basically. So we have very long companies like BHP and Rio and other companies that are, global miners. But we don't have much by way of technology. We don't have by way of innovation. And NASDAQ 100 is actually a great complement. So it's become one of our most popular ETFs.
So interesting from that point of view. Talk a little bit about how demand for this product has evolved, especially over the past year with so much AI hype or excitement, depending on how you view it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, if I rewind all the way to the start of Beta Shares, so our company has been operating now since 2010. So we launched our initial ETFs in December 2010, almost 14 years ago. In early days, of course, like everywhere, people were very uncertain and very unsure about ETFs, in particular ETFs that provide exposure to international, portfolios. But over time, NASDAQ 100 has actually become one of the key leaders, basically, in educating Australian investors about the benefits of a diversification and, of course, the benefits that ETFs can bring to the table. In more recent times, we have seen quite a significant acceleration, in demand. Again, Australian economy is a phenomenal economy. We have a great, of course, I'm a very proud Aussie. We have a great country, great economy, but global innovation that NDQ, like NASDAQ 100 ETF, is providing cannot be found anywhere else.
And one thing we underrate here in the US that I think you also have there, but other countries don't necessarily, is a population that doesn't assume its government is going to cover its retirement.
Yes.
And more fee-based advisors. How important are those for ETF growth?
That's a great question, Eric. So look, Australian superannuation system, which is our retirement savings system, is really the pride and joy of the country on the international scene. It's the fourth largest market globally, which many people are surprised to hear because our population is very small. Our population is only just over 25 million people, yet we have the fourth largest retirement savings pool in the world. The reason for that is because many decades ago, our government has introduced a compulsory superannuation regime, which essentially says 11%, or actually going to 11.5% of your salary has to be contributed on a compulsory basis to a retirement savings plan. And that's, of course, together with the magic of compounding, it's what created this phenomenal industry. And quite rightly, you also pointed out that just over a decade ago, we had a significant change in laws in Australia where advisors were no longer allowed to charge commission or charge any sort of fee which is conflicted with the interest of clients. And that's really provided significant fuel for growth of the ETF industry. So to give you a sense, since 2001, which is when some of our first ETFs started launching in Australia, our industry has achieved a compound growth rate of over 43% per annum.
Right.
And to give you a sense, it's already starting to look like a mature, serious industry, yet ETFs represent only 4% of the managed funds industry in Australia. And last year alone, we've seen 34% growth in assets under management in ETFs in Australia.
Well, we have just over a minute left with you, and I want to talk a little bit about the growth of the Australian ETF industry and who's on top, because Vanguard, as I understand it, is the market leader. BetaShares and BlackRock are about neck and neck, as I understand it. How do you become number one when you're fighting against such giants, such as BlackRock, such as Vanguard?
Yeah, well, look, we obviously love competition, and it's fantastic for us to have such strong competitors and motivating competitors to try to beat as Vanguard and BlackRock. But the truth of the matter is our focus is very much on growing the pie, first and foremost. I mean, as I mentioned, only 4% of our managed funds industry is represented by ETFs, so there's a lot more upside to grow. BetaShares in the last 12 months has been number one in terms of market share of growth, and in fact, over the last 7 years or so, we've been either number one or number two in terms of market share of growth. How do we compete? Look, we have an advantage of being local and being focused. Of course, we don't have a global brand and a global footprint like some of those other players, but we try to play to our advantages and play to our strengths.
Being local and having a brand is certainly one way to start. BetaShares CEO Alex Vinegar, thank you so much for joining us today.
Great to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in as well. Before we go on ETF IQ, we just wanted to give you a special look at another ETF just in time for the 4th of July holiday.
With the U.S. celebrating its independence this week, we're honoring the land of the free and home of the brave with the River North Patriot ETF, known by its ticker FLDZ. It invests in mid to large cap companies that generate at least 90% of their revenue in the U.S. But what sets it apart is the fund's mission to give back. The majority of advisory fees and all managing profits are donated directly to the charity Folds of Honor, which provides educational scholarships to the families of fallen and disabled service members, as well as first responders. The fund has about 300 holdings, including First Solar, Altria, Intuit, AT&T, and Republic Services. When it launched in 2022, it outperformed the S&P 500, but the absence of any big tech names tied to AI means it's struggling to gain momentum over the past 12 months. The fund has about $3 million in assets and a high expense ratio of 70 basis points. It gets a yellow light in the Bloomberg Intelligence traffic light system, with 2 warnings for the fund being actively managed and low trading volume.
Thematic ETFs, they make a lot of sense, but these days, if you don't offer protection, you're probably not going to get the assets.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to make that pitch, but we'll keep an eye on that one. We have to go for now, but if you can't get enough of ETFs, subscribe to my weekly ETF newsletter that covers the industry. That does it for Bloomberg ETF IQ. I'm Katie Greifeld, along with Scarlett and Eric, and this is Bloomberg.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear a rhythm in the markets. The markets compose their own tunes, and once you learn to listen for them, you'll catch yourself humming along.
On the actual rates,
And we like to build in flexibility in these financing structures so that we have an opportunity to prepay debt when appropriate so that we can continue to optimize the overarching rates that we're paying.
What have you learned with the dynamic move of the interest rates that we've seen from Chairman Powell? I mean, do you go fixed structure or floating structure, much more like what they do in Europe?
Yes and yes. We have a mix currently. It's a little bit of a different model than what I was used to in the public company space. Say in some ways we provide ourselves with a natural hedge, leaving some of our debt floating and some fixed.
You have to have the short-term discipline to sort of circle the wagons around cash. I mean, cash is oxygen. I know where every ounce of cash is going, but we also have to be nimble around that as well because things change by the day. I know the folks who aren't willing to invest right now may have large pockets of investment in the future. So I want to be in front of them. They may not be a buyer at this point, but I do want to spend a lot of time in front of that other set that is a buyer at this point. They're interested. They want to be an early adopter of the stock. They're interested in the story.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Hong Kong time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business. 2 times a day at 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Joe Matthew and Keely Lyons deliver news, insight, and analysis from and about politics' biggest power players.
The president has been clear that is non-negotiable.
I mean, this is going to be an ugly, ugly year.
Balance of Power, live around the world twice a day at 1 and 5 Eastern. Only on Bloomberg TV and radio. Context changes everything.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. I'm Shonali Bassick. Let's get a check on these markets right away for you here because, of course, we have the S&P 500 hanging out today only about 0.2% higher. The NASDAQ 100 also in the green for the day, about 0.5% higher. The bond market is pretty interesting on the day, though. However, you're seeing a barely 2 basis point move higher in the 2-year. The 10-year moving almost 8 basis points on the day. You have traders out there betting on steep bidders, and, of course, the U.S. election cycle coming further into focus, and now many people wondering what the election cycle means for both stocks and bonds. We'll talk about it more in the show. And some midday movers here on the equity side. Let's take a look at Birkenstock, upgraded to buy from neutral over at UBS, which raised the company's price target to a street high of $85 per share. Citigroup also reinstated coverage of Birkenstock with a buy recommendation. Of course, Birkenstock up only about 1% now, but remember, Birkenstock, a recent IPO. We're also watching Chewy shares. It had spiked initially on the day as much as 10% after Keith Gill, also known as Roaring Kitty, disclosed a 6.6% stake in the company. The disclosure shows Gill owns roughly 9 million shares worth about $245 million based on Friday's closing price. Of course, now, though, you have Chewy down almost 12%. And of course, we were talking about elections. Traders also closely watching 2 elections unfolding this week around the world. On Thursday, the United Kingdom holds a snap election, and in France, Marine Le Pen's national rally and its allies dominated the first round of voting on Sunday. Bloomberg's Alan Katz joins from Paris with the details. How do you think through the most recent results and what it means moving forward?
Well, it's certainly been a big shock in France. It's the first time that the National Rally has really dominated a national election like this. They've done well in European elections before, in elections that have been seen more as protest votes, but this is one about who's going to actually form the next government. So it's been really pretty extraordinary. Now, as you mentioned, that was just the first round. There's another round to come this Sunday. And so one of the things that people are looking at this week is how much of a united front do the other parties try to put up against the National Rally, because that's going to really determine whether or not the National Rally is able to complete sort of this electoral takeover and end up having enough seats in the National Assembly to form a government after Sunday.
Now, how do you think about President Emmanuel Macron's response to what was seen out of the initial results? What do you think he does moving forward from here?
Well, I have to say his initial response has been nothing. He put out one little statement Sunday night right at 8 p.m. saying, oh, you know, all parties with the same democratic and Republican philosophies, those with small d and small r in France, should come together as united front against the National Rally. But beyond that, so far he's said really nothing. One of the issues with Macron is that he's become quite unpopular in France, and certainly in the run-up to the first round, he was speaking quite a lot on this election, and a lot of his advisors and particularly a lot of the people running sort of either in his party or with allied parties kept telling him, please stop talking because you're in fact hurting our chances. So he's a little bit stuck, because if he does speak, it really actually might help promote Marine Le Pen and the National Rally rather than promote his own troops.
You know, Alan, we were also talking about the snap election over in the UK as well. And if you take what's going on in France, describe a little bit about what it says about the changing political landscape in the European Union in particular.
So I was really distressed earlier today when a colleague of mine wrote a column pointing out how the UK appears to be sort of the bastion of sound money and sober thinking now compared to France, which really used to be the opposite ever since, since Brexit back in 2016. And so it really is sort of I guess a shift that you're seeing. The European Union, broadly speaking, has been moving more to the right. You have right-wing parties that run the government in Italy, in Hungary. They've taken a majority in the Netherlands. It's not true everywhere. Poland has moved to the left. And the UK now seems to be going from the Tories, from the Conservatives, toward a Labour government, likely, in the election this week. And again, seems to be sort of coming toward perhaps a more reasonable set of policies, regardless of your perceptions on political orientation, but sort of a more reasonable set of policies. And it makes them seem that they're becoming a little more, I guess, pragmatic and British-like, and the EU is becoming a little bit more politically divergent and politically challenged.
Bloomberg's Alan Katz, we thank you for joining us from France, of course, on a very heated week over there in the country. And here in the United States, the Supreme Court has ruled that Donald Trump has some immunity from criminal charges for trying to reverse the 2020 election results, all but ensuring that a trial won't happen before the November election. For more, we're joined by Balance of Power co-host Kaylee Lyons. And of course, we had just mentioned that this has serious ramifications for the election upcoming, but map out the path here from now until November for Donald Trump when you take this most recent decision into perspective.
Well, it potentially looks a lot clearer because he may not have another trial to contend with between now and November here in Washington. Shanali, I would just remind our audience that the case brought against him here in Washington was brought by special counsel Jack Smith. It charges him with 4 different criminal counts related to efforts to overturn the 2020 election. But what the Supreme Court ruled today is that Donald Trump should be immune from prosecution for official acts he took during his presidency, though he does not have immunity for unofficial acts. So this is only a partial victory for Donald Trump. The victory essentially comes in the idea that this is now going to delay this process significantly further, because what the court did in this 6-3 ruling split along partisan lines, the 6 conservative majority ruling in the majority, and the dissents were the 3 liberal justices. They have now kicked it back down to lower courts to delineate what exactly constitutes an official act versus an unofficial act. Those unofficial acts, of course, would be, in theory, things that Donald Trump did as a private citizen or, say, presidential candidate versus within the context of his presidency itself. itself. The judge in the case here in Washington, Judge Tanya Chutkan, has said she would give parties 3 months to prepare for a trial once all these legal issues were sorted out. And just given the timeline, it makes it highly unlikely that a trial could even begin, let alone finish, before the election in November. And of course, this has implications well beyond just Donald Trump and his legal battles, Sonali. This sets a precedent for all presidents going forward now that the High Court has made this ruling.
It certainly does, and it is certainly historic, as you've been saying throughout the day as well. But also, in addition to what this means for Donald Trump himself, what does this also mean for Special Counsel Jack Smith as he moves forward?
Well, it complicates his case greatly, considering there now has to be a delineation between what within his case may constitute an official act versus an unofficial one. The other complicating factor in this majority opinion that was authored by Chief Justice John Roberts is they also ruled that things or official actions of the presidency cannot even be contained in evidence in making his case. That is something that Jack Smith had argued he should be able to do, if not actually charge Donald Trump with actions related to official acts, at least be able to describe what those official acts were as part of the prosecution of him. But the High Court today said that cannot happen. So it definitely adds a difficulty level for Jack Smith, assuming that this case can at some point move forward into trial. I would also note that the Supreme Court, in a separate ruling last week, ruled in a case regarding a January 6th defendant about the use of the Enron doctrine, essentially limiting the use of what can be described as obstruction of an official proceeding. That case potentially has ramifications for Jack Smith's case as well, considering 2 of the 4 charges brought against Trump were obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding. So that is another potentially complicating factor. The Supreme Court here is not just obviously having great influence over the future legal issues or not of Donald Trump, but also has a highly political ramification, as we're not just talking about Donald Trump as a former president, but as a presumptive Republican nominee, someone who has a very well could be president of the United States again.
Bloomberg Balance of Power co-host Kaylee Lyons, and of course there's more Balance of Power coming up a little later today. Keep an eye on it. And coming up for this show, more trouble ahead for Boeing as the Justice Department prepares fraud charges. We'll talk about what's at stake next. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Epic journeys transformed by Amadeus Citric Easy.
You didn't have to wait till your trip was over to share all your routes, camp bases, and amazing discoveries with your colleagues. Maybe you could have developed the evolution theory a few years earlier, because it kind of took you long enough. Could have been famous before then. Statues, streets with your name on it, merchandising.
Merchant what?
Citric Easy, changing business travel from epic to collaborative and worth it.
Experience the freedom of hands-free highway driving with Lincoln Blue Cruise in the new 2024 Lincoln Corsair.
The all-new Tempur-Pedic Adapt mattress was designed to help make aches and pains a thing of the past, because only Tempur material eases your pressure points in a way no other mattress can. Tempur-Pedic, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased online by J.D. Power.
Hello, I'm Ethereum.
And I'm Big Finance.
You look really tired.
Just calling it a day.
But it's 4 p.m.
Yeah, and I've been working nonstop since 9:30 this morning, so.
9:30? You don't say.
Yep. You'd want a little shut-eye too if you've been moving billions around the world.
Well, actually I do. You know, stablecoins, NFTs, loans. People can access me 24/7.
What?
But look, everyone's different. You should get your rest. You'll get after it tomorrow.
Tomorrow's Saturday.
Monday. You'll get after it again on Monday.
There are countries or people might not like it, but we don't ask everyone to like it, just to understand it.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
What I can say is that we've been making significant investments across the franchise, across regulatory reporting, across data, and across resolution and recovery planning. These are areas we've been investing in because we know they're areas that, frankly, the industry likely needs to further enhance, and we certainly want to enhance them for ourselves.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
power, money, culture. Haslinda Aman tells the story of Asia's rise through the people who are helping to shape it. This week, with the drive of winning over a new generation of fans and players, Live Golf CEO Greg Norman is shaking up the game.
The best players in the world, on the best golf courses in the world, in the best cities in the world. It's very easy to get that multiplying factor to move out.
Latitude, encore presentation this weekend, only on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets, and I'm Sonali Basak. It's time now for the stock of the hour. Today, Boeing announced a plan to buy back Spirit AeroSystems for $4.7 billion in a bid to improve manufacturing. But separately, Bloomberg has learned that the U.S. Justice Department will charge the company with criminal fraud, leaving it to choose between pleading guilty or taking the risk of going to trial. Boeing reportedly has until the end of the week to decide. Bloomberg Intelligence senior analyst George Ferguson joins us with more. Of course, has been watching this Boeing situation very closely and is very close to the ramifications for investors. And if Boeing is fated with one choice or the other here, to plead guilty or to go to trial, how do you think out those decisions and what it means for investors moving forward?
Yeah, so I think I'm going to start by caveating that I'm not a legal analyst, but I will tell you that from a financial perspective, there's like a $250 million additional fine. I think that they talked about bringing in an outside quality inspector. And so to me, none of those ramifications sound terrible. They sound very manageable from the company's perspective. And so I would think that it would be worth something for them to potentially put this problem to bed and to pay the fine and to get this behind them so they can really focus on their second half recovery for their business, which is really the most important thing for Boeing right now. They burnt a lot of cash in 1Q. We expect them to build and burn potentially another $4 billion or so in the second quarter. They can't continue to burn cash at those rates. They've got to increase build rates for the 737, delivery rates. They need to get up into the 30s at least, I think, back half of this year. And so I think that it really behooves them to focus on that, given what we've seen from the Justice Department so far.
George, if they were to plead guilty and take a charge at this point, even if it would help them get past the matter, one major question around something like that would be what it means for their work with any government contracts. How important is that to Boeing?
Yeah, so I mean, as I understand it, the agreement wouldn't affect that. But if they went to trial and they lost at trial, the company could be, considered. I think it's a felony conviction against the company, and that could put in jeopardy your ability to get government contracts. Look, either way, any situation that puts them in jeopardy of government contracts is bad for Boeing because they do a lot of government business right there. If you look at their Boeing, they've got defense and government services portion of their business, and then a good portion of their just services business, about half of it is all government contracts. So there might be 40-50% of their business that's government related. But right. The flip side of that, though, is that the government wouldn't be able to make really important products for the Defense Department, like the KC-46 aerial tanker, without Boeing. You couldn't lift it out at this point. I mean, Airbus bid on this project years ago, but isn't building them right now. The current fleet is 50 years old. It's important for U.S. power projection. So there are contracts like that inside the Boeing portfolio that I think the government would have a really hard time resourcing in the near to medium term. So there's a bit of a catch-22, I think, right, on the government side on this government contract issue.
I want to get your opinion also here on this Spirit AeroSystems deal, because one big question is what it would mean for Boeing financially and how close they are on the brink of their current credit rating. How much of a risk does it create?
So look, it already looks like the rating agencies are looking past the current problems at Boeing and keeping their investment grade or their current ratings in place. And so when we look at Spirit AeroSystems, there's another $4 billion of debt in Spirit AeroSystems. If they acquire them, if we did the pro forma work on that, net debt is probably going to be $50 billion in the second quarter, again, pro forma for Spirit AeroSystems. They're not going to earn anything near an EBITDA to support that level of debt at an investment grade level this year or even next year. Right now, if you look at MODL on the Bloomberg terminal, it looks like analysts think about $8 billion, $8.5 billion of EBITDA against a net debt maybe in the $50 billion range. Typically, you have to have something like more like a 3 times multiple on your EBITDA. You can hold in sort of net debt. So, rating agencies are already looking well down the road in that. I think if they get deliveries moving, if the second half recovery works, and things look like they're improving nicely into 2025, my guess is the rating agencies can continue to hang on and let Boeing go at ratings that don't totally fit their financial profile. If not, if this stumbles, they could have a problem with that.
Certainly a complicated calculus and a lot on the line. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst George Ferguson, we thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Now, coming up, we're going to look at the strategy behind BlackRock's decision to buy data provider Preqin for more than $3 billion. That's up in today's Wall Street Beat. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Experience the freedom of hands-free highway driving with Lincoln Blue Cruise in the new 2024 Lincoln Corsair.
The all-new Tempur-Pedic Adapt mattress was designed to help make aches and pains a thing of the past because only Tempur material eases your pressure points in a way no other mattress can. Tempur-Pedic, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased online by J.D. Power.
Covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. From breakfast cereals to pet foods, General Mills has an iconic array of brands. But future success depends on efficiency, innovation, and insight. CFO Kofi Bruce does much more than crunch numbers.
Our first job is to intimately understand and anticipate the consumer's needs.
Watch Chief Future Officer. New season starts July 10th on Bloomberg Television.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
You need to have an AI game plan. We used to say that every company needs to think about becoming a software company. Now we say that every company needs to become an intelligent software company.
Context changes everything.
We let the machine decide more. And it took me a while. I probably slowed us down 2 years on this because I think it's my job as an old man at the firm to kind of say, you're going to change to what? But I'm reasonably convinced it's just at least a little bit better than us. So I think that's better.
AQR's Cliff Asness last week at Bloomberg Invest talking about AI and how machines are sometimes working better than the humans are. Now Bridgewater is launching a fund that uses machine learning as the primary basis of its decision-making for that fund, according to people familiar with the matter. Bridgewater co-CIO Greg Jensen has been working on AI initiatives at the firm since 2012, and the hedge fund formed an initiative known as Aya Labs early last year, and the latest fund is a product of that effort. The $2 billion fund begins trading today using Bridgewater's proprietary technology as well as models from OpenAI, Perplexity, and others that it's been developing for more than a decade, these own models inside of Bridgewater. And if it's successful, it could lead the firm to hire more data scientists in the future and really change the texture of the staff over at Bridgewater. Now we're going somewhere else in the world of alternatives, turning to real estate. Blackstone's $57 billion real estate trust, allowing investors to pull all the cash they asked for, even after redemptions breached a key threshold. Bloomberg's John Gittleson reported on this from Los Angeles, joins us now. And this is interesting. It's not really the first time they made a decision like this, but in some ways, this time it was a bigger decision, wasn't it?
Well, on a percentage basis, it was a bigger decision. Blackstone's BREIT generally limits withdrawals to 2% a month or 5% total per quarter. June being the third month of the quarter, they had sort of less latitude, and investors requested to pull about $800 million or 1.4% of the fund, which is over the actual amount that they were allowed for the whole quarter. So they said, well, it's not that much more. Let's let them have it, because they want to essentially appease investors and not send panic that people won't be able to get their money when they want it. And they see the demand for withdrawals kind of declining after a big uptick last month.
On one hand, John, looking at redemptions doesn't feel great, but on the other hand, the fact that they're able to meet them is a sign of confidence. Apparently, Blackstone said redemption requests are 85% below their January 2023 peak and 50% lower than May. So redemptions seem to be cooling. How do you describe the state of the issue right now?
There was a big uptick at the beginning of 2023 when interest rates went up and people were afraid they couldn't get their money out. And that was the first time Blackstone actually restricted withdrawals. So people were like, we got to get out of here. In May, another fund run by Starwood said they were limiting all withdrawals to 0.33% a month. So people were like, we got to get out of Blackstone too. Basically, they overcame the panic, and now things are sort of readjusting to normal.
John, thank you so much for your reporting. That is John Gittleson of Bloomberg News from Los Angeles. And it's time now for the Wall Street Beat. BlackRock is set to acquire database provider Preqin for $3.2 billion. And it's the latest push for BlackRock, best known for its index funds, to become a player in alternative assets and the democratization of it. Preqin competes with Bloomberg LP, the parent of Bloomberg News. Joining us now is Scylla Brush, who covers BlackRock for Bloomberg. How do you think about this latest push? They bought GIP earlier this year. They're now buying Preqin. They seem to be making this massive alternatives push.
They are. It's a company that has, at the end of March, $10.5 trillion. Best known originally as a fixed income manager, then a massive deal to expand into ETFs and index assets, which of course boomed over the last 10 to 15 years. And what they see now, and in the last matter of 6 months to a year or so, is the growth, the really fast-growing world of private assets. And they've made a concerted push to expand and try to bulk up both in scale, assets, technology, risk management, across the kind of different parts of BlackRock's company. And when you look at the different pieces, and most notably the two deals, GIP for $12.5 billion in January, and this deal announced yesterday and into this morning for $3.2 billion, you see the sort of details being fleshed out of their plan.
Now, we only have about a minute left here, Scylla, but explain how hard of a path it has been to get here for BlackRock to transition into the world of alternatives.
I mean, I think what you've seen in the market is some of the, the Blackstones, Apollos, KKRs, just massive growth in private assets over the last, decade plus. And again, I think BlackRock is, sees this and sees the growth, the potential growth for them, and they've identified certain areas within private assets that they want to essentially own. And infrastructure is a massive play for them. And the second area is in terms of technology, how to integrate the potential risks of that private assets alongside public securities, stocks and bonds, which they've already, are dominating markets for. How do they combine public and private assets into kind of a whole portfolio? And their play and idea is putting it together essentially as one firm.
Want to read a quick quote from Larry Fink on the call with investors. We believe we can index the private markets. Our thanks to Scylla Brush for all his coverage. Of course, this was all confirming a Bloomberg scoop that we had earlier regarding this BlackRock Preqin deal. Now, I'm Shonali Bassick. That does it for Bloomberg Markets. Markets trying to hold on to that green territory today, and bond market in flux. Stick with us through Balance of Power. Of course, a big day in election season and a big day for markets ahead. This is Bloomberg.
Join TastyFX for award-winning service from a broker who gets why you trade.
The Ergo Smart Base from Tempur-Pedic automatically responds to snoring, so no more hiding under your pillow, because this system actually detects snoring, then adjusts to help reduce it. Tempur-Pedic, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased online by J.D. Power.
Hello, I'm Ethereum.
And I'm Big Finance.
You look really tired.
Just calling it a day.
But it's 4 p.m.
Yeah, and I've been working nonstop since 9:30 this morning, so.
9:30? You don't say.
Yep. You'd want a little shut-eye too if you've been moving billions around the world.
Well, actually I do. Stablecoins, NFTs, loans. People can access me 24/7.
What?
But look, everyone's different. You should get your rest. You'll get after it tomorrow.
Tomorrow's Saturday.
Monday. You'll get after it again on Monday.
I like to have managing my money.
The private markets in general have exploded at the expense of the public markets. Part of that's regulatory, part of that's just structural in the market. Private credit particularly exploded when the banks took a step back.
DOJ or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges. Britain's next.
Fed was going to keep rain World Cup. This is a 3.
As the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's a ruling that impacts Donald Trump's legal journey, but also the presidency at large. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the Supreme Court rules today on Donald Trump's immunity claims without actually ruling. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington, and a very important day here in politics and, of course, in Supreme Court history. Kaylee, remanding this case back down to the appeals court. Big questions now about whether there will be a Jack Smith trial ever.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. This ruling on 6-3 partisan lines from the high court could effectively mean that this will not go to trial before the election in November. The court, of course, finding that Donald Trump indeed does have some immunity for official acts, but not for unofficial ones. And this is the question. To what extent was Donald Trump acting as president versus as a presidential candidate? And to your point, Joe, the court actually not deciding on what constitutes what in terms of official versus unofficial acts. They've tossed it back down to another court to decide.
Yeah, so questions remain about whether anything crosses the line for a sitting president if it's under the guise of an official act, remembering the SEAL Team 6 argument that in this world a president could then feasibly activate SEAL Team 6 to go after a political opponent. And after what we learned from the court, that remains a question.
Absolutely. And that was really at the heart of the dissent that was authored by Sonia Sotomayor, the justice. She says, never in the history of our republic has a president had reason to believe he would be immune from criminal prosecution if he used the trappings of the office to violate criminal law. And she ended by saying, with fear for our democracy, I dissent. And that really gets down to the root of this, Joe. This obviously does have implications for the prosecution of Donald Trump, but its implications go well beyond him to the current president and all presidents to come, realistically.
Yeah, so we're going to explore the legal side of this and the political side over the next hour, as you would expect here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm glad to say the former Deputy U.S. Attorney General and former Deputy Solicitor General of the United States, Donald Ayer, is going to be with us. This is someone who has been there arguing cases before the court, and our great panel as well. Kaylee, Rick Davis, and Brad Howard will bring us the view from both sides of the aisle here in the throes of a presidential campaign.
Yeah, we've got a lot of important conversations coming up. First, though, as always, let's get a check on the markets up in New York with Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much, Kaylee. We got equities moving higher. Right now, we have got the S&P higher by 10, up by about 0.2%. Traders, however, certainly weighing the potential economic implications of the November presidential election. S&P, as I mentioned, up 0.2. We've got the Dow up 0.1% right now, up 58 points, while NASDAQ is up 119, a gain of 0.7%. 10-year yield 4.48%, the 2-year 4.78%. Gold right now little changed, up just about $1 the ounce. Spot gold at $23.37, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.9%, $83.07 a barrel. Boeing has agreed to buy back Spirit Aerosystems Holdings for $37.25 a share in an all-stock deal that values the supplier at $4.7 billion, unwinding a 2-decade separation as the embattled playmaker tries to fix its manufacturing defects. Boeing shares up right now by 2.2%. Shares of SPR, Spirit Aerosystems Holdings, they're up by 3.5%. Recapping, stocks higher. S&P up 10 now, a gain of 0.2%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet up in New York. Thank you so much. I am Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where all of the focus today is on a ruling that just came out from the Supreme Court. The last day of a term that extended into July. And at the very last moment, the last opinion comes down, and it's a big one. The High Court ruling 6-3 that Donald Trump does have some immunity from prosecution for official acts he took during his presidency. But Chief Justice John Roberts, Joe, writing in his majority opinion, the president is not above the law. I guess it's just a question of to what extent.
Yeah, and where's the line? What's official? And I guess we're going to go through this exercise now, Kaylee, to truly delineate what counts, and that's going to take a while, which is why it's likely now that Jack Smith's trial will not be able to take place before the election, and if Donald Trump wins the election, it probably will never take place at all. It's where we start our conversation with Donald Ayer, a very important voice in this story you've heard before here on Bloomberg TV and radio, the former Deputy U.S. Attorney General and former Principal Deputy Solicitor General of the United States. Donald, welcome back to the table. It's really great to see you, and thank you for being here on this day of days. I think we have to start by acknowledging the fact that once again, this court didn't really rule in its ruling. It simply remanded this back down to a lower court. What the heck took so long?
Well, I don't know, and one can speculate about motives and why and all the delay.
They're already speculating.
And I mean, there's a lot one can say, but I think probably for now, having just a couple hours ago gotten this, 3 hours ago gotten this decision, it's probably worth talking about what the decision is and says. And I guess what I would say is that it's got a plausible framework and a very pro-immunity spin to it. Court basically starts out, saying that conduct within the outer perimeter of duties is presumptively subject to immunity, and that conduct that's not within the outer perimeter of duties is not. And then you get into the question of what is and what is not within the outer perimeter of the duties. And the court ends up taking a very broad view of what is within the outer perimeter of the duties, and they do it in part by looking at specific allegations within the Trump indictment and in the January 6th case, and we can go through that if you want to in terms of what they said. And what they ended up saying was, geez, a lot of, effectively, there's possibilities that a lot of the things alleged could be subject to immunity.
Well, and so that gets down to the delineation between official acts and unofficial acts and what exactly could be prosecuted. But what's noteworthy is the court today also ruled that even evidence regarding official acts cannot be incorporated into a trial whenever, if ever, that takes place. How consequential is that part of the ruling, that not only the prosecution is in question, but what you can enter into your arguments if you're a prosecutor?
It's quite consequential, and it's I think, highly questionable, because as Justice Sotomayor said in her dissent, and as Amy Coney Barrett said in her concurrence, this is not what the law is. That's not what it's been. I think more consequential is the way the court spun the questions about what is, two things, what is within the outer perimeter, and secondly, if it is within the outer perimeter and therefore presumptively subject to immunity, how do you decide whether there is immunity or not? And in both of those ways, the court has sort of set this thing at an angle that makes you think, and then the other thing is they're going to get the last word. They're going to get the last word because this is going to be bounced back to the district court.
Yeah.
District court's going to have hearings. It's going to answer these questions that the court has said have to be answered. Then it's going to go back up on appeal. And if the court
why
wants
not just answer it now?
How what?
Why wouldn't the Supreme Court just make those delineations itself, knowing it'll ultimately come back to them anyway?
Well, they did in one instance do that. They made a ruling that the former president's actions with regard to the Attorney General, the DOJ situation, where he has control of who's the Attorney General, and he took some steps to replace the Attorney General, and he leaned on the Attorney General to send a letter to Georgia and stuff like that. And essentially the court said, well, that's within the outer perimeter of his duties. Clearly he's in charge of the Justice Department. But with regard to three other categories of conduct, the court said, basically kind of said things that said, well, it could be subject to immunity, and we're going to remand it. But those categories are indicative of, really? That's really subject possibly to immunity? And so it puts a spin on it that causes one to wonder really how accountable the president can be within this framework.
That's a great way of putting it. And I wonder broadly, when you consider the fact that we're even having this conversation now, the American experiment rejected the idea of having a king. Right. Now, I realize you still need to be elected, but it kind of sounds like you're a king for 4 years. Is that not right?
Well, I let's hope not. But that's a spin one could put and wonder if it isn't true, because it depends a lot on how these issues turn out. I mean, for example, one of the categories that they focused on was the allegations, which we're all familiar with, about Trump interfering with, calling state officials, calling local officials, trying to influence the state vote count, which is the job of the states to do. It's not the federal job. It's not his job. It's not arguably really within the scope of any job he's got, unless you think he's in charge of everything. And the court said, well, gee, that could be within the outer perimeter, so we'll remand that. Right. We'll send that back to the district court. The ultimate thing that they did that's most alarming, one of the most alarming things to me about it, is that for all these things that may be arguably within the outer perimeter of responsibility, which the court seems to think is very, very broad, including speeches given on January 6th, for example, communicating with the public. Well, that's the president's job, to communicate with the public. So what's the test for deciding whether you're going to defeat this presumptive immunity for things that are within the scope, arguably? And it's whether a prosecution with regard to it, the quote from the case is, could pose any dangers of intrusions on the authority and function of the executive. Any dangers at all will justify immunity, according to the court.
Well, so when you consider the kinds of questions that were raised in the arguments back in April, one of them was, could the president tell SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival? Under this framework that the court has just put forward, declaring that, including being commander-in-chief, that whatever you're doing in actions officially as president is prone to immunity. You could be immune from prosecution. Would that, too, be inclusive as we consider what anyone could do in the future?
You tell me. I mean, if the test is, would it, this is the only test the court provided, would it pose any danger of intrusion on the president's exercise of his powers? And if you apply that test, you tell me.
And in the case of Donald Trump, for instance, this was one example drawn by Robert McWhorter in our last hour. There are documents showing he talked to Russian authorities about opening a hotel in Moscow. If you decided that was a national security threat, that might fulfill the qualifier.
It could. And then just to stress the fact that what's been set up here, and this is getting to be a pattern in the court's cases more broadly with regard to how ultimately issues are decided, they are centering more and more final authority on themselves with regard to administrative law issues. I mean, we've just experienced the repeal, essentially, of the Chevron doctrine, which recognized discretion in administrative agencies when the statute's ambiguous and they come up with a reasonable interpretation. Well, that's gone. And so it's going to be the courts that are going to decide what the statute means. Bump it up to us and we'll tell you. We'll tell you how to read that statute. Well, this is the same thing. Bump it up to us and we'll tell you whether or not this poses any danger to the exercise of discretion by the president. Well, good luck with that in terms of how that's going to turn out. It's going to turn out the way 5 justices want it to turn out.
That's right.
And right now, this group doesn't seem inclined to limit the president very much.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the other rulings that we have gotten from this court in this end of the term, because another one potentially relates to this case brought against Donald Trump in Washington last week, when they essentially limit the use of the Enron doctrine over what constitutes as obstruction in the case of a January 6th defendant that they ruled in favor of. Donald Trump has been charged with obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding in this very case that we are talking about. How do those two opinions intersect, if at all?
Well, again, ultimately, I hate to be cynical, but it's however this court says they interact. But if to try to analyze it, they decided that Fisher case on the ground that you should read the statute's 2 sections, one of which is about messing around with documents, and the other of which doesn't mention documents, but specifically, but just talks about interfering with an official proceeding, otherwise interfering with an official proceeding, which government, I think, totally persuasively argued meant apart from documents, did you interfere with the proceeding? Well, the court rejected that and said, no, you have to limit this along the lines of things to do with documents and evidence. Well, I think here, again, even that ruling, if you take it as at face value, when you apply it to the case of Trump and the indictment on these charges there, the allegations with regard to Trump are really allegations with regard to lots of things related to documents. They're related to these lists of electors that were submitted and other documentation that was included. And a reasonable reading would say, well, this comes within it anyway. Now, it depends specifically on what the prosecution intends to rely upon, but I think it could very well be fine even under that reading. But again, if it goes to the Supreme Court and they say it's not, and that's the end of it.
You referenced the fact that it says nothing about immunity.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
Will there need to be language in the Constitution, an amendment that follows this, that clarifies this concept?
Well, I don't think there's any way practically, politically that could happen now.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls?
Most people have been
Then sign up today and get our special
one
offer
of the trends
Financial
of this
Juice Pro
court
for a
is
year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month.
A basic distrust, a public distrust of judges exercising judgment at the same time as, from year to year now we're experiencing the court, ironically, itself, just by fiat, deciding certain things are a certain way and just announcing them and saying them. And I think, everybody's understood that there is a concept of immunity that's very much a balancing process. It depends on judgment exercised by judges, and it starts with the premise that judges can be trusted to exercise judgment, and it's not an objective thing. It's
67 counterparties take $451.8783 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Well, that's right.
In the United States?
That's right. I mean, that's the basic premise, and that's the thing I think that's so alarming to a lot of people about this decision, is that when you read it, it seems like a majority here is ready to let the president do a lot of things. And what is it that they're going to say is not within his outer perimeter of his duties?
In the dissent that Justice Sotomayor, which you've referenced, wrote, she ended it by saying she dissents with fear for our democracy.
Yeah.
Do you share that fear today?
Yeah, I do. Well, there's a lot of things that's happened lately that are causing fear for our democracy, because I think Donald Trump is someone who has, said all manner of things that would cause a lot of fear in terms of respecting elections and doing what he can to undermine them. And his whole campaign has been focused on the fact that the election was allegedly stolen from him, even though there's not a shred of evidence to support it. And he wants to be a dictator on day one, and all of this stuff. It's horrifying. And then you look at the polls, and he may well get that chance, and it's really, really scary.
Pretty remarkable to spend time with Donald Ayer on a day like this. We're really glad that you could come back to talk to us today on Bloomberg.
Thank you. Happy
Donald,
to do it.
thank you so much. Former Deputy U.S. Attorney
The
General.
dollar
former
pairs
Principal
gains
Deputy
versus the
Solicitor
yen last
General
up
of the United States.
0.3% at 161.43.
Remarkable reaction to your last question there, Kayleigh.
Yeah, a concern for democracy not just being voiced by Mr. Ayer or Justice Sotomayor, but many in reaction to this ruling today. Not so, though, for Donald Trump himself, who, when this ruling came down, posted on Truth Social, "Big win for our Constitution and democracy. Proud to be an American." Of course, Trump not dealt a conclusive, decisive victory with this case, but certainly, if nothing else, a partial victory, because this is very unlikely to go to trial before the election.
That's right. So it remains kind of a dotted line to the campaign trail. We're going to talk about the impact on this race next with our panel, only on Bloomberg.
The Ergo Smart Base from Tempur-Pedic automatically responds to snoring, so no more hiding under your pillow, because this system actually detects snoring, then adjusts to help reduce it. Tempur-Pedic, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased online by J.D. Power.
There's a place where global markets are always open, where you can explore and discover innovative new offerings and hundreds of trading products right at your fingertips. That's SIBO.
Use of the Fed's reverse repo operation facility sees the largest outflow since January 2nd.
One more bag, your advantage status gets you one more.
More loyalty points for me.
One more day?
Yeah. A little more.
Check it out, more leg room.
More is good.
More rewards. More often. Life awaits. Get more with the American Airlines Advantage program.
Hello, I'm Ethereum.
And I'm Big Finance.
You look really tired.
Just calling it a day.
But it's 4 p.m.
Yeah, and I've been working nonstop since 9:30 this morning, so.
9:30? You don't say.
Yep. You'd want a little shut-eye too if you've been moving billions around the world.
Well, actually I do. You know, stablecoins, NFTs, loans. People can access me 24/7.
What?
But look, everyone's different. You should get your rest. You'll get after it tomorrow.
But tomorrow's Saturday.
Monday. You'll get after it again on Monday.
The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, The China Show. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Hong Kong time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Politics to the world of business. 2 times a day at 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis from and about politics' biggest power players.
The president has been clear that is non-negotiable.
I mean, this is going to be an ugly, ugly year.
Balance of Power, live around the world twice a day at 1 and 5 Eastern. Only on Bloomberg TV and radio. Context changes everything. The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
What I can say is that we've been making significant investments across the franchise, across regulatory reporting, across data, and across resolution and recovery planning. These are areas we've been investing in because we know they're areas that, frankly, the industry likely needs to further enhance, and we certainly want to enhance them for ourselves.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with a developing story. This headline right off the Bloomberg Professional Service. The Boston Celtics majority ownership group is planning to make the franchise available for sale. That according to ESPN. Again, developing story. The headline right now on the Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ are all advancing. S&P right now up 10 to 54.70, a gain there of 0.2%. The Dow up 74, up 0.2%. NASDAQ up 107, a gain there of 0.6%. 10-year yield 4.47% with a 2-year 4.77%. The world's biggest bond market getting hit today as traders weigh the potential economic implications for the November presidential election. Gold up $1 the ounce, 23.27, a gain there of less than 0.1%. Crude, West Texas Intermediate, now up 2%, 83.19 a barrel. NVDA shares today trading lower by 0.2%. French antitrust regulators are preparing to charge NVIDIA over alleged anti-competitive practices. Again, this according to Reuters, citing sources. And repeating our top story, Boston Celtics majority ownership group planning to make the franchise available for sale. That according to ESPN. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. And once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. And thank you for joining us on Bloomberg TV and radio, the Monday edition of Balance of Power on this Supreme Court ruling day. It's the final day of the term, and the major ruling that we've been anticipating on presidential immunity dropped a few hours ago. There is still a lot of questions, though, about the impact of this ruling politically. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. Kaylee, there are questions about the legal outcome of this ruling as well, because it's been remanded to a lower court, so we're not done with this yet.
No, it's going to be up to lower courts to decide what is an official act versus an unofficial act as we consider the powers of the presidency or the president himself as not just the leader of the United States and the free world, but also a private citizen engaging in private activity in some instances. And that's really the question that, to a large extent today, the court has left unanswered. What the court has succeeded in doing, though, is effectively making sure that this case brought against Donald Trump here in Washington will not go to trial before the election in November. So as we consider the consequence of this ruling and its impact on the election, we assemble our political panel. Rick Davis is with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor and partner at Stone Court Capital, together today with Brad Howard, Democratic strategist and Corcoran Street Group founder and president. Rick, just to begin with you, we can discuss whether or not this was a legal victory for Donald Trump, but certainly, can we call this a political one for him?
Sure. I think it's easily a political victory. He's been using it all day since the ruling was released to take a victory lap, claiming that he's been unfairly prosecuted, and that he should be free of any of these charges because of this new immunity standard, one of which he claims he has said all along that he should have been immune. So sure, he's making good use of it. I'm sure he'll raise money off of it. I'm sure he'll create some advantage with people who are Trump voters who are leaning the other way, potentially going against him. And so this might take one of the questions out of the matrix of issues they might have about concerns about Donald Trump.
Brad, does this go both ways? Is Joe Biden going to have a major fundraising week or day or quarter? In the end, we'll hear that Democratic donors were activated by this ruling?
I mean, I hope so, and I think it might, just simply because it dramatically raises the stakes of the election, right? It's no longer about, whether or not you think Joe Biden is maybe too old or Donald Trump is, too rambling at rallies. It's now about the survival of our democracy. If you elect the wrong person with the wrong impulses here, there's no longer those checks and balances to prevent them from having any fear of persecution when they leave office, or if they ever leave office. Considering Donald Trump tried everything he could within the bounds that existed at the time he even stepped over those bounds, I think, into criminal behavior, into staying in office. Now that he doesn't have to worry about prosecution afterwards, he can declare everything an official act. What's to say he's ever going to leave office? And I think these are really strong, powerful considerations that voters are going to have to take into account.
Well, Brad, as you talk about checks and balances, obviously the three branches are supposed to work in a way that they can check each other. Would you say with this decision today that the judicial branch is checking the executive or just empowering it?
Well, you're essentially turning the Supreme Court, the 9 unelected bureaucrats, into the arbiters of what's legal and what's not in terms of what a president can or cannot do. They're going to become the arbiters of everything. Every little remote. Congress does have a role here in the sense they should have impeached, and they did. They impeached Donald Trump for his actions on Jan 6th. They should have removed him from office, or at the time he was out of office, so they should have prevented him from running for future office as punishment. But Congress has demonstrated that the partisanship is so strong that Republicans can't look past their own partisan politics to prosecute someone who clearly did something criminal on January 6th. We all saw with our own eyes what happened that day. And so I think you're starting to see this erosion of these checks and balances. You're starting to see an empowered Supreme Court with 9 elected bureaucrats. AOC this morning, or just moments ago, announced she's going to start filing impeachment charges against Supreme Court justices. So this is going to have a lot of consequences throughout Congress as well.
In the meantime, though, Rick, you're managing a presidential campaign, and if you're Donald Trump's campaign manager or his campaign advisors, you're now looking at a summer that's wide open. It's the 1st of July. I realize there's a sentencing thing going on here between now and the convention, but after that, you know now for a fact that your candidate is not going to be locked in a courtroom. What do you do at the time?
Yeah, from now to probably inaugural, you're not going to be sitting in a courtroom like you did for 5 weeks up in New York during that case, and you're free to schedule. And scheduling is a really critical aspect of this campaign. I mean, putting Donald Trump in the key battleground states to try and take advantage of some of the momentum he's gotten off of the debate last week is now going to be more certain than it's ever been. I mean, this is a campaign that's been rocked by, having to appear in these various court cases during the indictment phase, and frankly, one that took advantage of that. I mean, one of the things we have to remember is Donald Trump has used these court cases to his political advantage. He was down and out in 2021 prior to the first indictment and has ridden these indictments and, frankly, the convictions to his political advantage. Maybe now it makes it harder for him because he doesn't have that tool to use every week at his disposal. So we'll see what happens next. But look, I mean, I remind everybody, Judge Chutkan's going to have something to say about what she considers in and outside the bounds of immunity. And so I don't think we've heard the last of this. She's going to opine on this as she has in the past. And she was pretty aggressive when it came to what she thought the vulnerabilities of immunity were for Donald Trump. And I don't think the Supreme Court has really taken that club away from her in many ways.
Yeah, it's an excellent point, Rick. A lot of these decisions will now be up to her, even if ultimately they do end up back at the Supreme Court at the end of the day. If we continue to consider, though, this idea of scheduling you were speaking to, if you're scheduling for Joe Biden in the aftermath of Thursday's debate, is it now effectively your job to get the president in as many unscripted scenarios as you possibly can, be that sit-down interviews or other appearances in which he needs to ad-lib?
I'd hate to say it, but I think the one thing he needs to schedule is the speech where he withdraws from the campaign and endorses somebody else prior to the Democratic convention. But outside of that, yes, I think that he has a credibility problem that is showing up in the surveys. There's a new CBS survey out that shows almost half his party want him to withdraw from the campaign. And he has no time to lose. This idea that he took the weekend off and went to Camp David to confer with his family about staying in the race. I mean, frankly, he should have been out trying to do what he did right after the debacle of a debate and do more campaign rallies and, frankly, do some sit-down interviews, just as you described, Kayleigh, about unscripted, non-teleprompter interviews where he actually can show people that he has the capacity to govern.
Brad, I want you to weigh in on this and bring you back to a tweet from Jon Favreau, who is an Obama speechwriter and now pretty well known for his podcast as a Democratic advisor from the Obama campaign. I would simply say calling nearly half your party's voters the bedwetting brigade is not the most effective strategy to assuage their concerns about your candidate and get them to the polls. What is the real conversation that's happening now inside Democratic circles following the freakout on Thursday night?
Well, look, I think there's always been kind of bad blood between some folks in the Obama world, including David Axelrod and Jon Favreau and Joe Biden. That friction was evident all 8 years of when Barack Obama was president and in the primaries where none of them really thought he would win, and he did. And I think that's part of Joe Biden's strength is that every time he's been counted out and down, he has come back. I think at the rally they played Chumbawamba, I get knocked down, I get back up again, which I thought was kind of a genius theatrical move.
So are they bedwetters?
Well, I mean, look, every day of the week, Democrats are freaking out about something. It's what motivates us. It's what keeps us going. And we should be. It's what makes our candidates stronger. I think, again, my concern is the debate is not going to have that much of an effect on swing voters who are swing voters because they haven't been convinced that he is up to the job just yet. Otherwise, they'd be with Joe Biden squarely and not done. They're not going to Donald Trump because they think he's too mentally unstable. But they've been a little worried of his age, and that worry is continuing. What you're seeing is the base has been confronted with concern over his age for the first time. We've been told he's sharp behind the scenes. We've been told that he can do the job, and from trusted people we trust within the party. And then what was displayed on Thursday night did not reflect what we had been told. And so I think there's a lot of base voters that want to hear an explanation and see more proof that he is the best individual to take on Donald Trump. Because if we fail in this endeavor and Donald Trump returns to the White House, it could very well be the end of democracy.
Brad, we just have 30 seconds left, but how long of a grace period is there for that proof to show up?
Well, I would say a week or two, because then we start heading into convention planning, and the delegate race is going to be, pretty insane. I do think the idea of an open convention is not a terrible idea in the sense that you get to see some of the brightest stars in the Democratic Party fight for the votes of the delegates and then kind of announce with this energy and enthusiasm. But if Joe Biden remains and thinks he's the best one to take on, he's going to have my full support, and I hope the Democratic Party will rally behind him, because the stakes are too high here to head into an election because your feelings were hurt by being called a name from the White House staff.
All right, 2 weeks. We're writing it down. Brad Howard and Rick Davis, thank you for a great conversation and our great panel today here on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kayleigh Lyons. We'll have a lot more ahead on the fastest show in politics after we update world and national news with Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hi, Amy.
Hi, Joe. The U.S. Supreme Court ruling Donald Trump has some immunity from criminal charges for trying to reverse the 2020 election results. Harold Krent is a professor of law at Chicago-Kent College of Law, and he talked with Bloomberg Intelligence about what this would mean for Trump's upcoming trial.
But that means delay, it means time, and so there will be very likely
no kind of trial until after the election.
The justices, voting 6-3, ruled for the first time that former presidents are shielded from prosecution for some official acts taken while in office. Record-breaking Hurricane Beryl is intensifying. It is churning through the Caribbean south of Grenada, where it is forecast to unleash catastrophic winds and life-threatening storm surges. Beryl regained Category 4 strength after briefly weakening this morning. The storm rapidly intensified from a tropical depression on Friday to a major Cat 4 hurricane last night. Now, typically the first hurricane arrives in the Atlantic by August 11th and the first Cat 3 or stronger in September, but meteorologists say the Atlantic is the warmest it has ever been since June. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
Feeling cramped and cluttered? Looking for storage solutions? Mini U Storage has you covered. With over 45 locations, free truck rentals, a variety of unit sizes, and moving and storage supplies, Mini U Storage tailors solutions to fit your unique needs. Mini U Storage is now offering free rent for your first month. That's right, your first month with Mini U Storage is free. Find a location near you at miniustorage.com or scan the QR code to unlock your free month now. miniustorage.com.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear a rhythm in the markets. The markets compose their own tunes, and once you learn to listen for them, you'll catch yourself humming along.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. I'm a former New York Yankee and played professional baseball for over 20 years. Almost that entire time, I was thinking about business.
And I'm Jason Kelly. I've been a business journalist at Bloomberg for more than 2 decades. And across my career, I've covered everything from the Olympics to Wall Street.
From Bloomberg, this is The Deal. Each week, you'll hear us in conversation with business icons.
This show will explore deal-making across sports, media, and entertainment.
This is very fancy for a podcast.
If I knew what it was going to be, I'd put everything I had into it.
I get asked more about our relationship than I do my wife. You know what I'm saying?
This is a show where we talk with big-time athletes and executives about the wins, the losses, and lessons learned along the way.
This show is called The Deal.
The Deal?
The Deal.
The Deal.
That deal.
The Deal.
Huge deal.
Who dug this up? What are y'all in trouble?
I decided to acquire Indeed 12 years ago when I was 36. I couldn't speak English, but I decided to move to the US with my family. Okay, let's study English. Let's, manage this big American company. But I could do it. Ages are just numbers. If you stay being very curious to run new things, you can keep doing that. So what we're trying to adjust is our company should be the place to maximize people's ability, people's talent, and people's passion, right? Our employees' passion. So we believe that if we can have the work or the vision, people can be passionate, and which is aligned with all what employee wants to do, that's the best way to maximize the people's ability.
Follow your passion.
That's right.
So whether you're 14 or 40 years old.
I think so. Because, what's the difference? I don't know. We might be totally wrong. That's how we have been running this company for 60 years.
Power, money, culture. Haslinda Aman tells the story of Asia's rise through the people who are helping to shape it. This week, with the drive of winning over a new generation of fans and players, Live Golf CEO Greg Norman is shaking up the game.
The best players in the world, on the best golf courses in the world, in the best cities in the world, it's very easy to get that multiplying factor to move out.
Latitude, encore presentation this weekend, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning from our world headquarters.
headquarters in New York, I'm Manus Krennic.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday at 5 a.m. Eastern. Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. From breakfast cereals to pet foods, General Mills has an iconic array of brands. But future success depends on efficiency, innovation, and insight. CFO Kofi Bruce does much more than crunch numbers.
Our first job is to intimately understand and anticipate the consumer's needs.
Watch Chief Future Officer. New season starts July 10th on Bloomberg Television.
This is Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all holding in the green right now. S&P up 10. That is a gain of 0.2%. The Dow up 70, up 0.2%. While NASDAQ is now higher by 107 points, an advance of 0.6%. 10-year yield, 4.47%, with a 2-year right now, 4.77%. Spot gold up 0.1%, 23.29 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2.1% right now, 83.28 for a barrel of WTI. Chewy shares are lower now by 4.4%. They did spike earlier in the session after Keith Gill disclosed a 6.6% passive stake in the online pet food and product retailer. Gill, who operates under the moniker of Roaring Kitty, shot to fame in 2021 as he rallied retail traders around video game store GameStop. GameStop shares today down by 5.5%. Again, Chewy shares trading lower by 4.3%. Recapping, S&P up 11 right now. That is a gain of 0.2%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington once again. Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York with a look at the first day of trading of this new quarter on this 1st of July. Thank you so much. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lyons with Joe Matthew in Washington. We're in a typical year. The Supreme Court already would have called it quits for the summer. The term would have ended before today, and we would have all moved on. But of course, it did extend into July, something that happens rarely, as they dropped 3 opinions, one of which is highly consequential for the office of the presidency, let alone this presidential cycle, as the Supreme Court rules on ideological lines 6-3, Joe, that Donald Trump has some immunity from prosecution.
Some immunity, which needs to be qualified still, as we now enter what could be a protracted process to figure out what is considered an official act of the president versus unofficial, and where exactly the immunity lies, the presumption of immunity in this case for a sitting president. Sarah Forden runs our legal coverage out of Washington and therefore has been a very busy person through this moment right now. Sarah, it's great to see you. Congrats on the end of the term, although we're left with more questions than some had when we began it.
Lots to parse still here in this decision.
Well, so let's talk about who's going to do the parsing. This basically puts the burden now on Judge Tanya Chutkan, who is the judge overseeing this case against Trump here in Washington, in which he's charged with election subversion. The court did say he has some immunity, but that discretion of what acts actually get to claim that immunity is left to her.
Yeah, so, I mean, the big new takeaway from this decision is that the Supreme Court is saying that a president should have immunity, even for criminal acts, for actions that are taken, in line with his or her official duties. So that is really new law on the question of presidential immunity. But the question now is what constitutes an official act and what constitutes a personal act. And so they've sent the whole case back to Tanya Chutkan to hold, to make findings about, what is, if you talk to your attorney general, they've said that is an official act. So there's no question but that the president has immunity. But other acts, which could include, going to state election officials or working on a slate of state electors, these could come under the personal category, but she's going to have to go through a legal process to make those determinations.
She was already planning for a 2 to 3 month long trial for Jack Smith. How long
will this exercise take?
Well, initially she said she would need 2 to 3 months just to prepare for the trial. This exercise really puts a question mark on the timing because she's going to have to, first of all, they have to issue their official mandate, so that could take several weeks. We don't know. There was no mention in the opinion that needs to be expedited, so that could take more time just to send it back to Chutkan, and then Chutkan will have to take it up and then set a briefing schedule. And so this whole thing can just stretch out indefinitely. Also, because even if she does make certain findings, there's still the possibility of appeals, which could send the whole case back to the Supreme Court. So honestly, there's no end in sight at this moment for this trial.
So is there any recourse at all for special counsel Jack Smith? Could he potentially redraft the indictment to remove anything that could possibly fall under the category of official acts, or are his hands effectively tied until all of this can be played out?
I mean, it seems his hands are pretty tied in this case. I mean, he could definitely come back with some motions and some filings, but right now the next steps and the onus is on Chutkan to make these determinations. So it's really in her hands.
We can assume, though, that this is going to come back before this very same court, right?
Absolutely.
So a lot of folks wonder why the waste of time, months in the making, to bring us to this point, knowing it would simply come back to the high court. There's no real answer for that, is there?
I mean, this opinion was authored by the Chief Justice, John Roberts, so clearly he has feelings that these are important questions that need to be decided kind of for eternity. And one of the things that we're noting in some follow-up pieces is that the elephant in the room here is the November election.
Right.
There was no mention of the election or the political process in this opinion.
But he did make mention of this whole idea of timing. In his majority opinion, he said, despite the unprecedented nature of this case, the significant constitutional questions that it raises, its expedited treatment in the lower courts and in this court, the lack of factual analysis in the lower courts. He's essentially arguing that this court, the high court, is taking its time in a way that is appropriate, which the lower courts did not do.
Exactly. So it's almost as though they want to make this for, eternity, but, the facts are taking off, as we speak. And so there's going to be the interplay between their decision and then what happens in the political realm.
Yeah.
Sarah, great to have you with us. Sarah Forden, Bloomberg News, Washington, D.C. legal team leader. I hope that means you get to go to Disney World or something like the term. So it's like, God, she's been super busy, Kaylee, for a long time. Knowing that they were going to save the big stuff for last, but it sure seems like they could have done this in June. Is it just me?
Well, that's the question. They heard these arguments in April, and we've come back to cases the court has decided in the past related to presidential elections, be it Bush v. Gore. It took them a matter of days. It was brought up to my attention by former Watergate prosecutor Nick Ackerman earlier that in the Watergate tapes case, it took them a matter of weeks. They do have the power to decide quickly when they decide the situation merits.
It's worth reminding people of that. As we add the voice of Jane Hall at American University, where she's professor of journalism and media studies here, author of Politics in the Media, Intersections and New Directions. Jane, looking forward to talking with you about the debate last week and the aftermath more specifically. But with regard to today's Supreme Court ruling, when you back off and look at this from your perch at American University, is the presidency being redefined?
I think that it probably is, and I appreciate the fact that you all led with the facts of the case and the impact potentially on democracy, and now it's going to be analyzed and used by each side in the debate, in the politics. We are seeing in real time a decision comes down and cable news has people coming on immediately analyzing it, legal experts and then political experts, and all together analyzing how this will be portrayed. Will it be helpful to Donald Trump? Will it be helpful to Joe Biden? So, this is sort of a follow-on what you saw with the disastrous performance and the visuals of Joe Biden and how that has played out. And you can see it in the people who came out and who were put out, frankly, to speak on Sunday shows and are talking now about don't abandon Biden, as well as the people who immediately said, I'm close to Joe Biden, coming out of the debate on CNN and on MSNBC. I'm close to him. He should resign.
Well, let's talk about one of those voices on the Sunday shows. We did hear on NBC's Meet the Press yesterday from the senator from Georgia, Raphael Warnock, who was essentially acknowledging Biden's poor debate performance, but still had this to say.
There have been more than a few Sundays when I wish I had preached a better sermon. But after the sermon was over, it was my job to embody the message, to show up for the people that I serve. And that's what Joe Biden has been doing his entire life of public service. And over the last 4 years, Joe Biden has demonstrated, not over 90 minutes, but over the last 4 years, the character and the mettle of the man that he is.
So, Jane, I guess my question to you is what is 4 years when a short span of time that captured the attention of tens of millions and hundreds of millions more when you look at what was cut up and consumed in the aftermath on social media? What becomes more important in making a decision as to how you're going to vote?
Well, I think that is the key question. And from what I understand and what I know about the media, there is an attempt by Biden's supporters to say, including Ralph Warnock and others, that this was 90 minutes, that he has a 3.5-year-long presidency and a decades-long history. People are acknowledging that he did not make the case that they expected him to make, and you see that being played out. And I guess what I'm seeing and thinking about is they're probably going to wait for the polls and see what is the polling on this. What does the so-called average voter think? Is the damage from seeing these fights replayed in the split screen that many people were shocked by? I think even Biden's supporters. Is that the measure of the man, or can they reframe it? What should they be doing to put him out there? And how loud will the voices be if his poll numbers drop significantly and people are concerned about whether they can win in Congress?
Well, we did get a quick turn poll from CBS News and YouGov. You might have seen, Jane, when asked whether the president was, quote, or had, quote, the mental and cognitive health to serve as president, unquote. Only 27% of respondents said yes, 72% said no. So how should the media be covering this right now? Because there are two conversations going on. There's the one we just heard from Raphael Warnock, and I can add a whole bunch to that list. Chris Coons has been working overtime, and a lot of other very loyal Democrats. Even Wes Moore was out yesterday morning making the case for Joe Biden. You can see the public tweets, at least, from Barack Obama and others. But there's another conversation apparently happening behind closed doors, and that's what to do if this is not going to be Joe Biden's convention in Chicago. How do we handle it? To what extent is that the responsible story to be covering here, knowing that that's the less likely outcome?
I think the media are going to have to cover all of them. This is an extraordinary news period. I mean, it is in some ways heartening to me to see the news coverage and see the analysis that we're seeing largely. I think that a good job is being done by what I would call the establishment, legacy media, mainstream media. I think that in large part, just like the Supreme Court decision is consequential historically, and how will it play out? We will have to cover, I still count myself as a reporter and as a journalist in many ways, the news media will have to cover the scenario of, could this actually happen? I think, to your question, it would be a disservice to say this can't happen. You need to point out, this could happen, here's how it could, here are the difficulties, here's the conversation going on behind the scenes, here's the conversation that's going where they are huddled. And, much is being made of Jill Biden's role in this, and what she said afterwards. You have to cover all of this as responsibly and as fully as you can. And I think that's all that the news media can do at this point.
Well, as we consider what the news media does in the aftermath, there also are still remaining questions, Jane, about the way that some members of the media, specifically at CNN, handled the actual event itself, in that the moderators did not fact-check Donald Trump in real time, left that entirely to the president, and we know that he struggled to a large extent with that. Is that responsible in 2024 when we know that Donald Trump lied outright on some 30 occasions?
Well, that is a complicated question. My understanding and my perception of that was that when I watched it, I said, I think that it may not be possible to completely fact-check Donald Trump in real time. He has confounded every format that has ever been put forward. CNN and the Biden campaign and the Trump campaign set those rules. They have said that it was not their job to fact-check. Now, you can be critical of that and say there were some things that were so egregious, should they have stepped in? Some of the things that he said about being able to deliver a baby and then murdering the baby. You did see Dana Bash ask Donald Trump several times questions about would he honor the results of the election. You know, I think that unfortunately Biden did not make the case, and yet this campaign sought this debate, and people thought, now we look at it erroneously, that it would be helpful not to have Donald Trump able to be unleashed and spew lies. I have to say, I said before this that I thought it might actually help him. He could look more presidential. He could hold himself in check, and Biden was not able to goad him.
Jane, it's great to have you back. Thanks for the insights, as always. Jane Hall at American University. I'm Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lyons on the fastest show in politics. Kaylee will meet back here 5 o'clock, Washington time, for the late edition of Balance of Power, only here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
One of the benefits of working at Columbia Threadneedle Investments is the access to research analysts.
In order to transition away from fossil fuels, we're working to figure out what technologies are going to be more important than others.
Feeling cramped and cluttered? Looking for storage solutions? Mini U Storage has you covered. With over 45 locations, free truck rentals, a variety of unit sizes, and moving and storage supplies, Mini U Storage tailors solutions to fit your unique needs. Mini U Storage is now offering free rent for your first month. That's right, your first month with Mini U Storage is free. Find a location near you at miniustorage.com or scan the QR code to unlock your free month now. miniustorage.com.
Is this top 10 zoo in San Diego? No. Was Chicago named one of 2024's best beer cities? No. Is America's #1 pro soccer team in Miami? Mm-mm. Is this top 10 culinary destination in the world in LA? Nope. Wait, is all of this in one city? Yes, Columbus.
One more bag? Your advantage status gets you one more.
More loyalty points for me.
One more day?
Yeah. A little more.
Check it out. More legroom.
More is good. More rewards. More often. Life awaits. Get more with the American Airlines Advantage program.
Actively managing risk today targets outperformance tomorrow. PGIM's risk expertise, from liability to liquidity to longevity, helps drive your long-term goals. PGIM, our investments shape tomorrow today.
To do is so difficult, and it takes so much creative thinking to succeed that if you're always on, always busy, the bandwidth of your reflection is just too narrow. And I generally believe that Monday mornings I'm a better leader than I am, say, Friday afternoon. I also take all my vacations. I generally believe I'm a much better CEO right after a vacation than I am before vacation.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? And I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors in the world, the people that I would like to have managing my money.
The private markets in general have exploded at the expense of the public markets. Part of that's regulatory, part of that's just structural in the market. Private credit particularly exploded when the banks took a step back.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everyone. Live on Bloomberg TV Radio, streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. I'm Tim Stenevec. My co-host, Carol Masser, is off on assignment. Bloomberg TV anchor Katie Greifeld in for Carol this afternoon. Katie, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm thrilled to be here.
Yeah, we're thrilled to have you here. Hey, here's the setup this hour on this Monday, July 1st, the first trading day of the third quarter and of a holiday-shortened trading week. What are stocks doing, Katie?
They're mixed right now. Of course, you take a look at the bond market. That's mixed as well. A little bit of a sell-off underway. This all is traders really weighing the potential economic implications of the November U.S. presidential election.
Okay, implications is what we're talking about, especially when it comes to the Supreme Court decision that everybody was waiting for. The court ruling that Donald Trump has some immunity. We've got the details and the implications ahead.
Also, Wall Street pros feeling uneasy about retail investors again. Some are concerned there could be trouble after dark. We'll discuss.
And Boeing and Spirit making it official. After a 2-decade split, they are finally back together again.
And our one more thing, the $1.3 billion company that Taylor Swift steps all over.
First up, though, a check on the day's trade and top business stories, because we got all that coming up. But first, Charlie Pallett.
Thank you very much, Tim and Katie. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing right now. A 0.1% gain for both the S&P and the Dow. NASDAQ pushing higher by 95 points, up 0.5%. 10-year yield 4.48%, with a 2-year that's now yielding 4.78%. Spot gold up 0.1%. Little change there, $23.29 the ounce. While West Texas Intermediate crude is up 2.3%, 83.40 for WTI. Bitcoin up 2.7%, 63,590 right now on Bitcoin. NVIDIA shares lower by 0.2%. French antitrust regulators are preparing to charge NVIDIA over alleged anti-competitive practices. This according to Reuters, citing sources. Again, recapping, S&P up by 0.1%, higher now by 7 points. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, as I mentioned, the Supreme Court case pretty much everyone has been waiting for. The court ruling that Donald Trump has some immunity from criminal charges for trying to reverse the 2020 election results, all but ensuring that a trial will not happen before the November election. The justices voted 6-3 along ideological lines, and this federal appeals court was too categorical in rejecting Trump's immunity arguments, the judges said, ruling for the first time that former presidents are shielded from prosecution for some official acts taken while in office. So let's get to the interview. We got with us Greg Storr, Bloomberg News Supreme Court reporter. He joins us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Greg, the court stopped short of tossing out the indictment like Trump wanted, but the former president said on Truth Social that it was a, quote, big win for our Constitution and democracy. How big of a win is this for the former president?
It is a huge win for him. First of all, from a political standpoint, he got the most important thing with regard to this upcoming election, which is there will almost certainly not be a trial before the election. That was something that Special Counsel Jack Smith was pushing for. He wasn't saying that explicitly, but he was pushing to have a quick trial. That's not going to happen. And then more broadly, the court, took a lot of things out of this indictment that said that, like his conversations with the acting attorney general, that can't be part of this indictment. And it raised questions about a lot of other things, including his conversations with Mike Pence, his public remarks on the ellipse right before the Capitol riot. The court raised questions about whether a prosecution could be based on those. So this indictment, even if it does go forward at some point to trial, may end up looking very, very different.
Well, let's talk also, too, about the fact that they did send this back to U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan, who is, of course, overseeing the case, basically giving it to her to decide what is off limits to the prosecution. What does that decision tree look like?
Yeah, so certain things are definitely off limits. As I mentioned, his communications with the Justice Department, the Supreme Court said that's an official act. He can't be prosecuted for that. The other areas that are in the indictment, Judge Shuckin's going to have to probably hold a hearing on each of those things. They may be separate hearings because the evidence about Donald Trump's conversations with state officials, for example, may be very different from his evidence about the tweets he put out or that speech he gave. And all those things need to be resolved before this case goes to trial. Probably what's going to happen is she'll make some rulings, and those rulings may go back up on appeal, all this before trial takes place.
Greg, what is the litmus test for official and unofficial conduct of a president?
Yeah, so the court, for the first time, provided some guidelines for what it thinks is the dividing line there. Now, keep in mind, up until today, there hasn't been such a thing as criminal immunity for presidents for official acts. But basically what it said was if the president is doing things that the Constitution explicitly says is exclusively the president's authority, that is totally off limits. And then for other things that we know the president does in the general course of doing the job, including things like speaking to members of Congress, speaking to the public. Then what the court said was we need a really explicit line from Congress, an explicit determination from Congress that we want the president covered under this provision. And then finally it said for things that are truly private, the president cannot or can be prosecuted for those. It sort of suggested the kind of the trappings of what went into the context of what went into a particular action may determine whether it was public or private.
And I want to talk about the fact that we are having this conversation in July. Of course, the term was extended slightly, and we had to wait until July 1st to actually get this decision. And the Supreme Court, it has faced some accusations of slow walking this matter, Greg.
Yeah, the court, if it had wanted to, could have resolved this much more quickly. Jack Smith, back in December of last year, asked the court to take the case up on an expedited basis. The court turned him down at that point, decided to take it up later on. There are certainly ways the court could have resolved this case so that there would be more of a question about whether a trial could actually happen this year. Instead, they scheduled arguments for the very last argument day of their term, and waited until the very last decision day of the term to resolve it. Now, there are a lot of really big constitutional questions in there. The majority justices undoubtedly felt like these are really, really important and we want to take our time. But the upshot of it is that it certainly has given Donald Trump a huge tactical victory.
Okay, so speaking of that victory, what happens if the former president is elected in November to this case?
Yeah, so the bottom line there will almost certainly be he can make this case go away. The exact mechanism may be a little bit complicated in terms of, his instructions to the Justice Department, et cetera, and depends maybe on exactly where this case is in the pipeline. But he will be able to make it go away because he does have the authority as the head of the executive branch to tell the Justice Department what to do. Now, that may be, people I'm sure will say, that is a huge violation of the norms that have governed the Justice Department throughout our history. But as a practical matter, there's little question that Donald Trump will be able to do that.
Greg Storr, certainly appreciate it. Bloomberg News Supreme Court reporter Greg Storr joining us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Continuing our coverage, we bring in Professor Carolyn Shapiro, founder and co-director of the Chicago-Kent College of Law's Institute on the Supreme Court of the United States. She joins us from Evanston, Illinois. Also with us here in our Bloomberg studio, David Weston, a lawyer and host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week at 6 p.m. Fridays on Bloomberg TV and radio. After law school, David clerked for J. Edward Lombard and the Second Circuit, and for Lewis F. Powell on the Supreme Court. Professor Shapiro, I do want to start with you, just broadly speaking, a question here about the power of the presidency. How does this Supreme Court decision today change the office of the presidency?
It changes the ability of the president to abuse the office in remarkable ways. Not only does the president have really remarkably broad immunity, although the contours are left very vague in this opinion, the remember that the president also has the pardon power. So a president could come into office, could decide to use his office to do things like assassinate his political rivals, order people in the government to do that, and promise them and then give them pardons for doing so. So I think it sets up the potential for a kind of dictatorship that we've never faced before. It's frankly quite terrifying.
And David, come on in here. I mean, when you think about this and the fact that, again, I keep coming back to the fact that we're talking about this in July. You think about the timeline here. And I mean, it just seems when you layer this on with the Supreme Court decisions that we got last week, and of course, with the debate, I mean, this just seems like the last week or so has really gone in Donald Trump's favor. And now there's this, which he is touting on social media as a big win.
Yeah, well, of course, I agree with Greg Storr. The timing is everything here. And given the decision of the Supreme Court and how many things would have to be really decided by the district court, it's unlikely, I think, that they're actually going to get to a trial anytime before November. Having said that, let's go back a bit. This is a case of first impression. It's not as if the Supreme Court had decided a different way in the past, and so presidents all thought, oh, by the way, we have immunity or we don't have immunity, and that's why we're doing what we're doing. This is a different case. It's new. It was a split decision. It was not just down one way. It wasn't evenly split, but one side wanted absolute immunity across the board. The other side wanted no immunity at all. It was somewhere in between, and the court sent it back down to have some things reconciled. I'm not sure it leads to an automatic dictatorship or possibly a dictatorship, because I say I'm not sure presidents in the past have said, oh, by the way, I have total immunity so I can do everything I want, or on the other side said, I better not do that because I might get prosecuted for it. I'm not sure that's the way it's worked.
So, David, what would you say characterizes this decision in terms of the office of the president? How does it change the office of the presidency in your view?
Well, it certainly says if it's an unofficial act, all bets are off. We can prosecute you, whatever happens. It also says there are certain core values, powers of the president that are absolutely immune, without a doubt. And then there's a middle course, which, by the way, as we know, has been the case for some time. There are some areas where Congress and the president have jurisdiction to do things. In those areas, and this is where I think it is important, it did go Donald Trump's way. They didn't say it's a balancing between whether it interferes with what the president does and other values. It just said if it interferes with what the president wants to do, then he gets immunity. I do agree that really does put a thumb on the scale in favor of the president.
And Carolyn, let's talk about what is immediately next. Of course, this is being sent back to the U.S. District Judge basically to decide what is off limits, what is on limits, what basically counts as official and non-official. I mean, how straightforward is that process? How much time should that actually take?
I don't think we have any idea how much time it will take, and it's not going to be straightforward in large part because the majority gave very little guidance about how to reach those determinations. It does mean, though, that even though there will not be an actual trial before the election, that there may be an opportunity for Jack Smith to publicly lay out the allegations and evidence of the former president's acts in a way that is that would be similar to what might happen at a trial, and that's I think an important and although small silver lining to the Supreme Court sending it back to the district court.
Professor Shapiro, in the opinion, Chief Justice John Roberts wrote that, quote, "The president is not above the law." Does this ruling, though, effectively mean that the president is above the law?
It means the president is above the law often. And certainly any time the president is engaging in official acts, is probably above the law. The definition of the core functions that lead to absolute immunity is, again, it's not clear, but it actually is pretty broad. Includes things like the removal power of which is not explicit in the Constitution at all. The removal power of members of the executive branch, for example. They even mentioned the take care clause, which is ironic given that at the same time that they say the president's take care that the law be faithfully executed duties might be part of his core constitutional duties. They're giving him the authority and the ability to simply not follow the law. It's going to take a long time to really know at least one more round of appeals to really know how this is going to apply in this case. And I'll just add, I find this opinion
ECB's
shocking,
Wunsch says the most difficult part
many
in
ways.
inflation
One
fight is behind the
thing that
ECB,
really
and we would need
astonishes me,
convincing to
frankly,
cut
is the
more than
court's
twice this
inability
year.
to say, or unwillingness to say, that things that happened on January 6th itself
Wunsch
were
says
not
July is an
official
option
acts.
in theory. In
The president
practice,
made a speech to
we must be more
his followers. The then
cautious.
president made a speech to his followers on the ellipse.
And
He
Wunsch
sent
says
out
market
tweets
pricing on ECB
encouraging
rate path looks
people
reasonable.
to come to Washington. In order to falsely and corruptly hold onto power, it's implausible to me that can be part of his official acts. And yet the court could not bring itself even to say that.
David, what were your thoughts around that? Because that was a question I didn't have a chance to ask Greg about, which is what happened on January 6th, or how the president acted on January 6th was not in an official capacity. How did you read that in the opinion?
Whether rightly or wrongly, I think what the Supreme Court said was that's up to the district court to determine. What he said in the opinion, the Chief Justice, was, look, it's sometimes when the president speaks to the public, that is an official act. He's not saying every time it is, but sometimes it is. This may have been with that scope, and it's up to the district court to determine. So it's not as if they said it is official automatically what happened. He's exempt on January 6th. But they did leave open the possibility it might be determined to be that.
And Carolyn, I'm also...
Compare that to what they said about his conversations with the Justice Department. What they say about his conversations with the Justice Department is that those conversations are in his core constitutional duties,
Protect
and
your
therefore
trade
he's absolutely
from macro
immune.
headline
So they
risk
didn't send
with
that
Financial
back.
Juice Pro.
So
now
it's
only
true. They didn't
$99
say
a year
he's got
for our
immunity
real-time service.
in particular for any particular act that happened on January 6th. But they couldn't bring themselves to say he doesn't.
Well, but I'm sorry, just to interrupt for a second, at least my understanding of you would understand it better than I do, Professor. Basically, they said, look, if Congress doesn't have the authority to limit or curtail the president's authority in some different direction, then you cannot prosecute him for it, almost by definition, because you're prosecuting him under a congressional statute. And it does seem plausible to me that Congress could not legislatively tell the president whether he can dismiss or not dismiss executive branch members, right?
Well, under current law, there are some executive branch members that he has the constitutional, that Congress can't say he can't dismiss. That's true. But the absolute immunity here goes beyond that. The absolute immunity here goes to conversations in furtherance, allegedly, but of this attempt to overthrow the election. And not only did the court say he has absolute immunity for those conversations, it said that his motives don't matter in determining when there's immunity, and that the government can't even rely on the acts for which he has immunity as evidence in support of the acts that they can charge him with. So the government can't tell the jury about what happened when he talked to the Justice Department as part of establishing the course of conduct that culminated in, and the motivations that culminated in, whatever it is that they are allowed to charge him with.
We only have about 30 seconds left, David, and I just want to end with you because you did spend time on the Supreme Court when you clerked for Lewis F. Powell. We got 30
in ancient
seconds
days,
left.
we call it.
Well, but you have experience about how decisions like this are brought together and how they come together. Just 30 seconds on that.
Well, back in those days, I mean, people took it very seriously and went back and forth, and they debated and they discussed. I mean, I must say, I was there just a few years after U.S. against Nixon, which was all the Republican-nominated justices did vote against Richard Nixon, which is a very different case. But it was different. I'm not sure that this Supreme Court is exactly like the one that I worked under. Because there has been a lot more politics injected in it, and I think they've reached out for some cases. That's me editorializing. I think they've reached out for some controversial cases they didn't need to.
I think there would be a lot of people who might agree with that sentiment. A big thank you to Professor Carolyn Shapiro, founder and co-director of the Chicago-Kent College of Law's Institute on the Supreme Court of the United States, and also David Weston here at Bloomberg News. He's host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week at 6 p.m. Fridays on Bloomberg TV and radio. And yes, also a lawyer. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
At AbbVie, your best life is our life's work. That's why we create medicines and solutions that put impact first, relentlessly helping millions just like you. People, passion, possibilities. AbbVie.
There's brighter days ahead, thanks to the Biden administration's Inflation Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act invests billions of dollars into Black America, creates thousands of good-paying jobs that can support a family and pave pathways to greater opportunity. It lowers the cost of prescription drugs, health insurance, and energy bills, so families have a little more to spend on things that make the days special. Visit this site to learn more about how Joe Biden's Inflation Reduction Act is helping our community.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With the surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays, only on Bloomberg. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Hong Kong time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, 2 times a day at 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis from and about politics' biggest power players.
The president has been clear that is non-negotiable.
I mean, this is going to be an ugly, ugly year.
Balance of Power, live around the world twice a day at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg TV and radio. Context changes everything.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, all pushing higher right now. S&P gaining 14 points, very close to the best level of the day right now at 54.74, a gain of 0.2%. The Dow up 57, up 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 137, now up by about 0.8%. 10-year yield 4.48% with a 2-year 4.78%. Gold up $1 the ounce to $23.27. Little change there. While West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 2.3%, $83.40 for a barrel of WTI. Boeing has agreed to buy back Spirit Aerosystems Holdings for $37.25 a share. It is an all-stock deal that values the supplier at $4.7 billion, unwinding a 2-decade separation as the embattled playmaker tries to fix its manufacturing defects. We'll have more coming up this hour with George Ferguson of Bloomberg Intelligence. Again, recapping S&P up 14, up 0.3. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, as I mentioned, it's today's big take. It's one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. It's about how 24-hour stock trading is booming, and it's got Wall Street rattled. Lou Wang and Catherine Doherty write about the momentum building in the overnight market and how it's got some concern there could be some trouble after dark. Kat Doherty is Bloomberg News finance reporter. She joins us here in the Bloomberg studio. So, Kat, the cash market for U.S. equities goes from 9:30 to 4. Maybe you can leave work after 4 because the market's closed. There are some, though, there's some trading after hours, like, earnings happens, we watch what happens. The volume is a little thin. What exactly is Robinhood doing?
So there's the pre-market and post-market hours, which you can put in trades, and I kind of consider that still traditional investing that bleeds into the 9:30 to 4 p.m. parameters that are set. But then you have this gap overnight that's from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. And Robinhood, Interactive Brokers, they are offering the ability for their clients to trade U.S. stocks in those hours. So it's really bridging the gap, and where they are seeing the most demand is mostly from users that are overseas. So think about Asia and Europe, people that are waking up earlier or going to bed and just trading in their own normal hours. So that's really where we're seeing the momentum growing.
Do you know that I have a podcast?
I have heard of your podcast. Yes,
okay,
I did know that.
I have a podcast with Matt Levine. It's called Money Stuff. And we talked about this. The fact that you could see 24/7, 24/5 trading has also been a topic of conversation. But you think about how the market works right now, where trading is concentrated. It's the open and the close. Even though it's open for several hours throughout the day, you really have that concentration at the open and the close. And I mean, if we entered into this situation where the market never shut, I think I called it like goblin hours, where you'd have just this funky overnight trading, and where would the liquidity go? I mean, would you still see those concentrations of liquidity, or what would that even look like?
So this is exactly the type of questions that the New York Stock Exchange and other exchange operators are asking their own clients, because they're not going to build an offering if there isn't demand for it. And Katie, you bring up liquidity. If there is many shoppers, I like to kind of use that anecdote, that are all concentrated in a certain parameter, you're going to get better price improvement. You're going to get a better quality of your shopping experience. So that's why you're seeing kind of a rush at either the open or the close for certain stocks. And so if you spread that out, it could impact, just because of the spread of liquidity and who's shopping when, it could impact pricing. So that is why right now, when you look at 24/5 trading in some of these apps, it's mostly retail investors. It's not as if you're seeing a hedge fund making big bets overnight, because quite frankly, they're not going to get the best pricing for that.
But could we see that? Could we see the situation where you do have these goblin hours of trading, where it's a bunch of retail traders trading off hours, but then you have hedge funds and other types of professional players coming in and basically trying to make a buck?
I think that the answer to that question lies in the resources that firms put into, for example, maybe expanding their people and their presence overseas. If you need someone to be up, right? And it doesn't really make sense to employ traders and have them make trades at 4 a.m. if they're based in the US. However, if you open up an office in Asia or in Europe, you might be able to make those trades and provide those services. And same thing for the banks. Like you need to actually invest to expand and build out the infrastructure to support the growth of this market. And we're seeing that. We're seeing firms that are, this is new for Robinhood, for example, to offer 24/5 trading, and they had to invest in it and make sure that they have a partner, Blue Ocean, that is the ATS, the alternative trading system that they're sending the orders to. So this is all things they have to build out the infrastructure, and they wouldn't do that if they didn't have clients that were asking for it.
When the clients who are asking for it, these are, what do we know about these clients?
So a lot of them are retail investors, and I believe that the stocks that they are trading, there's similarities
they call them
to
stonks.
meme stocks. So you see all of the headlines that you're reading about AMC and GameStop. Those are the types of shares that are going to be trading overnight as well. There's a lot of crossover.
I wonder what it means for like the CFO of a publicly traded company, who can say, okay, well, it's 4 o'clock on a Friday. I can go home and not worry about the company's stock price until Monday morning. maybe 4 a.m., but most likely 9:30.
So there are parameters that are set in these overnight trading where there's, it depends on the platform, but I believe for Robinhood it's 20% that the shares cannot rise 20% more than the current or below. It's just to have some safety nets. And some are even tighter, like 5%. So you're going to prevent wild price swings overnight. And the pricing is not going to be as immediate in terms of, or compared to what you would see in the normal day hours.
I have to say, I find this conversation a bit depressing.
Why?
Like, I just
because
feel
you like it when the market's closed. And
I
likes her
do.
weekends.
I like having a weekend, and it feels like just the evolution of everything, but including markets, is increasingly we're always on, and I feel like in some ways, you know, we've seen financial markets take a page out of, dare I say it, the crypto markets.
Yeah, that's what I always think of when I talk 24-hour trading, because it's like,
and
you know,
think about
Bitcoin
currencies.
never stops trading.
Currencies also trade FX. Like, there's other markets that do operate in this way, and it doesn't mean, Katie, that you're having to stay in the studio overnight or come in on the weekend. So I really do think that this is just firms are going to adapt, including news firms. But it is true that you walk out on the streets and you might get a news alert on your phone or on your watch, and you're going to react to that. And investors, they might be able to express their own investment decision in a tighter or different time frame than what was previously available.
And this is sort of a philosophical, hypothetical sort of situation, but you think about how companies and how the government releases news right now. They do it outside of market hours for a reason, so that markets don't go crazy. You think about the 8:30 a.m. Data releases. You think about when companies come out with earnings or big material changes.
Or really bad news.
Exactly. You know, if markets are always
8 p.m. on a Friday.
Putting it out, 5, 6, 7, 8 p.m. on a Friday, maybe it changes corporate behavior as well. Of course, those are sort of unanswerable questions right now.
Right. And again,
NYMEX diesel August futures settle at $2.61 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas August futures settle at $2.47. NYMEX gasoline August futures settle at $2.57 a
Did you
gallon.
speak to anyone who laid out worst case scenario for you that actually
NYMEX
you thought to
WTI
yourself,
crude
this
August
could be not so
futures
good for
settle at
financial markets?
$83.38 a barrel. That's up $1.84 or 2.26%.
To expand the infrastructure of the market, and the firms that are going to lose out are the ones that don't have the same resources as the bigger firms that can adapt. So you might see a bifurcation. You might see the biggest banks and the biggest market makers get even bigger and stronger because they have the resources to capture this momentum, whereas the smaller players that just can't compete because they don't have the same amount of resources, that might become harder and harder. And so what does that do to competition? To be determined.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a very preliminary conversation, even though it feels like we've been talking about it for a while. And to the point that, you would think some of the professionals would want this, the exchanges, the market makers, if there's more trading, they would theoretically make more money. Is anyone campaigning against this, so to speak? Is there anyone who vocally does not want this to happen? Besides me.
So there is an application with the SEC. 24 Exchange is trying to be a registered stock exchange, and it would be the first to offer 24/7 or 24/5, whatever it ends up being. But it would be the first regulated venue. So Gary Gensler has said that the SEC is reviewing this application. He's said he's not against it because he's actually for anything that is pro-innovation, pro-competition in the marketplace, which this is. It's a new venue. But they need to answer a lot of questions. SIFMA put out their own comment letter basically saying, hey, SEC, you really need to answer all of these different parameters and think through the implications that this, if you approved it, this new venue would have on the marketplace as a whole. And so I think that it's still going to be a long haul, and the questions, and there are many, need to be answered for that application to go through and for this to continue to grow. If we see a registered exchange, that might mean that the biggest stock exchanges like NASDAQ and NYSE have to follow and offer 24/7 or 24/5 trading. So all of these things are going to play out in the next months, years to come, and we'll see if it affects our jobs.
I was going to say, Katie, you got to file something to the SEC that says you're concerned for financial journalists.
I'll submit a comment letter or something. Yeah.
Hey, again, it's among the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal today. It's today's big take. Kat Doherty is Bloomberg News finance reporter. Check out her story and more on the Bloomberg terminal. Well, let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. The Supreme Court has extended the delay in the Washington criminal case against Donald Trump on charges he plotted to overturn his 2020 presidential election loss, all but ending prospects that he could be tried before the November election. In a historic ruling, the justices said for the first time, former presidents can be shielded from prosecution for at least some of what they do in the Oval Office. The justices have ordered lower courts now to figure out how to apply the decision to Trump's case rather than do it themselves. Howard Krent is a professor of law at Chicago-Kent College of Law. He talked with Bloomberg Intelligence about guidance for what the lower courts are supposed to do next.
The court's opinion is more detailed than we expected, and so the district court will have to thumb through and sort of get clues and hints. And the court did give a couple of examples in the opinion about what it considered to be worthy of absolute immunity and what it didn't.
Professor Howard Krent at Chicago-Kent College of Law on Bloomberg Intelligence. Forecasters are watching Hurricane Beryl in the Caribbean. It is the earliest Category 4 hurricane on record. It formed farther east than any other Atlantic hurricane in June. Beryl grew to a Cat 4 on Sunday morning, and it is expected to cross the Yucatan Peninsula by the end of this week. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
There's brighter days ahead, thanks to the Biden administration's Inflation Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act lowers the cost of prescription drugs, health insurance, and energy bills, so families have a little more to spend on things that make the days special.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear a rhythm in the markets. The markets compose their own tunes, and once you learn to listen for them, you'll catch yourself humming along.
What about artificial intelligence? Is artificial intelligence going to enable you and others to say, we have enough information to know exactly what something is going to be worth in terms of insuring it or not?
Artificial intelligence is finding its way into our business in a variety of different factors. I think the first piece is getting much better insight into data, which allows us to make better decisions on underwriting. It's also a great opportunity to service business better in terms of like call centers and different ways of what's using robotics and other AI will be very helpful. But it is an emerging practice within the industry and one that is evolving very quickly. So it's also going to present risks that other companies, how they use it and how they use large language models and making sure the decision making is very sound. So it's complicated, but it definitely is benefiting the business today.
Jobs Day, and Bloomberg has the report under surveillance.
The job market is quite strong.
There's no major job losses. The economy is still chugging along.
This Friday, Bloomberg will bring you crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed.
We have a labor market that is not inflationary.
Perhaps some cooling is in front of us.
We're now starting to move into the more normal stage.
There's a lot of things under the hood here.
The June Jobs Report, Friday on Bloomberg.
Well, I think what's happening is we're starting to bring realism into the discussion.
I mean, I think understanding the global energy system, the scale of that system, the important role that it plays in everybody's life around the world, and then thinking something that's been built over 150 years, trillions and trillions of dollars of investment that's playing such a critical role in the economies around the world, how you transition out of that system. And I would say transition from a higher carbon emission system to a lower carbon emission system. We started out with a very narrow solution set focused on wind and solar and EVs, and assumed or aspired that that would address the total set of the issues, and it doesn't. We need to be more realistic around, to Patrick's point, there are a lot of solutions that are going to be required. We should stay focused on the problem statement, which is emissions, and reducing those emissions, and less focused on exactly how to achieve that, and let every company, every sector, all technologies compete for the most cost-efficient way to reduce those emissions, and we will make progress much faster, which will mean making today's system more emissions efficient while we introduce new systems that have lower emissions. And then with time, you will transition and we'll make progress.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
You need to have an AI game plan. We used to say that every company needs to think about becoming a software company. Now we say that every company needs to become an intelligent software company.
Context changes everything. Power, money, culture. Haslinda Aman tells the story of Asia's rise through the people who are helping to shape it. This week, with the drive of winning over a new generation of fans and players, Live Golf CEO Greg Norman is shaking up the game.
The best players in the world, on the best golf courses in the world, in the best cities in the world, it's very easy to get that multiplying factor to move out.
Latitude, encore presentation this weekend, only on Bloomberg.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. Yes, NASDAQ 100 index all advancing. Russell 2000, though, in the red, down 0.8%. Here's where we stand. S&P up 8 now, 54.69, up 0.2%. The Dow up 27, up by about 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 113, up 0.6%. The world's biggest bond market getting hit as traders weigh some of the potential implications of the November election after last week's presidential debate between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. 10-year 4.47%, but the 2-year right now 4.77%. Spot gold little changed, up just under 0.1%, 23.28 an ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.3%, 83.39 for a barrel of WTI. The popular stocks influencer Keith Gill, better known as Roaring Kitty, is being sued for allegedly orchestrating a so-called pump and dump scheme involving GameStop shares. Gill, you recall, rose to fame promoting GameStop during the 2021 meme stock craze. He reemerged in May and again began posting about the games retailer on X, the social media platform formerly known as Twitter. GameStop today down by 4.5%. Again, recapping, S&P up 9, up 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Certainly do appreciate it. I do want to stick with Boeing because a lot happening with Boeing. Shares higher by about 2.3%. 6 months after a fuselage blowout threw Boeing into crisis, the full weight of the legal and financial fallout from the near catastrophic accident is bearing down on the company. The Justice Department plans to charge Boeing with criminal fraud after finding that the company violated a 2021 deferred prosecution agreement tied to previous fatal crashes. That's what Bloomberg News reported late Sunday. And then just hours later, Boeing announced a plan to buy back Spirit AeroSystems. Remember, this was a supplier that had spun off 2 decades ago. It's going to buy that for $4.7 billion. This a bid to improve manufacturing. We got with us George Ferguson, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst. He joins us from Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in New Jersey. George, I want to start with the U.S. Justice Department news that we got late yesterday. The plane maker is supposed to choose between pleading guilty or taking the risk of actually going to trial. This, according to people familiar with the matter cited in the Bloomberg News story yesterday. What are the implications for Boeing here?
Yeah, so I mean, I think if they decide they want to go to trial and fight this, I think the company does run the risk of being declared a felon. I guess I'm not a legal expert, so I understand companies can be convicted of felonies, I guess, and then that could make it difficult for them to get government contracts. And then you do run.
So that's what I wanted to talk about here, because the government is a big customer of Boeing, and we talked a lot about this in the past with you. What's the complication here of the customer going after the company that they purchased from, and sort of I know you're not a lawyer or a legal expert here, but this gets really messy really quickly.
Yeah, and so I'll say again, I'm not a legal analyst, but from my financial industry analyst hat, having that on, I would say it gets even more complicated than you might expect, because there are products they build for the U.S. government that I don't think anyone else could step into short term and supply. And I'll give you one, like the KC-46 tanker. They've had a lot of problems with it, a lot of cost overruns on it, but they supply that tanker to the U.S. military because the existing tanker fleet is 50 plus years old, and we need to rejuvenate that fleet. If the government decided they wouldn't buy any more from Boeing, Airbus could step in and provide a tanker, but it would take years and years. And then you run this, sort of second, sort of tier effect of, are you putting the company out of business? I mean, this is one of your most important defense contractors. So I think they reserve the right not to be able to give them any defense contracts, but I practically have a hard time seeing that happening.
And is that really the reason why the stock is up over 2% today? It's interesting, again, the contrast between the headline, which sounds very bad, and then you take a look at what the stock is actually doing. And this is a great day for the stock, and it hasn't had a lot of great days recently. And I mean, it just feels like at the end of the day, I mean, Boeing is an incumbent by a long shot here, a large margin.
It is, right? And look, it's not like there's no other defense contractors. There are, and there are other commercial aircraft manufacturers. But I would say the reason Boeing, I think shareholders are excited today is because it looks like some of the challenges to getting to a better place are starting to get fixed. And I would say, first of all, I don't think we've heard from Boeing on whether or not they're willing to accept this offer from DOJ. But generally, the offer that I saw, which included someone that's going to come in and provide some more oversight, and included a fine, which I think brings the fine total to $500 million, and then would keep them out of a situation where they would have this felony against the company. That whole, again, not being a legal analyst, but that whole package appeared to be something that would be very manageable for Boeing to go ahead and accept. Now, I don't know all the interior details of that. So that doesn't look bad. It looks maybe better than we might have expected. And then at the same time, they announced that purchase of Spirit Aerosystems last night. It looks like Airbus would cart away the stuff that they need to make their airplanes and get paid some $500 million. We knew that was a loss-making business, but that clears up the major hurdle for Boeing to bring in Spirit, and bringing Spirit into the fold, I think, is the path to higher build rates and higher quality on the money-making 737. And Boeing really needs a really good second half to this year. They burned $4 billion of cash in the first quarter. They told us to expect similar numbers in the second quarter, and we've seen deliveries lower than they were in first quarter. So we could even see a worse cash burn in 2Q. They need to turn that around. We don't think they're going to get positive for the year, but they need to turn that around because they can't keep burning $4 billion a quarter and not run out of money sooner or later.
Hey, George.
It seems like they're starting to set things up.
George, with the Spirit deal, and especially that part going to Airbus, does that mean that Spirit will no longer have to sell, or Boeing will no longer sell to Airbus as a result of the way this transaction's working? Does Boeing not become a supplier for Airbus because Spirit was?
Exactly. This would peel away the Airbus pieces so that Boeing isn't responsible to deliver anything to Airbus so they can make aircraft.
Okay. So are there any other parts of
Brent
Boeing's
crude
supply
futures
chain
settle
that
at
you see moving forward
$86.60
that
a barrel.
could get
That's up
folded into Boeing?
$1.60 or
Look, I think there's always a
1.88%.
potential in it. So prior to the buy of Spirit, we saw Spirit buying in pieces of the supply chain. So obviously going forward, if you had these problems in the supply chain, and a lot of this is strategic buys where the supplier is breaking down financially, can't meet its commitments for quality or something, and they're going in and being absorbed into the company. So I think going forward, that means Boeing could do some smaller absorptions like that, purchases like that. I don't see any large size purchases by Boeing, anything this size, they'd have to pull in to fix supply chain.
And I want to talk a little bit about what this Spirit Aero system being bought by Boeing, what this means for the fundamentals of both companies, because we did get a headline from Moody's, for example, saying that ratings of Spirit Aero Systems on review for an upgrade. You take a look at the fact that this is all stock, and you have some people out on the street saying that this could help Boeing really hold off from a downgrade. And you think about the state of Boeing's financials right now, how important, George, just in about a minute, is that investment grade rating to Boeing?
Well, I think it's critical in case they have to get back into the bond markets and raise more money, and there's probably a decent probability that they might need to do that. And so I think Spirit not going to bring anything to the profit line for at least the first year or so. I mean, sort of 20. Well, this deal's not going to get consummated until 2025, so maybe they could bring a little bit, but not a big contribution to profit from Spirit. A little bit of contribution to revenue. I think the rating agency is still sort of looking through near-term challenges to better days.
Hey, George, we just have 10 seconds left, but what's one more thing that you're watching between now and the end of the year for Boeing's health?
Labor. Boeing's biggest labor union's coming to the table in September. They're getting a strike vote authorization is kind of near as I can read what that is in July. That's going to be a rough discussion.
Okay, we'll certainly have you back on before now and then to chat about that and everything at Boeing. That's George Ferguson from Bloomberg Intelligence. He's Senior Aerospace Defense and Airlines Analyst joining us from New Jersey. Coming up next,
at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from the ECB's President Lagarde, who speaks in Sintra.
Get up to $10,000 in cash bonuses when you start trading Forex with TastyFX.
Liquidity is the lifeblood of an airline. We make very conservative decision making about when we raise funding and how we raise funding. We try to diversify our sources, and we're always very focused on the actual rates. And we like to build in flexibility in these financing structures so that we have an opportunity to prepay debt when appropriate, so that we can continue to optimize the overarching rates that we're paying.
What have you learned with the dynamic move of the interest rates that we've seen from Chairman Powell? I mean, do you go fixed structure or floating structure, much more like what they do in Europe?
Yes and yes. We have a mix currently. It's a little bit of a different model than what I was used to in the public company space. Say in some ways we provide ourselves with a natural hedge, leaving some of our debt floating and some fixed.
You have to have the short-term discipline to sort of circle the wagons around cash. I mean, cash is oxygen. I know where every ounce of cash is going, but we also have to be nimble around that as well, because things change by the day. I know the folks who aren't willing to invest right now may have large pockets of investment in the future. So I want to be in front of them. They may not be a buyer at this point, but I do want to spend a lot of time in front of that other set that is a buyer at this point. They're interested. They want to be an early adopter of the stock. They're interested in the story.
DOJ or other authorities
could face bigger challenges next.
Fed was going to keep rating World Cup. This is a three.
As the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
Now, your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. It is 2:53 on Wall Street. Coinbase Global says the U.S. Marshal Service has selected it to provide custody and advanced trading services for seized digital assets held by the agency. The agency is responsible for asset forfeitures and has handled billions in cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin over the years. Coinbase now higher by 5.6%. NVDA shares are back in the green, up 0.4%. French antitrust regulators are preparing to charge NVIDIA over alleged anti-competitive practices. This according to Reuters, citing sources. Tesla is expected to report another quarter of weaker sales tomorrow, and it's running out of alibis. Analysts are estimating the carmaker will report that it handed over 441,000 EVs in the second quarter. That is a 5.4% drop from a year ago, and it would be the second consecutive quarterly decline. Tesla shares right now, they're up 6.9%. Sources tell Bloomberg Teva Pharmaceutical Industries is being investigated by the FTC over patents for certain drugs, including asthma inhalers. A source says the agency is seeking information about contested patents that may have been improperly used to block
At 3 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's President Lagarde, who speaks in Sintra.
Are trading little change right now. We've got Teva up by about 0.7%. And Chewy shares now trading lower after an initial move higher after Keith Gill, also known as Roaring Kitty, disclosed a 6.6% passive stake in the online pet food and product retailer. Chewy down 5.1%. Those are our top company stories.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Tim Stenevec and Katie Greifeld.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial News Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month.
From criminal charges for trying to reverse the 2020 election results, all but ensuring that a trial will not happen before the November election. Harold Krent is a professor of law at Chicago Kent College of Law, and he talked with Bloomberg Intelligence about the contextual analysis of that decision.
The court split the baby in a sense by saying that there was going to be absolute immunity for some kind of presidential acts, those acts that fall within the core of his executive powers, and for other acts it's presumptive immunity, which means that the lower court will have to go through the indictment and the trial and sort of separate out all the acts.
The justices voted 6-3 along ideological lines and said a federal appeals court was too categorical in rejecting Trump's immunity arguments, ruling for the first time that former presidents are shielded from prosecution for at least some official acts taken while in office. The majority ordered the lower courts to revisit the case. Longtime Trump ally Steve Bannon was taken into custody today. He surrendered at a federal prison to begin a 4-month sentence on contempt charges for defying a subpoena in the congressional investigation into the U.S. Capitol attack. Bannon is also facing criminal charges in New York State court, alleging he duped donors who gave money to build a wall along the U.S.-Mexico border. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Tim Stenevec and Katie Greifeld.
Hey, thanks so much, Amy. Do appreciate that. Hey, Katie, did you go to the Eras tour?
No, and I'm kind of sensitive about it.
Oh, you are,
I actually really wanted to go, but
is it too late? Is it over, or can you still go in like Europe or something?
You can still go in Europe, but like that's a lot of planning.
It's not too late.
It's probably too late, but in any case, we're talking about Taylor Swift for a specific reason here, Tim.
Yeah, and that's because there's always a business angle when it comes to Taylor Swift. After all, this is the Eras tour that we're talking about, which in the U.S. just last year added $4.3 billion to GDP. That's according to estimates from Bloomberg Economics. The reason we're talking about it today, though, is because that stage that's currently being used on the Eras tour is built by a company called Tate, and that company is exploring a potential sale, Katie, which could value it at more than $1 billion.
Yeah, this, of course, according to people with knowledge of the matter. Like you said, they create tour staging for live events. And in addition to Taylor Swift's Eras Tour, it's also worked on sets for Rihanna's Super Bowl halftime show, Beyonce's Renaissance World Tour, also last year, as well as Swift's Reputation Tour back in 2018. So
did you
Taylor
go to any
Swift,
of those?
You know, the
concerts?
last time I saw Taylor Swift was in 2011.
You did see her? You did see a show?
Of course.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
How was it?
I mean, as a millennial woman, yeah, I've seen Taylor Swift before.
What show?
It was somewhere in New Jersey.
I wonder if
I went the summer after high school.
I wonder if it was part of a big tour. If the company, I mean, if she wasn't as big as she is now, obviously, but she was still pretty big then.
It was the Speak Now tour. It was pretty huge.
I wonder
it was a stadium.
I wonder if she was using a stage design.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Lagarde.
Question, because obviously she is a repeat customer of this firm. And I mean, it's interesting. We'll see a $1.3 billion valuation. We'll see if that sale actually goes through. But yeah, I mean, you think about everything that goes into the whole phenomenon that is a world tour, and these are some of the companies that benefit.
Founded by Michael Tate back in 1978, they've produced sets for brand experiences for Alphabet, NBA, and other companies as well. Hey, that is going to do it for Bloomberg Business Week, at least the TV edition. If you're staying with us on Bloomberg TV, the close is up next. If you're sticking with us on Bloomberg Radio, we're going to tell you about AI with the CMO at SAP and that New Jersey NYC commute. This is Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
ECB's Lagarde says it will take time to be certain that inflation is on track, and a soft landing for the Eurozone economy is not guaranteed. Strong labor market means we have time to gather information.
Yeah, happy 4th of July in advance.
And happy first half of the second half of the year.
There you go.
It's so confusing. Let's get a check where on market stand here. So the S&P up by about 0.1%. So not that much to get excited about. The Dow, for example, was up triple digits, but that has changed on the day. The Russell, though, underperforming. Small caps in the spotlight. If the economy slows, if a President Trump comes into power, Morgan Stanley, for example, talking about small caps being a little bit of a risk. We're going to get to that throughout the show. Now, if we're going to look at political risk, two areas to look at, and that's the bond market and the dollar. The dollar moving higher, bond yields moving higher as we kind of digest the political risk within the market, Scar.
All right, well, speaking of that, gaming out a Trump 2.0 victory. Wall Street analysts casting a fresh eye at what another Trump administration might mean: higher tariffs, sticky inflation, and higher bond yields. This following the Supreme Court's ruling today that Trump has some immunity from criminal charges tied to January 6th, combined with momentum from last week's debate.
We're also watching NVIDIA's second half whimper. You got the stock pretty much going nowhere after reports that French antitrust enforcers are preparing to charge the company. Chips trade heavy. Mag 7, though, hitting a record thanks to Microsoft.
And the Roaring Kitty effect. Influencer Keith Gill's disclosure that he has a $245 million stake in Chewy leads to a surge in volume, while GameStop falls to a one-month low after shareholders sued Gill for an alleged pump and dump of the video game retailer's shares.
All right, in the meantime, we got breaking news for you. Christine Lagarde speaking at the ECB Forum on central banking in Central Portugal. Want to bring in Bloomberg's Michael McKee to break down what we are hearing. What are the highlights here, Mike?
Well, Sintra is the ECB
ECB's version of Jackson Hole, as it were. And Christine Lagarde is using her opening speech to warn people we aren't in a hurry to raise interest rates. She says that the ECB needs time to assess the inflation, but they are going to remain vigilant because their work is not done. Quote from her speech, it will take time for us to gather sufficient data to be certain that the risks of above-target inflation have passed. The strong labor market means we can take time to gather new information. All of this underpins our determination to be data-dependent and to take our policy decisions meeting by meeting. She says the performance of the European economy remains uncertain. Now, tomorrow we will hear Jay Powell on a panel with Christine Lagarde and the central banker of Brazil. The question is, when do any of these people start moving again on rates? The ECB did it once. Pierre Wunsch, who is the Belgian central banker, telling Bloomberg TV just a short time ago that July is an option for them, but there are obstacles in the way. Their next meeting's July 18th, and then you look to September, October, December. Dates aren't exactly the same as the Fed, but they're pretty close. So we're on about the same timetable for when they could move. Question is, when would they?
So, of course, the Fed has two mandates, right? Full employment and also managing inflation. The ECB looks at only inflation, yet they do kind of consider the labor market a little bit here in terms of kind of staking out what inflation might look like.
Well, their mandate actually says they need to support the economic policies of the Eurozone. And the economic policy of the Eurozone would obviously be not to have unemployment rise a lot. But they are bound only by the inflation mandate. Now, their inflation, their CPI inflation, is basically around 2% because they don't count housing the same way the U.S. does. If the Fed took out housing the way the ECB did, we'd be at their target. And so it pays your money and it takes your choice.
So does that mean that there's no cowboy hats in Sintra, even though it's the Jackson Hole of
I don't think so. This is in
for you.
Portugal, so it probably fisherman's hats or
That's definitely tough for Mike.
Like that, yeah.
Real quick, when they say data dependence and data point dependence, what is the distinction between that?
They're looking at the entire range of data that they get instead of saying this is the target or this is what we have to meet or this is the unemployment rate that bothers us or something like that.
All right, good stuff. Michael McKee, thank you so much for breaking it down, the Lagarde headlines coming out of Portugal. We want to continue the conversation on what all this means for markets, global markets. Let's bring in Mimi Duff. She is Managing Director at GenTrust. Mimi, thank you so much for joining us. You heard us earlier talking about how investors and analysts are trying to assess the risks and, of course, the winners of a Trump administration 2.0. How are you thinking about election risk, whether it's in France or whether it's in the U.S.?
Yeah, so I think some of these recent events that we've just seen has pulled forward some of the volatility that we were expecting to see a little bit later in the year. So I would say right now, I think we're bracing for a bit more volatility. We're seeing probably enhanced volatility this week, also because of the holiday week. Just in terms of just general lack of liquidity, we're probably seeing outsized moves.
How much do you attribute the declines in treasuries and the higher yields today to concern about sticky inflation brought on by either candidate winning because fiscal spending will continue to be something that they have to keep in mind?
I certainly think that's part of it. We also had a stronger consumer confidence report the other day. There's some ideas that we could see more JGB intervention. So it's really hard to break things down to one thing, but I think all of those things could be factors.
So, and then to that point, Morgan Stanley had a couple notes out sort of dissecting what it means for the bond market and then for the equity market. And the overwhelming take was higher inflation and weaker growth. So for Matt Hornback on the bond side, he said that's going to be a steeper curve. For Mike Wilson, it means it's going to be struggling for small caps. For example, cyclical areas of the market are going to struggle. Lower quality stocks are going to struggle. Is that a way to think about it? Higher term premium and the cyclicality of stocks will struggle?
Well, I certainly, we agree with the steeper curve philosophy. I mean, the debt path under either administration doesn't look great, as we know. So that, I think, is definitely true. Now, we do think that as we approach higher yields, we expect to see some support. And in addition to that, we think that with rates as restrictive as they are, we are due for an economic slowdown. So we don't want to go too crazy on shying away from bonds in general, but we don't love the back end. We're slightly underweight duration, but we are overweight bonds.
Well, so is it front end then for you?
Yeah, we like front end intermediate. We do think right here we're range bound. So, if we were to back up measurably, we would be more likely to add.
As we get ready for the start of yet another earnings season in this new second half of the year, how are you thinking about corporate profits as the consensus seems to build that the economy is slowing down?
Yeah, I think we also look. I don't think the consensus is that the economy is slowing down. If you look at survey-based measures for how many folks are looking for recession in the next year, they're anywhere from 5 to 25%. That we think is too low, given where rates are, restrictive policy. We've seen the consumer savings drawn down. We know that the housing markets are starting to slow. So if anything, thus far, the equity markets have delivered, but we're shying away a little bit more about that optimism in the second half of the year.
So how does that influence how the Fed moves when it comes to a rate cut, the phantom rate cut that we've all been waiting for?
Yeah, so interesting to hear Lagarde's comments, because it's almost like maybe she's taking a page out of Powell's book. I think they're really trying to maintain independence, maintain flexibility, come meeting by meeting. Right now, the market is priced for the first cut in November. The inflation data it's only 1 month, but it has looked a little bit better. Let's watch Friday's payroll report. Let's watch the employment cost index part of that report. But interesting to me, Powell in the last couple times he's spoken, so let's listen for tomorrow. He's brought up an idea that if they were to also see a material weakening on the employment side, that would also potentially be a reason to cut rates. But I think they're just trying to maintain as much flexibility as they can.
So Mimi, just to wrap it all up for us, when we have November markets pricing in that first rate cut and we have the election and earnings are TBD, is the best course of action just sit somewhere and hang out and wait? Or do you want to be invested, or you got to take profit on winners?
So we're long-term, long only. We have to be invested. You can't time the market. So we're a bit more cautiously positioned right here. We're a little underweight equities. We're a bit overweight bonds, but we do have exposure to diversified portfolios here. We want to stay nimble enough to react to the bigger picture things. But what we've seen in the last week, I think, is just somewhat normal volatility.
All right, Mimi Duff, really appreciate your giving us your outlook here on this first day of the second half of the year. Mimi Duff is Managing Director over at GenTrust. We did have some headlines come through on Paramount. Paramount Plus is said to be in talks to explore a merger of Paramount Plus with Max. WDBD, Warner Brothers Discovery, is interested in merging Max with Paramount Plus as a joint venture, according to CNBC. We see shares of Paramount paring some of their losses. Warner Brothers Discovery continues to be lower.
Now, do lots of wrongs make a right? Is that like my takeaway here? Here are the 17 ways that we can save Paramount and Paramount Plus.
They need to come up with something. So yeah, this is part of the process of coming up with a solution here after, of course, Sherry Redstone walked away from an offer to merge the business with David Ellison's Skydance Media.
Yeah. As long as Survivor stays on, that's all I care about.
You just want access to your favorite shows,
That's true.
As do we all. All right, coming up on The Close, a divided Supreme Court issues its ruling in the Trump immunity case. A closer look at the decision and what it could mean for the November election.
Plus, you got the latest on the Justice Department's plans to charge Boeing with criminal fraud. We're going to look at how tough legal choices that Boeing faces now.
And we'll talk with Timothy Fiore, chair of the ISM Manufacturing Business Survey Committee, as the latest data show U.S. factory activity shrinking for a third month. All that and more coming up. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
At AbbVie, our science never rests, because breakthroughs don't just happen, they take commitment. From cancer to chronic diseases, we treat over 75 different conditions. People, passion, possibilities. AbbVie.
Democrats weigh an early Biden nomination to squash the talk of a swap, so July 21st meeting offers potential date for the party to tap Biden.
This is Bloomberg.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. From breakfast cereals to pet foods, General Mills has an iconic array of brands. But future success depends on efficiency, innovation, and insight. CFO Kofi Bruce does much more than crunch numbers.
Our first job is to intimately understand and anticipate the consumer's needs.
Watch Chief Future Officer. New season starts July 10th on Bloomberg Television. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The political news of the day that did move markets. Supreme Court ruling that Donald Trump has some immunity from criminal charges for trying to reverse the 2020 election results, all but ensuring that a trial won't happen before the November election. We're joined now for more with Wall Street Week host David Weston, who also clerked to the Supreme Court judge. What do you think the takeaway is from this when it goes back down to the lower court?
Well, certainly the Supreme Court wants attention. They've been right in the center of attention the entire term.
Don't they usually try not to do that?
Yeah, well, not recently, but I mean, what I think basically is a split decision. I mean, it didn't go Donald Trump's way, which is basically he's immune no matter what. They also said that there are some things that you can prosecute him for, but not all things. There are some things he is immune for. And then it sent it back down to the district court. The main thing is how long it's going to take, right? Because he is running for president, and it looks right now like he might have a pretty good chance of it. And if so, that case is not going to go forward.
So when we say that he has some immunity, the idea is that former presidents are shielded from prosecution for some official acts taken while in office. What does that mean?
Well,
that's in the eye of the beholder.
It's pretty complicated. The whole thing, yes, it's the eye of the beholder, but that's the way judges work. You know, they're the beholders, so they like that. But it's three parts. There's unofficial acts for which there's no immunity at all. If it's unofficial, no immunity. They can come after you for whatever. Then there's areas that are official acts, but there are two subcategories. One is the core, the stuff that the Supreme Court, that the Constitution says you get to decide, President, and Congress doesn't say anything about it. And then there are areas where you get to decide, Mr. President, but Congress has a say. In those, then you have a presumption of immunity, but it can be rebutted.
Does this just all signal that everything's going to wind up in courts? Whether we're looking at this, whether we're looking at regulation, whether we're looking at law writing? I mean...
Yes, absolutely. This leads to more litigation rather than less. Although there haven't been that many prosecutions of former presidents, if you think about it. That, you know, you have to go back to Aaron Burr, who was vice president, before you get this. But there's a broader issue here, actually. You know, the people get to decide in November. You know, we don't need to have the courts decide for us. If we all decide we don't like what Donald Trump did, we can vote against him. That is another alternative. We don't have to take everything to the courts all the time.
But a lot of stuff that President Trump is involved in does end up in the courts. Yeah. And, of course, his administration appointed a lot of the judges during his term. So...
Yeah, although I would point out, Scarlett, if you go back to when there were challenges to the 2020 election, those judges did not stay with him at all. When there were challenges, I mean, if you go right down the line, the Trump-appointed judges did not differ in their opinions from anybody else. The courts stood up pretty tall, so I don't think that's a big issue. The main point, your point, is Donald Trump likes to litigate. I'm not talking about even President Trump, but he's liked to litigate his entire career. Yeah. And he's made a career out of stalling, out of taking forever, also not paying his legal bills a lot of times, but of stalling and dragging it out, and he's managed to do that here, and it makes it less likely that we'll ever see a trial in this case.
So having covered politics for Bloomberg, then also being a Supreme Court clerk, and then also being a lawyer for so long, what are your questions now? Like, what's the number one question you have after this came out and we know kind of where it's going from here?
I think the number one question is the question we've had all along. Do the people care? I mean, do people really care? If you go back to when Donald Trump, the candidate, said, I could shoot somebody in Fifth Avenue and nobody pay attention. And we all thought that was just ridiculous. And right now, it doesn't appear to be so ridiculous. So, I mean, everybody knows what's going on. We see what's happening. We see what the evidence is. We see what the facts are. The question is, do the American people care? And if they don't care, if they say, you know, I want him to be president anyway, then I mean, should we really be stopping that?
Okay, all good points. You would say that this gets kicked down to the lower courts again. How quickly, or does it matter at this point?
Well, it does matter because, you know, that election coming in November, and if he becomes president...
But unlikely that's going to happen before the election.
Unlikely, because there are a lot of things to be decided, and there are a lot of different counts in the indictment, and each one of them, the Supreme Court goes through and says, look, is this totally immune? Is it partially immune? What are the things you take into account? And there are going to have to be arguments on that, quite possibly fact-finding. They may have to actually find some facts there, and typically that's going to take some time. I'm not sure they can get that done in time.
So we have some breaking news, and we're going to go to D.C. in just a moment with the reporter who helped break it. But, David, apparently it looks like the Democrats are weighing an early Biden nomination to squash talk of any kind of swap on the ticket. They're looking at July 21st meeting, offering that potential date for the party to tap President Biden. Have we ever seen this before?
No, I don't believe so. I don't remember that happening. They were going to have the vote before the convention anyway, I think. They were.
Oh, okay, so this had nothing to do with...
I'm not sure that far in advance of it. Well, I don't know. If they're doing that right now, I mean, it certainly would raise some questions, right, as people are debating whether, in fact, including some Democrats debating whether, in fact, Joe Biden should step aside and free his delegates up. So, you know, but by all accounts, you know, he's doubling down with his family, and he has no intention of going anywhere.
All right, David Weston, fantastic to get your take on all of this, including the latest headline here. David Weston, of course, host of Wall Street Week here on Bloomberg Television. Joining us now from Washington with more on this headline about Democrats weighing an early Biden nomination is Bloomberg's Mario Parker, who wrote this story. So, Mario, tell us what we know and in the context that this news is happening.
Yes, just to David's point, part of this we knew because of what happened in the Ohio, law forced Democrats to start considering moving up the date in order to ensure that President Biden would be on the ballot, right? So they changed some of the bylaws in order to meet virtually to do that. What hasn't been reported yet was that July 21st date that they're looking at. Part of what came out of this weekend with a flurry of phone calls between the party and others was whether or not they could look to, or they should look to move some of that nominating date up. Of course, some of this comes as there's calls from within the party for Biden to step aside. So just speaking with sources within the Democratic Party, a lot of them just wanted to stress that Biden is our nominee, that Biden won 99% of the delegates, and in part, while some of this is procedural for the Ohio situation, a lot of this is also can't be glossed over, is in part due to the calls for the president to step aside.
So just to reiterate, Democrats are weighing an early Biden nomination to kind of squash talk of a swap. That date looks to be potentially July 21st. So just to get the logistics clear, this is always what happens before a convention. It's just that the date might be moved up because of what happened in the debate. So that's the key, right? How to address that panic.
Well, the parliamentary rules, right, stated that you have all of these things that you do, these procedures that you do, these different subcommittees that meet ahead of the formal convention. That formal convention, those committees had already started doing some of that work ahead of the formal convention just because of, by virtue of Ohio initially setting an August 7th date for nominees to be on the ballot. What they've also is, so in some ways what it is fortuitous for Democrats, right? Democrats had already been looking at maybe a way to try to move up the virtual nominating process because of this August 7th date. This gives them an end now. The July 21st date gives them an end to do that. Again, stressing that Biden is a nominee as the party looks to beat back some of these calls that Biden should step aside.
Yeah, silence the critics, in other words. Mario Parker in Washington, thank you so much. Mario, of course, co-author of the story about Democrats weighing an early Biden nomination to squash talk of a possible swap at the top of the ticket. All right, let's move on right now to... are we doing top calls?
Yeah,
right
we're
now?
doing it.
We're doing top calls. Okay, let's get to top calls right now. And of course,
still in the market, right? We're still like 45 minutes from the close.
Yeah, about 40 minutes or so. All right, let's get to it. This is top calls. I'll look at some of the big movers on the back of analyst recommendations. Let's start with Talkspace. Needham rating the stock a hold with no price target, while the analyst considers Talkspace to be the leading online therapy platform. Its penetration of the increasingly competitive mental health space is weak. He wants more evidence Talkspace can capture a larger consumer base before he turns bullish. The stock lower by more than 11%. Next in line is NextEra Energy, a downgrade to sector perform from outperform at RBC Capital Markets. The analyst there warns the renewable energy company's dividend could be at risk. She flags insufficient growth from wind repowering projects as one factor leading to a challenging road ahead. Shares down by more than 7%. And finally, UBS says buy Birkenstock. Analyst Jay Soleil ditches his neutral rating and gives the footwear company a street high $85 price target. He says Birkenstock has done a great job expanding its direct-to-consumer strategy and brand momentum post-Barbie, putting the company in position to achieve stronger sales and margins over the long term. The stock up by more than 2.5%, but still far below that price target of $85. And those are some of our top calls.
I'll pay for full price for Birkenstocks and face care. It's like the only two things.
Invest in your face and your feet.
But just with Birkenstocks. All right, well, many U.S. travelers whipping out their Birkenstocks for comfort this week as they head to the airports for what's expected to be a record-breaking Independence Day period. The Transportation Security Administration is expecting to screen more than 32 million people through Monday, July 8th. That's up over 5% from last year. So for more on what all of this means for airlines, we're joined now by Stephen Trent, equity analyst over at Citi. All right, Stephen, what airlines are capturing all this demand?
Yeah, absolutely. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I think actually the network airlines are doing the best because they're in the right verticals. They do not rely on high volume, high utilization travel as you saw with the discount airlines pre-pandemic. So when we think about wallet share in the U.S. airline space, the network airlines are really doing the job, especially Delta and United.
What about something like Southwest, which of course is facing pressure from activist investors and needs to rethink a whole lot of things, starting with its infrastructure?
Yeah, they're in a little bit of a tougher spot. So Southwest, they've done a great job on the balance sheet, but operationally they've had problems. The post-pandemic environment doesn't quite fit that model so well. We now have a lot more blended travel than we used to. So many U.S. consumers no longer in the office 5 days a week. That has changed consumer behavior, including the way consumers purchase tickets. And the airlines that are doing very well these days happen to be the ones with very good exposure to premium travel, which is not Southwest.
You have to wonder, too, Scarlett, about the capacity situation, which brings us to Boeing, right? Facing potentially criminal fraud charge with the DOJ, also having to buy Spirit and absorb that as well. But all that means that the planes they need to deliver, aren't being delivered. And you have to wonder, is that good or bad for airlines?
Yeah, that's a really good point. How do you factor that in? Because there's still a shortage of aircraft. And we know that when JetBlue tried to make its acquisition and couldn't get anywhere with it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's tough. Certainly across the group, however, I would not say that the reaction to that is uniform. So if you go back to 2019 and you look at the size of the U.S. economy relative to domestic capacity, you had a little bit less than $24 of economic activity per available seat mile in 2019. Last year, you had over $29. This year, we'll have over $30. So that dearth of equipment on a per capita basis should over time get translated into higher unit revenue and higher fares, but not for everybody. We think it's going to be the premium airlines that are going to do well, mostly those two I mentioned.
Yeah. So those are your top picks, United and Delta, right?
Yes, Delta, United in the U.S. space, exactly. Panama and Copa Airlines, I'm also a huge fan.
All right, Stephen, hey, thanks a lot. We appreciate it. Stephen Trent joining us from Citi. We really appreciate that. Are you traveling this holiday weekend? I'm not.
No. And if I do, it's by car to maybe 45 minutes away.
Yeah, I'm going to a concert, but by car. All right. We're really cool. This is where we do it. I'll be in my Birkenstocks, though, where I come and I'm running to get some.
I am too. I have like 30 pairs, so.
She does. On oil, gas, the Permian, and more. We're going to talk to the chairman and founder of LandBridge. That company just went public last week. It's basically a royalty company. You used to see a lot of this with gold. This is kind of new to me in the oil space, but kind of get their take on the IPO market as well as oil prices, which oil staging a pretty solid rally despite any sort of oversupply that we've seen from OPEC.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if there's a direct connection, though, between oil prices and the business that this company does.
Yeah, and also where all the M&A and
Oil futures extend gains. U.S. crude prices rise by $2 a barrel in post-settlement trade.
Less exposed to. Anyway, we're going to get down to all of that as we're about a half an hour from the closing bell right here. First day of the second half of the year. This is Bloomberg.
There's brighter days ahead, thanks to the Biden administration's Inflation Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act lowers the cost of prescription drugs, health insurance, and energy bills, so families have a little more to spend on things that make the days special.
I decided to acquire Indeed 12 years ago when I was 36. I couldn't speak English, but I decided to move to the US with my family. Okay, let's study English. Let's, manage this big American company. But I could do it. Ages are just numbers. If you stay being very curious to run new things, you can keep doing that. So what we're trying to adjust is our company should be the place to maximize people's ability, people's talent, and people's passion, right? Our employees' passion. So we believe that if we can have the work or the vision, people can be passionate, and which is aligned with all what employee wants to do, that's the best way to maximize the people's ability.
Follow your passion.
That's right.
So whether you're 14 or 40 years old.
I think so. Because, what's the difference? I don't know. We might be totally wrong. That's how we have been running this company for 60 years.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? And I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors in the world, the people that I would like to have managing my money.
The private markets in general have exploded at the expense of the public markets. Part of that's regulatory, part of that's just structural in the market. Private credit particularly exploded when the banks took a step back.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's just about 3:30 in New York. This is the countdown to the close. I'm Scarlett Fu.
And I'm Alex Steele. About 30 minutes to the closing bell. One area of the market that's moving is oil prices. And there's really not a big catalyst. Maybe the hurricane for sure, really, that is coming. But you have WTI up by 2.5%. So let's stay in the energy space and turn to an IPO. So LandBridge started trading on Friday on the NYSE under the symbol LB. Shares soaring after the company sold 14.5 million shares for $17 each, raising more than $246 million. Now, Landbridge is an owner of land used in oil and gas production in the Permian Basin. They do some other stuff, but that's sort of the nuts and the bolts. Joining us now is chairman and founder David Capobianco joining us. David, just some broad strokes. What right now made it appealing to go public? Is it where the market was? Was it the oil price? What made it the right time?
Sure. Thanks, Alex. But first, thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here to talk about, and I'm excited to be here to talk about my new public company, Landbridge. So the reason we wanted to go public now, 2.5 years ago, we'd completed the formative transaction for Landbridge, a 71,000 acre position in the heart of the Delaware at the Texas-New Mexico state line. Over that period, we were able to grow EBITDA by almost 4x between then and now in a 2.5 year period. Recently, about 6 or 8 weeks ago, we closed a series of transactions for another 150,000 acres. So that brings us to about 220,000 acres at the Texas-New Mexico state line. And our strategy is to take it public now and share in the growth that we'll experience in the new surface position with all of our long-term partners and shareholders.
So you basically got big enough that it made sense. David, if I call you a royalty company, is that right or is that wrong?
Well, it's not wrong, but there's the streams of revenues come in a number of different ways. It comes in a fee stream, it comes in royalties, but it also comes in long-term revenue share and volumetric revenues related to the volumes of things like sand or water that moves across your surface.
So you described yourself as a low CapEx business. What do you spend money on versus your customers?
Yeah, so we don't spend CapEx at all. What our job to do, what we focus on doing is to enable and enhance and encourage our customers to build out infrastructure on our surface. We're a zero CapEx and an OpEx light business. So effectively, we are the best partners to industry, and we encourage the build out of infrastructure writ large on our surface.
And you're doing that in the Permian Basin. Why is the Permian Basin so attractive relative to other areas?
Well, there's a number of reasons, but first and foremost, our surface is in a really unique position at the Texas-New Mexico state line. In New Mexico, over the next 3 to 5 years, there'll be 3 to 5 million more barrels a day of water that need to find a home. Because of our location, that water will need to either, the lion's share of that water at least, will either need to be managed on our surface or go through our surface to be managed elsewhere. So we're in a really unique position in that regard, but that's just the water itself. There's also renewable infrastructure in solar and wind farms, and then there's digital infrastructure in Bitcoin and data centers.
So David, I guess what I'm struggling to understand is, so will the Permian keep its interest? And I understand that might be like a I don't know, hearsay when it comes to the oil world, but a lot of the M&A has already happened. It feels like the M&A juice in the Permian may be moving elsewhere into other basins. Are you noticing that on the leasing side of your business?
Well, so the first thing, we have only a small piece of mineral royalties. About 17% of our revenues are mineral royalties.
Okay.
So that's not a critical piece of our long-term business plan. No, the activity and the build-out of infrastructure, as I mentioned, is what we really focus on. But no, I'm not seeing a meaningful move out of our area. We're at the Texas-New Mexico state line, which is the core of the Delaware, the heart of the Permian.
So for the other parts of your business then, and you were talking about how the build out has a lot of demand, what would stand in the way of that? I mean, the Wall Street Journal had a great piece out that said that Amazon Web Services is looking for its own power plant to power its data center. What are you seeing in your areas?
Yeah, so Alex, that's a great question. I think what I would expect to see is the build out of power plants to fuel data center development. And basically what you have to think about is where the data center is going to get built out. We need somewhere around 7 to 10 times more data centers over the next 5 to 7 years. So at first, all the data centers were built out around Langley, Virginia because of the fiber connectivity. Now, because of AI, fiber latency is not as big of an issue. So there's more than enough connectivity in the Permian Basin and in Texas to manage build out of a data center to make a large language model. So effectively what you need in the places where these things will get built is the places where there's low cost fuel. To run a gigawatt data center, you need a gigawatt of power. And actually you need a little bit more so you have excess reliability. But a gigawatt of power is really substantial, and that's what is going to drive this next digital infrastructure revolution.
You know, when we first talked about the Permian Basin, I kept thinking I should be aware of what oil prices are doing, and perhaps your company is tied in some ways to the trading of oil prices. Are there any asset prices to which your business is sensitive to that you look at as perhaps a gauge of what could happen?
Well, having those three infrastructure streams broadly, energy, renewables, and data centers, give you a pretty broad swath of different areas for us to grow and to increase our profitability. But what I would say is the lion's share of the growth over the next 3 to 4 years or so will come from energy and energy infrastructure build out, and predominantly from water. The interesting thing about water, particularly in the Delaware Basin, is that even in times where activity slows, water more like flattens its production rather than declining. And we saw that through a lot of the pandemic. And during the pandemic, water production flattened. It didn't continue to grow, but it flattened as opposed to sank the way a lot of other development in oil and gas might. So part of that's driven by the fact that there's about 4-to-1 water to oil ratio in the Delaware Basin, and that water to oil ratio is growing. So you can say yes, we are in fact tied, particularly in that part of the infrastructure category of our build out. We are in fact tied to energy, but effectively, if you think about it, we have a more stable part of energy in that water management.
All right, fair enough. Before I let you go, we're talking a lot about election risk today, and you IPO'd well before the November election. Are you worried that any policies will change regarding energy or data centers or from the IRA?
Most of the policies that are in place have been the culmination of a longer-term trend. So, yeah, things can change, and they always will, and you need to be nimble and ready to take advantage of the opportunity and manage any of the risks associated with it. But no, we don't see anything on the horizon that could change things meaningfully for us. We're pretty excited about the future.
David, really appreciate your joining us and spending some time with us here on The Close. David Capobianco is chairman of LandBridge. The stock, or I should say the company, went public late last week, and of course it's now in its second day of trading. I thought that was a great last question about asking about election risk, because I feel like increasingly it's something that we need to ask, even if a lot of people are not necessarily content to share exactly what they're thinking.
Which I think coming up in the next hour when we talk more about EVs and auto manufacturing, that's when it'll get really interesting, because it feels like, look, for the IRA, if you already put money and they're getting shovel ground ready projects, it's going to be hard to kind of abort that. But EVs and those subsidies could very much in some ways be on the chopping block. And also maybe hydrogen, like where does that go? Those are the two outliers that I'm hearing.
On a dime, for sure. And of course, people are going to be, as soon as something changes in terms of policy, they're going to say, forget that car, I'm not going to buy that one anymore, I'm going to go in this direction.
Right, or they're already doing that. And then that just makes it worse, I don't know.
All right, coming up, Keith Gill roaring influence may be silenced by pending litigation regarding GameStop. We're going to have the details in today's Stock of the Hour. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
There's brighter days ahead, thanks to the Biden administration's Inflation Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act lowers the cost of prescription drugs, health insurance, and energy bills, so families have a little more to spend on things that make the days special.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear a rhythm in the markets. The markets compose their own tunes, and once you learn to listen for them, you'll catch yourself humming along.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Chevrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With the surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
And the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays, only on Bloomberg.
All right, it is time now for our stock of the hour, and we are watching shares of GameStop. Popular meme stock influencer Keith Gill, aka Warren Kitty, hit with a lawsuit on Friday accusing him of orchestrating a pump and dump scheme to manipulate GME shares for his personal gain. Gill did not respond to a request for comment, but Abigail Doolittle has been following the story, and she is here with us with a little bit more. And it's not just GameStop that he's been involved in recently.
Yeah, it's also Chewy and the famous picture of what is now not just a dog, but it's also a puppy. That kind of detail has been given. Yeah, color. So, you know, relative to this GameStop lawsuit, it clearly smells bad, it looks bad, it feels bad. It feels as though something is wrong. The spirit of the law of securities fraud maybe was stretched, maybe was broken, but was a law broken? Probably not, because he posted a picture of a meme. If somebody is going to infer from that, that means that he's going to buy GameStop and they buy it. They're doing it at their own choice. They're not being advised. There's no fiduciary relationship.
Because for pump and dump, you need to prove intent?
Well, I think that you need to prove that there was actually some sort of relationship between the person who is telling you what to do with the security and your own self. I thought it was actually even on an institutional basis, but it turns out individuals can, in fact, be accused of securities fraud, but there needs to be a fiduciary, there needs to be some sort of relationship where they're instructing the other person what to do. In this case, it's literally a picture. What kind of law are they going to create? You can't post memes of cartoon puppies. So, you know, again, the spirit of the law may have been stretched, but I don't think that the law itself was broken. What makes this so interesting, though, there's a couple interesting things to me at this point. In terms of Chewy, he bought a position that is big enough that he had to disclose it to the SEC. It's a 6.6% stake, so it actually creates more scrutiny in a way on him. So when I think about it, what is he doing there? I feel as though he wants to legitimize himself in terms of these stock positions, because with the GameStop position, both in April and May, there was questions as to whether he actually owned these 120,000 calls that this investor is suing him over. But now we have that credibility, but there's also that extra layer of scrutiny. So it's interesting. The other big question is he doing this alone, or is there some sort of syndicate behind him? And
syndicate?
Yeah, well, you know, a group of people who, because it's a fair amount of money. I mean, I think that this position was almost, I should know that by heart, but I actually don't. But the Chewy position is really pretty significant.
245 million or something like that, right?
Yep, exactly.
Well, what's interesting, too, is that if you're an investor in Chewy, like, what do you do now? So one analyst was saying, like, look, you're going to brace for what will be elevated volatility, but a lot of analysts actually like Chewy. But they're like, now you're in trouble, guys, because that volatility is definitely going to be there.
Yeah, harder to just hold and not think about it. You're going to be thinking about this volatility to some degree. From a technical standpoint, I will say on Chewy, the last time I looked, and this could be not true, and I actually don't have, actually I'm going to try, but the downtrend had been broken on last week's initial, 40% move higher on that meme that was put out. Right now, it's sort of on the cusp. So that's a really good question. And actually, as I look at it, it appears as though it may go back down. But it's hard to say. I mean, volatility is the name of the game.
All right, Abigail, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Abigail Doolittle joining us there. Okay, so some volatility on that side, but Microsoft is still at a record high. It's like a stealth high that we keep seeing here. Mag 7 continues as well. All right, coming up, we're going to talk to Omar Aguilar, CEO and CIO over at Schwab Asset Management, as we count you down to the closing bells right here in New York. This is Bloomberg.
By 2030, over half of passenger cars sold in the U.S. will be electric. But for EV adoption to increase further, costs need to come down a lot. Today's connected factories can play a similar role in making EVs more affordable. With the Next Level network from AT&T Business, manufacturing leaders are using reliable and secure connectivity to create the assembly line of tomorrow, so we can all drive toward a sustainable future.
There's brighter days ahead, thanks to the Biden administration's Inflation Reduction Act. The Inflation Reduction Act invests billions of dollars into Black America, creates thousands of good-paying jobs that can support a family and pave pathways to greater opportunity. It lowers the cost of prescription drugs, health insurance, and energy bills, so families have a little more to spend on things that make the days special. Visit this site to learn more about how Joe Biden's Inflation Reduction Act is helping our community.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Hong Kong time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Saturday mornings, I understand you have off.
Yeah, Saturday is always a day where I power down. So I run at a relative high pace throughout the week, try to wrap things up, and Saturday is a quiet day for me in terms of work. And I start typically by playing tennis with my wife. We go for a swim all year round. After that, have a nice lunch, and then I'm on to a good trajectory for the weekend. And then Sunday, I try to prepare for the coming weeks. But through a weekend, I would send either no emails or very few emails, because I want to drive a culture where all get an opportunity to spend the weekend as they fancy. I think what we do is so difficult, and it takes so much creative thinking to succeed, that if you're always on, always busy, the bandwidth of your reflection is just too narrow. And I generally believe that Monday mornings I'm a better leader than I am, say, Friday afternoon. I also take all my vacations. I generally believe I'm a much better CEO right after a vacation than I am before vacation.
Politics to the world of business. 2 times a day at 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis from and about politics' biggest power players.
The president has been clear that is non-negotiable.
I mean, this is going to be an ugly, ugly year.
Balance of Power, live around the world twice a day at 1 and 5 Eastern.
Markets on close imbalance. The S&P 500 1.2 billion to the buy side. The Nasdaq 100 600 million to the buy side. The Dow 30 580 million to the buy side, and the Magnificent 7 450 million to the buy side.
Context changes everything.
I don't think the consensus is that the economy is slowing down. If you look at survey-based measures for how many folks are looking for recession in the next year, they're anywhere from 5 to 25%. That we think is too low, given where rates are, restrictive policy. We've seen the consumer savings drawn down. We know that the housing markets are starting to slow. So if anything, thus far, the equity markets have delivered, but we're shying away a little bit more about that optimism in the second half of the year.
That was Mimi Duff, Managing Director at GenTrust, kicking the show off for us earlier. All right, Scar, let me see if you've heard this one before. The S&P kind of up, the S&P equal weighted definitely
Protect
down.
Your
The Mag
trade
7
from
hitting another
macroeconomic
record, and NVIDIA treading water. This doesn't feel
now only $99
like a very
a
different
year
scenario.
for
Yeah,
our
it
real-time
sounds pretty
service.
familiar from the first half. This is definitely detritus from the first half. And what changes this outlook here? That's a big question.
Yeah, and also for the Russell and the equal weighted index, when do they start to truly get a bid? And at some point, does that wind up meaning something really negative for the economy rather than they just can't get a catch-up potential?
Yeah, well, that's a long-standing question. So let's put that question to Omar Aguilar, CEO and CIO at Schwab Asset Management. Omar, good to speak with you. Thank you so much. To Alex's point, at what point does the S&P equal weight index and Russell 2000 actually get a bid that's sustainable, that lasts for more than a few days at a time?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, these are all integrated, statistics between market performance, the economy, and of course, monetary policy. When you think about, the macro environment in combination with, earnings, that determines a lot of where we are in this. And this has been a very interesting cycle because, I think for the most part in the previous cycles, the different phases of the economic cycle you can clearly define. But after the pandemic, the phases of the cycle have been incredibly difficult to describe. And I think as of today, we're still in this slowdown and we see the economy is slowing down. We see unemployment going up. We see still a fairly tight monetary policy, which may suggest we're in the last phase of the cycle ready for that recovery. So to answer the specific question, normally you see that equal weighted, those more cyclical stocks, those small caps, to actually do much better in the early part of the cycle, which were not there. However, we have been in this cycle that has been unusual. And for that reason, parts of the market are behaving like early cycle and parts of the economy are behaving like early cycle. And I think in many cases, a lot of these changes will have to wait for a catalyst. And in that case, it could be interest rates. It could be monetary policy.
Okay, waiting for a catalyst. We've been waiting for a catalyst like interest rates for a long time. And every time we think we're there, it gets pushed out a little bit further. Do you see the election playing a pivotal role here in terms of providing a catalyst? It certainly provided a catalyst for yields today.
Yeah, well, we have seen historically that elections usually bring short-term volatility and usually creates that level of spreads that tend to be more like trading, attractive for traders as opposed to something that is more fundamentally and sustainable. I do expect and we expect that we will see that level of volatility as we get closer to the election. But when you think about long-term, when you think about what drives the market in the long term, a lot of the catalysts will have to be either, interest rates. It has to be, inflation. It has to be unemployment, the health of the economy, or earnings related. We came out of a very strong Q1, and I think the catalyst for seeing how the results are in Q2 in terms of earnings, that may determine, how fast you go into the next phase of the economic cycle.
Okay, let's go to earnings for a second because Goldman Sachs' David Kostin had a note out today talking about how corporate America faces the highest earnings bar in almost 3 years. And that's a scenario we really haven't seen. Do you think that that's going to be the case and a beat just won't be good enough?
I think we already saw a little bit of that in Q1. I think, again, the results of the earnings were better than expected and companies did very well. However, the reaction for the market was not as strong as, normally happens, or even with a beat, didn't necessarily ended up raising the stock prices, significantly. However, the market ended up taking a pretty significant, punishment for those companies that didn't, outperform their own expectations. I think going into the second quarter, quarter, because the earnings expectations have actually been low, I think the expectation might be that, companies should be in a good position to be able to, outperform. However, what we've seen here is this so-called word bifurcation, where we're going to see a little bit of more dispersion among stocks, the same way that we're seeing with inflation, the same thing we're seeing with the economy, and the same thing we see it with markets. I think in many cases, we're going to see that dispersion where consumer stocks will probably behave differently than energy or tech.
Well, fair enough. And to that point, I'm just looking at the year-to-date sector moves. And obviously tech and consumer communication services, that's one thing because that has more of the Mag 7. But then you got financials, energy, utilities. Those are then the next performing best sectors within the S&P. How does that change in the back half, or is this the playbook?
Well, it is an interesting question because on one hand, we have been talking about the level of concentration. So the level of concentration, that we have seen for the last 2 years will continue to be a big part of this because a lot of these companies that have driven, performance of markets, continue to generate very decent cash flow and continue to generate earnings growth, and the level of capex continues to increase. And when you think about that level of quality of earnings, while the pace may not be the same as what we saw in the last, 2 quarters of earnings, that will probably put a little bit of a potential for them to continue to do well. On the other hand, we have seen, those companies that tend to be more sensitive to interest rates at early cycle that actually have the potential for having a significantly, good quarter. And therefore, that's where, a lot of the potential early rotation may look like as people start to look more of financials, looking at areas like real estate and looking at areas that for the most part, we're waiting for that interest rate catalyst, but they have actually done well even without changes in monetary policy.
Very quick question as a final question, Omar. What would you avoid? What would you not touch at all?
Well, I think at this point, what we have discussed with clients is to start, there is no reason and there is not a lot of upside to take a lot of credit risk. The credit market has been incredibly resilient, and therefore when you think about fixed income, staying in the higher quality area, it's area that you have to go. We don't know, how fast the level of unemployment will potentially affect certain parts of the market, and therefore staying away from the low credits and staying in high quality is what we try to emphasize to our clients.
All right, good stuff. Omar Aguilar, CEO and CIO at Schwab Asset Management. And it's a reminder, Alex, that when times are uncertain and you don't know what's coming around the corner, credit always leads. So you may not want to get ahead of that uncertainty with exposure to credit.
I know, but how long have we been hearing that and how much the outperformance and credit spreads continue to be really tight? Here's a fun stat from Torsten Slok over the weekend that top 10 companies in the S&P make a 35% of the market cap, but only 23% of earnings.
Ooh.
And you have to wonder that if expectations are high, if you don't really have a solid beat, how does that wind up shaking out in the back half?
Yeah, not good. Not like the first half necessarily. All right, we're moving you closer to the closing bell. Full market coverage right here on Bloomberg as we look at an S&P 500 that is slightly higher, up by 0.3.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
We're about 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Scarlett Fu and Alex Steele here, and here to help you take us through the closing bell with a global simulcast. We're joined now by Tim Stenovic and Katie Greifeld, and of course, we bring together the best of Bloomberg Television, Bloomberg Radio, and YouTube audiences worldwide. As we parse through the most important parts of this trading day, was there an important part of this trading day today, Tim?
There wasn't an important part of the trading day, but I think it's actually an important week, even though it's a holiday-shortened trading week, because we got a lot of economic data. We got a payrolls report coming on Friday. We get those Fed minutes on Wednesday. We get JOLTS tomorrow, Katie. And as you were pointing out earlier, volume wasn't actually lower than the 20-day average. So we're actually seeing a little bit of action.
I have to applaud you for making a lot out of nothing because, the jobs report obviously is top tier. And when it comes to volume, I have to imagine this is going to be maybe the last day that we see above average volume.
Fed minutes are not nothing.
They're pretty close to nothing. They're pretty dated.
No, you guys are missing the move. It was the bond market. You had a nice, juicy move in the back end. You didn't want to take my thunder?
I don't want to take your thunder. Yeah.
And if you just look at it intraday, it was so interesting. We had some buying coming across right as that ISM manufacturing data hit that was a little weaker. We're going to talk about that later on in the next hour. And then boom, you got the Supreme Court decision on Trump immunity, and then bond yields had a pretty solid spike higher.
Yeah, it's not every day
this is the thunder we didn't want to take away, Alex.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, we're going to get to the closing numbers for the indexes, for the equity indexes, and then we're going to get to recap everything in the bond market once again, because it's a big move.
All right, thank you, Scarlett, for validating me. We are coming up to the close. Oh, there we go. The closing bells. We are off to the races. The first day of the second half of 2024. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up about 0.1%, up 43 points. The S&P 500 up 0.3%, about 13 points. We're settling out here, but the Nasdaq is up by 0.8%, 146 points, and there you kind of settle out on this Monday.
All right, peeling back one of the layers of the S&P 500, we did see 126 stocks move higher. We had 375 stocks move lower, so speaks to some of those larger cap names, certainly powering the index higher by close to 0.3%.
All right, let's take a look at the IMAP and show you which sectors are really leading and lagging behind. The leaders here, tech, up by 1.3%. Consumer discretionary up by 0.75%. That's really Tesla, and financials slightly higher. But there were 3 indexes or industries that did finish the day with at least 1% declines. We're talking materials, industrials, and REITs.
All right, you got the decliners today, Katie, so I get to do the gainers. When Carol's out, I get to do the gainers. I want to talk about I want to talk about shares of Tesla.
That was mean.
That was mean. Higher today by more than 6%. They jumped after we saw Chinese peers NIO and Li Auto report vehicle delivery data for the month of June that showed increases versus the same period a year ago. So some bullish news there. The move marks Tesla's 5th straight day of gains. It would be the longest winning streak in almost a year. We are going to get Tesla sales data a little bit later in the week, when we'll sort of see if the company delivered vehicles that are higher than they were last year. That's certainly an important metric for investors to watch. Also, earlier today, Wells Fargo added Tesla to its tactical ideas list for the 3rd quarter. They said that the car maker's delivery growth looks set to decline. Okay. Shares of Apple also higher on this day today. It turns out that there's a report over at Apple Insider that's getting quite a bit of attention. Shares higher by close to 3%. Apple Insider reporting that the company has increased its order with TSMC on chips for the next iPhone, so certainly a bullish indicator there. Apple Insider reporting that the company's getting ready to sell from 90 to 100 million iPhone 16s. It's higher than the order volume of the previous version of the iPhone. And finally, checking out shares of Boeing. A lot of Boeing news today. Shares ended up finishing the day higher by 2.6%. The company agreed to buy back Spirit AeroSystems for $37.25 a share. It's an all-stock deal. It values Spirit at $4.7 billion. After 2 decades of being separate companies, they're actually getting back together. This all in an attempt to fix Boeing's manufacturing defects. Also, the U.S. Justice Department planning to charge Boeing with criminal fraud after finding the company violated a 2021 deferred prosecution agreement tied to 2 previous fatal crashes. That not sending shares of the company lower. George Ferguson over at Bloomberg Intelligence was on our program a little earlier. He said that it looks like that some of the challenges of getting to a better place are starting to get fixed, Katie.
All right, let's take a look at some of the decliners. And I wanted to highlight 2 travel names, 2 cruise names in particular. These are your 2 biggest losers in the S&P 500 on this pretty quiet day. Norwegian Cruise Lines down almost 6%. Carnival also down about 5.4%. This as Hurricane Beryl, and I hope I said that right, is rushing towards the Caribbean. So this, of course, is the strongest ever June hurricane, meaning it's the earliest storm to reach Category 4. And you're really seeing that reflected in a lot of the travel stocks today, particularly in the cruises. So pretty bad day for Norwegian and Carnival, of course. And then had to talk about Chewy. Chewy, it actually was a gainer, and then it pretty quickly turned into a decliner. It's going to finish the day down almost 7% or so. I think we all know the story by now, but basically Keith Gill, Roaring Kitty, of course, of GameStop fame, he disclosed a 6.6 passive stake in Chewy. This was according to a disclosure with the SEC. He owns roughly 9 million Class A shares. Initially, that provided a pop, that, formal disclosure, but that quickly turned into actually a pretty bad day for Chewy.
Fair enough. That was good. I thought you guys both did well. I thought you did a great job with gainers. Just putting it out there.
What's going on with yields?
Yields. Okay, they're doing stuff. You guys are all like, nothing happened today, but they definitely did in the back end. So front end, sure, nothing really happened. But the back end had some nice movement here, up by about 8 basis points on the 20-year, and then the 10-year up by 7 basis points. So MLive had a nice piece out that said if you hit 4.5% on the 10-year, you're going to have some buying come in as a sell-off kind of reaches its max, and 4.5% becomes kind of appealing. So now I'm kind of watching that level as we have jobs on Friday. We have the minutes on Wednesday. So I think that could be quite interesting.
All right. Hey, I'm just want to do a quick correction that Wells Fargo put Tesla on its tactical ideas as a best short. So, yeah, I want to thank Thomas Thornton for getting in touch over the IB for pointing that out. I appreciate that, Thomas. I know. So I did mess it up. Hey,
oh, that sucks. Katie did it to you, man. I think that was just Katie.
It is Katie. Hey, I wanted to talk a little bit about Taylor Swift. Did you guys go to the Eras tour?
No.
Yeah. Neither did we.
My daughter's still asking to go, and we tried to tell her, be like, look, spending 10 grand to go to Poland to see a concert isn't something we can do.
Yeah, but think about how cheap things will be once you get over there.
That's adding it all in there. Okay. But anyway.
Well, the reason we're talking about this is because the company that actually builds and designs the stages, it's called Tate. It was started back in 1978. It's an engineering firm, and they don't just do the Eras tour. They don't just do Taylor Swift shows, but they are exploring a potential sale, according to people with knowledge of the matter, and it could value them, Katie, at over $1 billion.
You know, and Taylor Swift is a repeat customer here. That she also used them for her Reputation tour back in 2018. They also did Rihanna's Super Bowl halftime show and Beyonce's Renaissance World Tour in 2023. You have to think that that's all really great advertising if you build stages to have, you know, some of the most famous people in the world on your stages.
I agree totally, but they're doing this, or they're talking about potentially going public right around the Taylor Swift tour. So, like, you know, it's the Taylor halo effect.
Right? It's the peak Tay-Tay? Is that
peak Tay-Tay? Maybe.
Is that what that is? I mean, I feel like we've been saying that for a while.
Could very well be.
Here's another story that, guys, I just loved. So Inca, if I'm saying that right, Investments, is the investment arm of the largest IKEA retailer. And apparently, they're taking a stake in a new tower going up on Manhattan's Fifth Avenue. It's 570 Fifth Avenue. It's around 47th and Fifth Avenue. It's a huge tower, and it's going to have, quote, IKEA customer meeting point. I have zero idea what that is.
I just want to make a joke about building the tower with, like, the directions that you get from IKEA.
That's pretty good.
That's all I want to do.
It's not going to be like the Billy
If you have any
bookshelf.
questions, you call them up when you're putting it together.
Oh my God! Can you imagine that booklet that they hand you? And
How thick would that be?
The little things that you hammer